Hello everyone. Welcome to a special video. As you can see, we are back in the detractor basement. I figure it is fitting for this video that we are back in the detractor basement. You know, where all detractors belong. But our boy DSP has made a video called DSP Tries It Debunking 7 Years of Slander. Now, I don't get how this video has such an even amount of likes. I understand the views. Right now it has 10,000 views. I understand that. But the likes and dislikes seem a little fishy to me. But he decided to do this video for a few reasons. One, the Mortal Kombat stream got him no money. It was actually the worst stream financially on his first stream that he has gotten in like months. So it was terrible. It was terrible for him that day. So he knew if he did Phoenix Right that night. If he did Phoenix Right that night, he would have just had a whole day of nothing. So instead of doing that, he figured he should do a drama vlog because every time he does a stream that has to do with drama, he makes a lot of fucking money. Um, back when he was doing YouTube drama videos, and every comment would randomly have these random fans that came out of the woodwork to say, "Oh my God, Phil, I can't believe this happened to you. I'm here for you, man." That shit. They would always come out for those videos and never come back. And DSP kind of got a new version of that on Twitch, where people would just kind of come out for these drama streams and be like, "Oh my God, Phil, I can't believe the detractors made all this shit up about you, man. Oh my God, man. Oh yeah, dude, I agree. Here's some money. Here's $50. Here's $100, you know?" So they would just kind of come out and wheel out on him because they feel so bad or whatever. And then they'll never come back ever again. So all the people here that tipped him, you're not gonna see them again. I mean, they might, maybe one might be a new whale for him, but I mean, they're all not gonna come back. I guarantee you're not gonna hear these names again, unless someone impersonates them. That could also be the case, but uh, so he did that because of the shitty stream on Mortal Kombat. How little he made. The second reason is you remember his best friend Ian Miles Young Chung whatever. I don't remember. I don't know his name. I apologize. But Ian, he made that tweet about how DSP is going on a redemption run. He's doing a redemption arc. I'm behind him, man. That shit, and DSP retweeted that. Someone uh tweeted to Ian the list that Dragon Killer made. And Ian was like, "Whoa, he did all this? Wow, I thought he was just a cringe guy on Twitch. Wow, dude." And DSP, I guarantee, fucking saw that response and was like, "Oh shit. Some guy made a list of things and Ian bought it? Oh, hell no. I'm gonna go make a video debunking it, man." So he's really doing this to please Ian. This video is to get Ian to come back to be his friend, which I don't know why he wants Ian to be his friend, because Ian swatted people. I don't know why he wants to be friends with the swatter, but okay, DSP, be friends with him. Be friends with that guy. I'm sure it's gonna pan out for you, buddy. Um, so it was that, and then it was also because Dragon Killer made that tweet. He really just did. He wanted to clarify that list because he knew that list could cause newcomers to shit on him. However, the thing that I want to say, I've been saying this kind of throughout the times that DSP keeps saying, "I'm not a pedophile, I'm not this, I'm not that kind of shit." No one really cares about that shit. That like he thinks more people care than they actually do. The thing that people like kind of care more about out of the things he does is how he talks to his stream chat, how how toxic he is in general, and that's kind of what drives people away. The stuff that is like the meme reasons to hate him and shit. Like some people care about that, but it's not like it's not as drawn. It's not astronomical as DSP thinks it is. Like he was able to get sponsored streams with the pedophile thing going around. Now that's not saying that it probably is not gonna fuck him over in the long run or whatever, but it's just kind of silly in the grand scheme of things as far as him being a streamer is concerned. And it's whatever. But we'll get through that when we get there, I guess. But let's just get through this. But let's read the description. Actually, I read the description last night. It was pretty something. Over the last 7 years, I have become the butt of an internet joke. Wait, what? The butt of an internet joke? You just say I become an internet joke. Whatever. A Reddit meme where people seem to think it's funny to pile more and more and more slander against me. This has totally destroyed my character and ability to appeal to a new audience. However, in light of recent events that have put me into a more positive light, but with many content creators and viewers alike, tonight I decided to do something totally different, directly address the slander against me in a very direct and matter-of-fact manner to debunk the common misconception that people have. Please watch and enjoy. Now, I don't know how many content creators honestly put him in a positive light, but the thing is that when other content creators mention him, it was in a meme way. It wasn't like, oh wow, guys, DSP is really cool now. They're like, it's pretty much a amount of saying, man, can you imagine being so shitty of a person that DSP has more high ground on you, man? Like, it's, I don't know why he's embracing that. It's kind of, in a way, he's kind of admitting that he's a lolcow, and we should always see him as a lolcow, which I agree. But whatever. I mean, if he wants to live as a lolcow, he'll live as a lolcow.
Yeah. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Phil Burnell, aka darksfadil here. And I'm doing something very special tonight, something that was completely unplanned, something that's off the cuff, on the fly. The reason I'm doing this is because in the past couple of days, the internet at large has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the first time in a major...
that is such bullshit. They turned an eye to me? I thought you didn't want any attention. I don't want any attention. I just want to play games, man. Finally, you're looking at me, man. Finally.
Your way in a long time in an actual positive light. Now, this video in stream is not going to be about that. All right? I'm not going to be talking your way in a long time in an actual positive light. Now, this video in stream is not going to be about that. All right? I'm not going to be talking about how this other guy, this other content creator completely screwed up his life by doing messed up stuff. And basically, I had two pretty epic looking tweets that...
Yes, he literally did that in the pre-stream, and he's doing it now, actually. It's not about this, but I have two epic tweets, man. I thought it was not about that. Whoops.
One of them was directly to him, and one wasn't. It was...
One wasn't? He made a second tweet. Now, this kind of cements what I've been saying about him when he used Kappa. I don't think he understands what a Kappa face is, or what it means. Because he's telling us that, well, the other one is more general and to content creators in general, but then he makes a tweet right after, oh, if you're saying about someone else, well, you're wrong! You know, whatever in Kappa face. And that's literally sarcasm, so he... In that second tweet, he pretty much admitted that it was about Jared, directed to him, but now he's telling us it's not. Do you know what a Kappa face is? Maybe you shouldn't use a Kappa face if you don't know what it means, buddy. Okay.
More indirect, but two epic tweets that kind of went crazy on Twitter, one of which has like 6,000 likes, one has like over 17,000 likes, and major content creators, including guys like Hee Productions and PewDiePie.
Hee Productions. Now, I want to say, this is nonsense. This is like a little petty or whatever, but I loved, like, in that Mortal Kombat stream, he was with Kekken, our best friend Kekken. He was like, oh, Hee Productions. Kekken literally was like, H3 Productions. Kekken tried to correct him. Didn't work out. Feels bad, man. DSP literally does not listen to Kekken. It's that kind of confirms it to me. He doesn't listen to him. Kekken fucking, like, tells him, oh, this is how it's pronounced. Fucking ignores him, listens to stream chat. He does not give a fuck about Kekken's opinion. At all. Sounds good.
Others have been, like, referencing me. Boogie said it was his favorite tweet ever. This is the first time
Boogie. Let's piggyback off of Boogie. Because he's not a lolcow or anything. Notice how, like, he is like getting a big ego over other lolcows. When other lolcows kind of combine, it doesn't make you better. It doesn't make you worse, but it just doesn't really do anything. Kind of cancels each other out. Again, he thinks that these people who are like quoting him and like, yeah, man, DSP, man, he thinks that they have like a positive light to him, but they use him to shit on Jared. Because they're literally saying, man, Jared is such a shitty person. Look at DSP. He fucking bodied him. That's fucking sad. You know, it's kind of like they were kind of shitting on him. It was like a backhanded compliment, pretty much. And he's like, yeah, man, everyone loves me, dude. Ugh.
Years.
I mean, it's fine if he wants to ride that positivity, I guess. That's fine. But the thing is that he's not writing it like, yeah, people are saying this about me. You know, it is what it is. They just know it's the truth. Whatever. He's not doing it kind of like in a meme way. He's taking it seriously, which, you know, it's kind of special. And honestly, this is kind of dumb as well, I guess. But I kind of think that these kind of people, not DSP in general, not DSP specifically, but other people that are similar like this with attitude, I kind of think that they shouldn't be getting attention because they, like, when people get, like, this big of an ego, I don't think giving them attention is good. But that's just me.
Has really come out and said anything positive about me because sadly, as you guys and gals know if you are longtime fans of mine, there's a lot of bullshit and slander and all kinds of crap about me all over the internet. All right, people are like, I guess it's not Hee Productions. They say it some other way. I have no idea how they say it. I never saw it before. I'm just saying, big content creators, all right, have been referencing me in a good light. And I'm like, this is a great opportunity.
I thought this wasn't about that.
2,000 new Twitter followers. I've got hundreds of new followers.
Yeah, that's the other thing that's kind of funny. I was actually looking at his tweets after he got those big numbers. His retweets and likes only got slightly bigger. Like, he got, like, maybe, 3 retweets on one tweet? And, like, more than, like, 10 plus likes on a tweet. And ever since then, it's been declining. So, I don't think the follow count really matters. And those could just be people that are just following just to see him as a meme. I don't think it's a positive light at all that these people follow him. They're probably following him just to laugh at him. That's probably what it is. But it's what he wants. He wants the attention, dude.
My YouTube channel. I know people are going to be coming out to check out streams.
Oh yeah, and that's why Sunday, the day after the stream, he had like no increase, no gain. He gained absolutely nothing from this video. He thinks he did, but he didn't. Kind of sad if you ask me.
They don't see that, you know, I basically take this opportunity to do something positive and kind of almost clear my name for the last 7 years of slander that's been against me on.
What?
And if they don't see that, you know, I basically take this opportunity to do something positive and kind of almost clear my name for the last 7 years of slander that's been against me on YouTube in particular, but of course now it's all over the internet. I almost feel...
Now, wait a second. He told us in many pre-streams, videos, everywhere. You could just kind of go to a random video and you might find it. A random drama video. It has to be drama specifically, I guess, or a pre-stream, whatever. You have to look for it, but I know he said this for a fact. It's like 90% he says this. He tells us, well, people need to watch my streams, man. If they watch my streams, they'll see that I'm a positive guy, and they'll see through the bullshit. But now he's telling us that if he doesn't do this video, they'll never see through the bullshit? I thought your streams are positive. If his streams are positive, then wouldn't we see through the bullshit? Now, I've said this, this kind of plays into another thing I've been kind of saying about him. He kind of thinks his viewers are retarded, which... Well, but anyways, people think that he thinks his viewers are retarded. And that's what this is. He thinks they're so dumb that they can't just watch a stream and be like, oh, no, he's not as bad as people say he is. Like, this whole, like, vlog is literally for Ian. He made this literally for Ian.
That, sadly... Alright, that sadly, there's not going to be another opportunity to do it.
How is there no other opportunity? There's many opportunities whenever you want to fucking do it, but whatever. I thought you make positive content, and that's going to make people like you. Oh wait, no, you have to do a drama video. Oh.
Crap that's said and done about me all the time. And yes, every once in a while on a stream or in a video, I can kind of denounce it and tell you the real story behind it. But the funny thing is that some of these things I've talked about at length in the past, and people just don't know. Oh, well, Phil addressed it. Well, we ignore the fact that he addressed it, and we just say that it's still a fact. I'm like, but no, I actually talked about this 2, 3, 4 years ago. I explained the whole situation from start to finish, and people are still like, well, it didn't happen.
So he wants to, so this is how dumb this is. So pretty much this video is just whatever.
Right. So the purpose of tonight's stream and tonight's video here is to basically take a lot of those things, that common things, misconceptions about me, slanderous statements, memes, things about darksfadil that have been said over the last 7 years, and kind of try to at least denounce them, debunk them, or at least tell you the truth about that situation. Now, you don't have to believe me, and the bottom line is there will be thousands of people out there that probably will never believe me no matter what I say and do anyway. There's nothing I can do about that, but at least I think this is a good place to start for those who are now maybe, oh, I heard about darksfadil, he made these epic tweets, but now we hear negative stuff about him.
Epic
this will finally
tweets.
be my opportunity to
See, this is what I mean. This is for Ian. This is literally for Ian. Ian, please, please. I'm not like that list says. I'm a good boy, Ian. Please, Ian. Oh man, do you want to get on your knees for him?
Try to clear the air about all that stuff and kind of start a clean slate almost. Because really that's what I've wanted. In the past 2 years I've become a
Start with a clean slate. Dude, he starts with a clean slate every fucking year. Every year. And oh, you know the one I was trying to look for this one video. I might do it. But I think it was the olive branch situation. I think it is. Where he wants to put everything bygones be bygones. He's like, oh, trolls, after this whole thing, you guys feel dumb. It's all good. We can just pretend that never happened. Look, I'll do an olive branch. If you have a question, send me an email. However, you cannot talk about me, and I won't talk about you. But you cannot do videos about me or whatever. And then after that, it was just like, guys, the hate's gone, guys. The trolls, they backed off. They know that I'm actually a good boy now. They're leaving me alone. It's a new era of positivity. It was even during the SOK shit. When the SOK exploded and got exposed and shit, people were like, oh, he went out and said, well, guys, ever since the SOK disbanded, everyone backed off, and it's not as bad, man. I don't have to harp on the past anymore. I'm gonna move on positively. Blah blah blah. Every fucking time. This is just a new version of that. He's gonna say, oh, the trolls have nothing, zero, clean slate, blah blah blah. And then within a few months, you see, guys? The trolls never wanted me to debunk the slander. They never wanted that. It was never about that. It was about the attention, man. That's what it's always been about. They're fucked in the head, man. They're mentally ill. Nothing will ever please them, man. It is what it is, man. I guess you just have to go with what I'm doing, man. And he's just gonna go on and be the same old lol cow that he is. That's really why I find his like to dislike ratio very suspicious. I really don't believe that he got 552 genuine likes. I don't believe that for this fucking video. I don't buy it. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. And his YouTube videos didn't even explode either. Let's go to his gaming channel for a sec. Let's see how much he benefited from all of those viewers, dude. Let's see. Oh, 307 views on Phoenix Wright, 264 on Part 1, 435 on Days Gone. Oof. These views. Look at these views. Dude, Mortal Kombat still is 400. Look at this. Even the Street Justice got 1.2k. He got nothing out of this. This is the only video on this entire channel that did great. The only video. The only video. Everything else is like nothing. So yeah, you're really telling me that he generally has 500 likes? Like, sure, sure, buddy.
Streamer rather than a YouTuber. That is my focus, and that's what I want to do. And it's hard when you have all this baggage from the past that's dragging along with you, and no matter
And
how much
I think I also believe that he got view botted during the stream too. I don't think he even got over 1K genuine fans. I think it was just view botted. Someone was view botting him because I was looking at the chat. If someone could correct me, I guess, but I was watching the chat in Mr. Hot Stuff's restream and Tevin's restream, and the chat looked like it was going the same pace, and it was getting cleared a lot.
try to shake it and change for the better, you still have people who drag you down with all that shit, okay? So,
and he thinks that these people that dragged him down with all that shit are just gonna be like, wow, guys, this is evidence. He didn't even provide anything, and they can still bring up the past. And the thing is that all this does is make people say like, huh, DSP said this in right now. Okay, I'm gonna do some research on it, and they could make a judgment on their own. Like, this video served no benefit at all. The only benefit he got was tips and shit. And maybe a whale got was reminded that he exists, maybe, because like I don't know, like even Phoenix Wright almost got like no tips until Fire Sakura heard him cry about no money, and then Fire Sakura was like, I must tip him. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to be doing is going down a list. I actually have a list of things here that I want to address live on the stream tonight.
You want to tell us where you got the list?
And hopefully, you know, going through all of this stuff will be enough to kind of clear the air with a lot of things, and at least we'll be at square one, at least for some of you. Like I said, I know some of you will never convince, but who cares, right?
Square
also,
one.
This is honestly going to be almost like a weight off of me, because like I said, I usually never talk or address about this stuff.
Weight off of him. Everything's a weight off of him. Oh, every time he does a vlog like this, he tells us it's a weight off, man.
And for me to finally be able to get it off my chest to talk about some of this stuff publicly is going to be a good thing. Now, a few things. Number one, I will be accepting, you know, contributions during the stream as usual. Cheering, subbing, and tipping will all be allowed and everything. And I will periodically be updating the leaderboard with things like top cheer, top tip, etc. However, I'm not going to be entertaining troll cheers, so things coming in, you know, that are blatant insults. No, I'm not going to be taking that. And also,
you didn't take any of these shoutouts, by the way. Fucking cooked them all.
You know, I want to be able to
like. And by the way, he does a 2-hour stream for his nighttime streams. This is 1 hour and 47 minutes. He didn't even do the full 2 hours. Why?
Focus in on what I'm talking about, so understand that maybe you guys will be contributing, you'll expect a shout out. I'll try to squeeze it in, but that's really not the main purpose of this stream. It's really
then why have the horde board, buddy?
Okay. So for example, DJ Atomica did a 200-bit cheer that made him the top cheerer so far of the stream. Advice for trolls: don't let the trolls get you down. The advice for the trolls, I mean, move on. At this point,
move on.
You know what I mean? Like, I can understand. Here's the thing, and this is the truth of the matter.
I love when people tell people to move on from DSP. What if we like to watch DSP? Now, you probably saw it a little bit on my last video that I uploaded about DSP. I got a little derailed in my own stream. Feels bad, man, but I got a little derailed in my stream, and the whole thing was just like, well, man, you should move on from DSP. You should move on, man. Everyone moved on. Why? Why do I have to move on? I do other content as it is, but the thing is that I like watching DSP. I'm not gonna fucking move on because other people moved on because for their own reasons. I'm not other people. I'm Theo. I'm a Greek. Okay, let me be Greek, dude. But the advice to move on, the only thing I could say I could agree with moving on is when it's stuff that's like, you know, is it really worth going this far into? Now, the stuff if I were to look at myself, do some introspection, there's really not a lot I moved on from because I like doing videos on him. These vlogs give me a purpose to do these videos, etc. But if it's like something petty and it's something that is never gonna change, yeah, I'm gonna move on from that. Now someone can say, well, DSP is not gonna change, and you still talk about him. I'm not trying to make him change. I'm just saying, well, look how dumb he is. That's pretty much the very bare bones version of my videos. and also like kind of replying to him because he banned me from his life. He doesn't have comments enabled, so what can I do? But whatever, it is what it is.
7 years.
Maybe I'm a fan. Ever think of that?
Years of slander, right? For 7 years, I've been the butt of the internet's joke because of the way that I used to act 7, 8, 9, 10 years.
I like this. Like, oh, the way I used to act is why I'm the butt of the internet jokes. You're still the butt of the internet jokes. You still have dumb opinions on things. You still contradict yourself. Like, even if, let's say that all of the lists that Dragon Killer posted, let's say that vanished. That never happened in DSP's career. He's still a laughingstock even as it is. He shuts down, he turned off his comments because he's afraid of trolls. He snaps at his fans all the time when they get upset. He shits on Swaggins when he was a mod and he would kind of argue with him. He still calls people shills that get games early. He puts himself on a pedestal all the time. He shits on other YouTubers. All this stuff still goes on. And the thing is that maybe he shouldn't be doing a debunking stream and do a I'm gonna change for the better stream. But he did that too many times. So this is fucking nonsense. This whole video is nothing.
Years ago, when I started on YouTube, I was a very obstinate, opinionated asshole who didn't want to think outside of my own.
And he's still like that. Is he gonna try to give us the meme that, oh, I listen to my fans now? Okay, so are you gonna do 1080p camera or at least 720p? No. Are you gonna do green screen? No. Are you gonna do an automated turtle tips? No, man, I don't know how to do that. No. Okay, are you going to stop crunching the water bottle into the mic as you stream? No. But he's not obstinate anymore, dude. Except for when he is.
Realm of very narrow perspective, and I didn't want to walk in another person's shoes or see things from another perspective.
He's still like that. He doesn't understand why people don't like the fucking bottle crunch into the mic. He calls them all like fucking nitpickers and sissies or whatever because he crunches the water bottle in the mic. It's all that big of a deal, man. Yeah, maybe to him, but he's doing it like right into the mic. If I do this, are you guys gonna love it? I bet you guys really love that part of the video. You guys are gonna say in the comment section, do it more, please, Theo. I love when you tap into the mic so violently like that. Perfect.
Regularly at the dawn of when I really had my highest popularity on YouTube, alright, I was an asshole. I'll openly admit that. I used to go out and say, oh, screw everyone who plays Minecraft. They're a bunch of immature idiots. Who the hell would ever want to play Minecraft? Right?
Oh, like what he does to Fortnite and co-op games. Go back to when he was playing Shadows of the Colossus and see how happy he was about people wanting him to play Monster Hunter World. I mean, he literally went out of his way to shit on Monster Hunter World for no fucking reason. Oh, see, I like Monster Hunter World. Look at this boss, man. You get to climb on him. You do all kinds of cool stuff, man. It's different all the time. Unlike Monster Hunter World, Monster Hunter, where it's just like, oh, here's the monster, but this time it flies. Wow, dude. Like, he fucking shat on Monster Hunter World that whole fucking playthrough, and he's gonna say that, oh, I'm not obstinate, I'm not an asshole about people who like other games, man, I'm cool. Okay.
Right? That's so ignorant, that's stupid.
Oh, are you gonna play Street Fighter 5? Street Fighter 5 is for babies! They don't know how to play a fighting game. It's so easy, it's for scrubs. Same with NetherRealm fighters, they're all for scrubs. If you play games with shortcuts, you're a scrub, man. I mean, he didn't say that exactly, but he pretty much says that.
You know what I mean? Why would I say that? But that's dumb shit I used to do. Oh my god, screw Hideo Kojima, he makes terrible games. I would say stuff like that, and people would take it as, like, serious shit, and they would then hate on me, and they would make tons of videos about me, and they would hate me for that, and then, over the years, different things happened, like the This Is How You Don't Play movement, where people would take my gameplay and unfairly, honestly, edit it together to only show moments where I really sucked or I was doing stupid shit in a game and I was just, talking out of my ass.
Yeah, but maybe instead of being like, oh, it's unfair, it's malicious, maybe you should have embraced it, buddy. You should have said like, hey, this is pretty funny. Yeah, I failed at this game, but look how dumb I was, or whatever, you know? Like, I look back at my old videos, I was a fucking idiot. I said a lot of dumb shit in my old videos. A lot of dumb shit. I think it's funny. I think it's funny that I was such an idiot back then. I still think I'm an idiot now. Don't worry. I don't see myself any better than I was back then. But it was something more when I was younger. Young Theo is a trip. Young Theo is a trip. I'll tell you that. It's something. It's a crazy ride. I did a whole enduro of my old videos, and I kind of want to do it again.
And those would go viral on YouTube, and sadly that would now make people think that like there's no valid content that I put out there, when in reality
how does this I don't play make your content not valid? How does it make it not valid? People who even watched it didn't even say, oh man, this content's not valid. The only time I've seen this, people thought that Evil AJ was DSP and they thought it was a character. Until people told them, no, Evil AJ just took another person's clip to make those. And then they watched his actual videos and it's like, oh man, this guy is bad at video games. And they stuck around. How does it make it not valid? People suck at video games. Everyone's not good at video games. It's okay, DSP. You don't have to be a pro gamer all the time. You don't have to do that.
Perspective. Now, it was a true perspective. The things that were in those videos were taken right out of my videos. It wasn't like people were adding stuff in that wasn't in the videos. But taking stuff out of perspective of an entire playthrough makes you look bad, right?
How is it out of perspective of the playthrough? You played a game and you failed a lot. I mean, that's what's the perspective? That you beat the game? Well, this is how you don't play. It shows you beating the game as well. So, I mean, what's out of perspective? If you're able to beat a game, this I don't play goes from start to finish, and he thinks that people magically think that it's not valid. Then how did he beat the game? This makes no sense. And the more I think about it, the less sense it makes, which is pretty good.
2012, when those style of videos, those this is how you don't play videos and all that started. And you know what? At the time, I was so angry about it. And the truth of the matter is, these days, I don't give a shit.
Oh,
they do whatever they want.
Oh yeah, he doesn't. I don't give a shit. Yeah, okay, so bring up Tevin, bring up me, bring up D. Davidson. See how happy he is about us existing. Tevin's gonna get what's coming to him, man. He pissed off the right people. He's gonna get his comeuppance, dude. Yeah, sure, okay.
My footage, I don't want, obviously I would like people to get permission first or whatever, but it's apparent YouTube's never going to do anything about it.
Well, why would they get permission from you? It's obvious you're going to say no. No. Like, I think there was even a time where Secret Life of DSP, when he was doing the This How You Don't Play of Tekken 7, he literally asked DSP, hey, can I make a This How You Don't Play of Tekken 7? He said, no. He either said no or he said, only if you give it to me. And how fair is that? He gets to monetize that person's video, get all the money, and the guy who edited the video gets nothing out of it. Oh, he gets his name in the credits. Which, okay, it might be cool for some people, but, I mean, editing is a lot of work. Like, that's kind of why I don't commission people to edit my videos. Because I would much rather do it myself. I want to learn how to do stuff on my own. I'm lazy. That's all. The only weakness I have is I'm lazy. I'm a lazy fucking Greek, dude. Feels bad, man.
Able to make these nasty negative montages about me no matter what they want to do, right?
But even then, like, and the thing is that he's like, well, I should get the credit. It's my video content. The thing is that This How You Don't Plays gave him a lot of the fans he has. Like, he's so dumb about it. He thinks that, like, oh, if it's because it's on someone else's channel, no one's gonna check him out. He got a lot of fucking videos. That was like a long meme towards detractors. Oh, you're giving attention to DSP by making videos of him. Okay. Isn't that a good trade-off? Shouldn't DSP be happy that we're giving him attention? But okay.
But the bottom line is this, is that since then, since the This Is How You Don't Play movement got popular, now what people have done, oh, well, Phil's an easy target. We now know from the This Is How You Don't Play movement, he's got no defense for himself. So now we're going to go a step further.
Oh, yeah. The This Is How You Don't Plays were like the canary in the coal mine, dude. They were the test subjects. Evil AJ beta tested the DSP thing. Let's see how he reacts, dude.
Instead of only doing things that are going to be related to his gameplay, now we're going to take things out of his personal life that he reveals, and we're going to skew them, we're going to lie about them.
What?
We're going to make him look like a real scumbag.
Dude, the only reason why people did that is because he told us a lot of meme shit. Like, it's the same shit, like when he goes out of his way to say, I can't tell you about my girlfriend Kat, you're not gonna find any information about her, she has no social media, she has nothing, you're not gonna find anything about her, man. When he went through all of that shit in 2017 and early 2018, they said that, oh, once she moves in, then it's okay to dox her, but you can't dox her now, man. She's not living with me yet. You're not gonna find anything anyway. What are you gonna find? He did all this shit that caused people to get curious and to look for shit, and then he found it. The other stuff was that he was like, I'm strapped for cash, guys. I need money. I need money to pay my bills. And then he goes to all these like ritzy hotels while crying about money. But he still doesn't see the connection to that. Like, there was a video that I don't know if it's this video or a different video that he kind of unintentionally mentions, but this video was kind of showing DSP going to all these hotels, and he would price the hotels. Like, he'd be like, oh, this hotel was $500 a night or whatever. I don't remember the exact prices. I know I saw the number 500, but they were going through all this stuff, and it was in the context that he begged his fans for money, or he was like very like depressed about how much he was making. So when he goes and goes to these hotels, he doesn't think that people are gonna care. You know, that's why people do this shit to him. Like, now he has this behind the scenes nonsense he's not telling us. Does he think that we're just gonna assume that there's something bad going on? But he's not telling us. And then he tells us that he wants to get a cat. So, yeah. But of course, that's not what happens at all, apparently. That never happens.
Face of the internet by saying all kinds of crazy shit that really has no factual basis. And the bottom line is, most of the really nasty things that have ever been said about me never had any factual basis. They were taken out of something that was
factual basis.
Or something that had no concrete evidence, but people just believe it because it's been said so many times, and I'm not a person.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how it works. If people say one thing over and over, it becomes fact. Not that they show stuff that's from his own videos and said, hey, look at this, and look at this. See how it doesn't add up? Whoa, man. No. What happens is that we say the same shit over and over. Kind of, it's kind of like how DSP does shit. Yeah. It's like what he does. If he says something's not true multiple times, it's not true. That's how he works. Sounds good.
On a stream and just talk about the negative shit constantly because I want to be a positive guy. I want to put out fun gameplay. I want to cover the new releases. I want to have cool throwback sessions. I don't want to my
throwback sessions. What are the throwback sessions?
To be defending myself against people who are just saying ridiculous stuff. So I usually just hold back and never say anything. But tonight is the exception where I'm striking back. I finally feel like, because there's at least a positive vibe around darksfadil for the first time in some 7 fucking years on the internet.
Why didn't he do this before? He got like a lot of attention multiple times, and he never did this. A guy rated him with like thousands of viewers or whatever. That was like cryonic or whatever the fuck. Oh no, I gotta go, man. Okay. Hey Phil, these people want to know more about you. No, man. Is he gonna do podcasts now? Is that what's gonna happen? Oh, this is a great face. I'm sorry if you hear him like the mouse clicking. It's something I can do, dude. Well, actually, I guess there is something I could do. I could bring the thing from. Whatever. Too late now.
That finally today I can kind of come out and say, here's the truth about all this crap. You don't have to believe it, but at least I kind of have some groundwork here to finally say something about it. Okay?
You don't have to believe it, but
so a few more shout-outs. Kenja tipped me $5. Exposed detractors and all those lies they've been repeating over and over. That's a $5 tip. Thank you, Kenja.
Exposed detractors and the lies they...
Poor Jack30, okay. I apologize. I didn't put your name up earlier.
He sure exposed us.
Here tonight. I am. Xbox One is garbage tipped me $1. Said, Phil, I'm fucked up. Laughing my ass off. Well, try not to do anything silly. Reggie Face 420 tipped me $4. Said, Phil, longtime viewer.
Look, I don't know if he's going to read this, but This is all I wanted to hear, Phil. We talked on Twitter the other night, and I said that I am glad that you can poke fun at yourself now, and for me, that's all I wanted. What fun did he poke at himself? Oh, guys, I masturbated on stream, man. He did that when it happened. Oh, okay, whatever. Fucking memes.
We're MK11 online battles. Keep up the awesome streams and great content I've enjoyed for 5 years. Detractors are cucks.
Detractors are cucks. Okay.
Cali Kid 951. Just give me $5.
Whatever.
This is all I wanted to hear. We talked on Twitter the other night, and I said I'm glad that you can poke fun.
His mods are cucks. I agree.
There's a large majority of us who get tired of you being pompous. Honestly, at this point.
Sorry about that. It was a delivery man, dude. It was a detractor. They're coming for me, dude. All right. Sorry about
I don't
that.
see a reason to be pompous. I seriously don't believe that I'm any better than anyone else or that my content's any better.
I'm not better than anyone else. Okay. He doesn't think he's better than anyone else, huh? I'm not like those other streamers. I don't think of my... They think that they're better than you and they're elitist. I don't think you're like that, man. I don't think I'm better than anyone else. I am the best person ever, man. Well, I didn't say that, but he said shit like that many times. He shot on other streamers. He shot on other YouTubers. All this other nonsense. He doesn't think he's better than anyone else. Then why don't you want to do streams for free? Why don't you want to do fan lobbies frequently? I almost said whatever. Like, why doesn't he do more stuff with his fans? Why doesn't he do more multiplayer sessions? Why does he not do what they want? He only wants to do stuff that he wants. Okay.
Anyone else? I've always said this. I can't believe that at one point ever in my existence on the internet, someone wanted to meet me in person and shake my hand and get an autograph. That, like, it blows my mind. I don't think I've ever done anything that's warranted anyone to even want that.
Oh, yeah. The guy blew his mind. He wanted someone to shake his hand and get his autograph. Remember the hardcore gaming season giveaways? I'll give you an empty case with nothing in it, but I'll give you a little business card with my autograph, man. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, he doesn't think himself is any better. It blew his mind that people wanted his autograph. That's why he did a whole hardcore gaming season giveaway to give people his autograph. Okay. Oh, and is that why he also wants to get like fan donated stuff because he doesn't think he thinks he's no better than you? Donate me stuff because I'm no better than you, dude. Sound good?
It's true, right? Alexander Rossi cheered. He says 913 viewers. The stream just started. Wow. See, I don't look at viewership. That's another thing. I don't look at viewership on my stream.
I don't look at viewership, huh? Yeah, okay. Tell yourself that, buddy.
So I have no idea how many people are on the stream.
I don't know.
Chocolate Flows to me $5.
That fucking
so we all need to
grin.
take a few moments to realize how much joy DSP has brought to us and how sad it'll be with the day that he's finally gone. There'll be a day when DSP is no more. It will be very sad. Some of you all need to think about that. Much love, DSP. So
that sounds like
that's
a meme.
5, 10,
Everyone's
14,
gonna be sad when he doesn't make videos.
15.
Yes,
that's about 20
it's gonna
bucks,
be a
I would
sad
say.
day, dude.
So we'll say we're around $21 in tips. I apologize, I didn't necessarily add that. I want to get started with the video.
And there we go. We're not gonna get new tips totals. So
resubscribe for 3 months. It says, "What's up? What's up, A Goth?" All right, here's the deal.
What's
we
up?
gotta get started. All right. I could do shout-outs all night, and I would love to do shout-outs all night to people who are being supportive.
Oh,
I want to get started.
Oh, I love doing shout-outs. I wonder why he loves doing shout-outs. Okay.
All right. So first of all,
I like talking to my stream chat.
The one thing that I want to say is off limits here tonight, because this is the very truth. is things that is private information about other people that I can't reveal. So, oh my God, I want secret behind the scenes dish on what happened with your ex-girlfriend. I can't do that.
I can't do that
because sadly, that's private information. That's not just me. That's someone else too. I want information about your wife. Not doing it. Not doing it. That's unfair to someone else who's not here, who is not part of this, to give information like this. And the thing is,
okay,
yes,
so the Subaru Man lore is true. So he'll never clear that up. So he'll never debunk that. So I mean, it's true that he stole a cat away from Subaru Man. So there you go. That's nice. Great guy, darksfadil.
Sadly, the slander over the years has come into my life with my personal relationships, my family, and everything. All this has been affected by these people who say nasty shit about me all the time. But what I will do tonight will directly address as much as I can without revealing personal information that would be risky or unfair to other people. Fair enough? All right.
Fair. Hold on with that face.
I will do tonight will directly address as much as I can without revealing personal information that would be risky or unfair to other people.
Pretty good face, if you ask me. It's coming for those DMs.
Fair enough? All right. So the first thing we're going to start with, Styles K did 100-bit cheer, by the way. Thank you very much, Styles K. The first thing I want to start with, all right, is looking at a long time ago. Back before I ever live streamed, back before I ever did any direct capture, way back when, all right, I used to make racial jokes, okay?
Oh,
I did.
Good.
I used to make racial jokes.
I
used to call myself an equal opportunity offender, meaning...
Now, this is funny right here. Equal opportunity offender. Now, before, he used to say, I'm an equal opportunity jokester. Which, okay, whatever. Jokester, okay. But then he switches it to equal opportunity offender. I kind of find that to be worse. I find that worse because it comes off as he just wants to offend people. When you offend people, people are going to get upset, and when people are upset, they tend to get mad. When you say equal opportunity jokester, it's more like, okay, he's trying to be funny. Like, I don't even think South Park goes out of their way to say that either. They say that, oh, we make fun of everyone. Okay, they make fun. Okay. But equal opportunity offender, it just sounds like he just goes out of his way to offend people. That's not really positive at all, and he still kind of does that, so there you go.
I would make a joke about one culture or race and then another culture or race, but I would also make a joke about my own culture. You know, I'm Polish and Italian, and I would...
We never knew he was Polish before, like, what was that? Was it 2016 or 2017? Because I don't think we ever knew he was Polish at all for a while. We only kept hearing about the Italian side of him. And as I said before, every time he made an Italian joke, it was like, beat some meatballs, baba mia. That's the joke he would kind of go with when he was making fun of Italians. But then when he goes to other races, it gets like more intense. I don't know why. I don't know why he gets more intense with other shit, but whatever.
Make those kind of jokes during gameplay as well. And you know what people will do over the years, they'll take clips out of context. All right, and they will put a clip out there completely out of context of a playthrough and make one little... This is one joke Phil made in 2010. Look at what a horrible racist he is, right? The bottom line is, and this is the truth of the matter, in my lifetime, I've had more friends that were not white than white.
Oh, I is not white. What? I have more friends that are not white guys. But what kind of defense is that? Oh, I had friends of different races, so it's all good. Yeah, I had token friends. So did he go out of his way to have a multicultural group of friends because he knew he was going to make racial jokes? Oh, man. That defense, man. I can't be racist. I have friends, man. Okay.
Because I actually grew up in Bridgeport, Connecticut, which was a city that, as I was growing up, became more and more multicultural.
Then why did he call them, like, the dangerous people? He said, like, the undesirables and shit. Oh, now it's multicultural. Oh. Okay. I'm sure you can go to a Hate Live episode. I think it was one of the Hate Live Christmas specials he did in I think it was 2015. He talked about how, like, his kids in his neighborhood, like, stole Christmas decorations or some shit. Okay.
Elementary school, my high school, always had a multicultural group. My best friend when I was growing up was Puerto Rican. I had African American friends. I had friends from all.
How do you know he was African American? He could have been Jamaican. He could have been other things. How do you know he was African American? Okay, now I'm being petty. That was me being petty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the one guy that was like, Theo, you're being petty.
All different Asian cultures: Indian, Laotian.
Laotian.
Oh man, what was Vanarak? Vietnamese.
Oh, nice thoughts. Vanarak.
I've had friends of every nationality in my life. Okay. But people will always take one little thing out of context or whatever and say that I'm a racist. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest, and I will admit this to this now, I will publicly say this, one of the biggest mistakes that I actually feel that I made in my early career as a content creator is that I was making Nazi jokes. All right.
Oh yeah, he's gonna admit that it was a mistake, man. Oh man, terrible. Oh man. Every time he mentioned about it, he was like, "It was Howard Stern did it, man." He did kind of say it was stupid in the past as well, but I mean, he didn't sound that bummed out to make the joke.
All right, they're not funny. I
They're not funny. He told us that it was funny back then. His fucking retrospective was full of, "You can't say that anymore. You see, back then on YouTube, I could say all this stuff. Now I can't." But now it's completely different now. Cool.
But the thing is, I used to be a very adamant listener to the Howard Stern show. And Howard Stern, as you guys know, if you listen to him, is a very risque guy, and he does very risque things. And he used to do segments on his show where someone would impersonate a Nazi. And he would say ridiculous things that would be over the top. And, oh my God, but the joke was that it's not a real Nazi. It's a guy impersonating a Nazi and personally doing over the top stuff that we all agree is absolutely ridiculous.
Now, he thinks that the joke is that we know it's a fake Nazi. That's the joke. I mean, obviously it's a fake Nazi because it's a skit that Howard Stern did, but okay. And I like that he admitted that he stole a joke. Mr. Talent Man stole a joke. Think about that.
You don't know, Howard Stern is Jewish. So for him to have Nazi jokes on his show kind of makes sense. I'm not Jewish. For me to make stupid Nazi jokes.
Now, one might argue, well, how come he can make it the joke and I can't? Whatever. I mean, there's always arguments like that. I'm not gonna get to that argument, but there's that. But I mean, he fucking admitted to plagiarizing a joke. So which okay. So he's like, well, it's terrible that it's a Nazi joke, blah blah blah. But he doesn't think that maybe for his kind of career that he has, admitting to stealing jokes is bad. A lot of comedians get a lot of shit for plagiarizing other comedians. But DSP just admitted to plagiarizing. Very nice.
Jokes in videos that I've done and stuff is not smart. It's dumb. It's incredibly fucking stupid. And at least I'm proud to say I haven't made a joke like that in 9 years, okay? But people will still bring it up to this day.
He made racial jokes in Mortal Kombat 11, I think. I saw a clip on it on Twitter. I kind of don't want to go find it, but I think either Detractor Beam or Lip Jam might have the clip. You might have to look into that, but I think they have a clip of him saying some stuff in Mortal Kombat.
And say that Phil is a racist, and Phil is totally, he hates the Jews. Did you ever see that video that he made where he was playing the Dead Space 2 demo, and he was pretending to be Isaac Himmler?
I don't think it was necessarily that, but it was racist because he went on about it for so fucking long, and it didn't stop. Like, it felt like it went on forever. Like, I said this before, edgy humor, to me, is tough because you have to get the timing right. If you don't get the timing right, and it goes on for too long, the novelty wears off, and it stops being funny, and it starts being offensive.
the last remaining Nazi, and saying that because the Jews ran rampant across the universe, that they infected the whole universe with a necrovirus, and he wants to turn on the ovens and burn all the Jews. It actually happened. I'll always fess up to that. It's out there, public on the internet. You can't hide it. It's something very incredibly stupid that I did. But it was actually a video based on the exact shtick that was done on the Howard Stern show. Some of the things I actually say in that video are literally lifted from the Howard Stern show.
I stole jokes
into my video. Okay.
DSP admits to stealing jokes. Someone just tell him. DSP, I watched your debunking stream. I'm very proud of you that you admitted to plagiarizing Howard Stern. I'm surprised. I don't know. Maybe don't say anything, or maybe just do it in a way that it makes it clear that he's talentless. Because the fact that he admitted to plagiarizing is fucking insane. Thank you, DSP. You know what? Actually, here's the thing. He told us yesterday on Sunday's pre-stream, well, the detractors have to find new stuff to slam me with. Well, here it is, guys. He admitted to plagiarizing fucking comedy. He plagiarized. He's a fucking thief. He stole. And the best part of this is that he slams detractors for stealing jokes. Stealing his content, re-uploading his content, whatever. But he stole a joke from Howard Stern. He plagiarized a joke. So that's the new meme. That's the new accusation. Right there is he steals jokes. Which is great for a content creator to be told, by the way. Because, just go to any comedian that's been accused of stealing a joke, see how happy it turns out for them. Take a sip. Chew the water.
Now, what's funny is, some people actually to this day will say that stuff's funny. I don't think it is.
Of course people are going to come back and say, there's a lot of people that find that kind of humor funny, and they're usually edgelords, and well, we don't have to get into other people, but, I'm not surprised people find that funny. I'll just say that. It's not surprising to me.
I don't anymore.
Look at Mirai Masaki. There we go. We'll just throw Mirai Masaki under the bus. Just look at him. I'm sure he finds it funny. Yeah, I know Mirai Masaki says he's a girl. I don't fucking buy it. I read his fucking comics. If that's a girl, I don't know. Man. Maybe Cleo's Sailor Moon after all. I don't know.
Back then, I was more immature. Like I said, Howard Stern and everything.
Immature? He was in his fucking 20s. With this logic, I guess I could do dumb shit and say, well, I'm immature, dude. I'm 29. I'm immature, man. I need to be 35 to be mature, obviously.
Fine with that stuff. I used to think that stuff was funny. All right. I don't think it is anymore. I've grown up. I've matured. I'm not that kind of person anymore. But at that time, I thought that it was funny. Now, here's the thing. That actually got me banned off of a website that was not YouTube. It got me banned off of a website called blip.tv. You may have heard of them. It's a business that existed back then. And what happened was, I had been doing YouTube videos from 2008 to 2010 as a hobby. I had never made a dime doing it. I never monetized any videos. Well,
I just took donations.
I wanted to monetize my videos because I got laid off. I've been working at an office job for almost 5 years.
Wait,
and I got laid off out of nowhere.
Wait, he wanted to monetize videos. But he told us that he accidentally fell into doing this. Kind of falls in line with what I've been saying about him for years. How he constantly wants to he wanted to make YouTube his job. Intentionally. It wasn't an accident. He wanted it to happen. Okay.
Unexpectedly. And I was kind of the underdog of the internet because people supported me. They loved my YouTube videos at that point and really wanted to see me succeed. Okay. And so what ended up happening was I went to Blip TV and I started uploading my videos there because on Blip you could monetize your gameplay videos. You couldn't do that on YouTube back then in 2010 unless you had a specialized partnership with a third-party company. So I went to Blip, and within 1 month of me uploading my gameplay videos to Blip, I was making good money. And actually, I was the second-ranked guy on the fucking website under the Nostalgia Critic. The Nostalgia Critic was #1. I was #2 within a month, which was pretty insane. But what ended up happening was I put out that video, that Dead Space 2 demo video with that kind of jokes and commentary in it, And what happened was my trolls, which I've always had trolls. Even back then when I was white hot popular, I had trolls.
White hot
my
popular.
trolls staged a campaign, which they later admitted publicly was a fake campaign.
Ooh. Who admitted this? That it was a fake campaign? You know, and at the very least, he could at least name the troll that said that. What? Oh my god, he's selling all. He's slandering the trolls!
They mass emailed Blip TV pretending to be hundreds of upset people, saying, "How dare you have someone on your site who's making this kind of comedy and kind of commentary and stuff like that." Okay, and it sucks because
how did he know this?
They got me. Blip TV management saw these hundreds of complaints. Like, I've never seen anything like this before. They watched the video. They're like, okay, get rid of them, and they kicked me off the site. All right. It sucks.
They didn't tell them that they
banned from Blip TV because of troll activities. The bottom line was the thing I got banned for is pretty heinous. I agree, jokes about Nazis and shit is not funny. I, at that point in my life 9 years ago, was very immature and thought that it was, and thought that I emulate Howard Stern, I should be all right. But obviously it's wrong. And the thing is, now in 2019, I could come out and say, my God, that's so stupid. Why did I do that? But that's something always that people try to say.
He couldn't say this that year. The year after, the year after that, the year after that, the year after that. No, we had all had to wait until 2019 for him to say this. And the best part of this, by the way, he still hasn't apologized for it. He just says, "Oh man, it was stupid of me. Oh man, I'm dumb." That's not an apology. Now you can argue that it's a little petty or nitpicking to expect an apology, but I mean, if he wants to be Mr. Good Boy Burnell, maybe go the extra mile. But no, fuck it. He's already putting in the man effort to hide Snowball. Snowball, I guess Snowball was like, I had enough and just walked off. Maybe. I agree with Snowball. I think Snowball had the right idea. He was like, I don't want to be part of this.
Phil always used to do videos that were racist content and stuff. No. In fact, it was a rarity when I did stuff like, "This stupid, why did I do that?" But that's something always that people try to say. Phil was a racist. Phil always used to do videos that were racist content and stuff. No.
Well, it was more than one video, dumbass. It wasn't just the Dead Space video that people were citing. It was many videos. Oh, whatever.
In fact, it was a rarity when I did stuff like that. That's why it was funny. And every once in a while, I would go out of control and do stuff like that. But now
it's
in the modern
funny?
era, I confess up to it and tell you guys I'm not like that anymore. I realize how stupid and dumb that shit was. It's kind of similar. People say Phil used to always be over-sexualized. It's true. I used to be very over-sexualized. When I was starting up videos on YouTube back in the day, 10 years ago, it was all about getting that teen audience to watch you. So
the teen audience. Now, he literally went out of his way multiple years telling us, I gotta choose entertainer. I don't try to get the quick buck. I don't try to do this to get easy views, blah, blah, blah. Here he just told us that he went out of his way to try to get all the views and shit to do this. The kind of content he shits on, by the way, but okay.
About the size of the tits on that girl, and sex joke here and there, nipple here, all that stuff was very popular back then. But now I don't do it anymore.
It was popular back then, dude. People were getting sick of it back then. I mean, whatever. But the thing is that, like, really? Whatever. This is really dumb.
Out of my content. It's hilarious because I now do video game playthrough regularly every day on Twitch, and people in the stream chat will make sexual comments about things going on, and I don't. I ignore it.
I thought it was back then. No one thinks it's funny. Oh, my stream chat still thinks it's funny. His stream chat is full of people who are misogynistic and fucking just edgelords and cucks. I mean, he has fucking Mariah Masaki. Mariah Masaki is a fucking edgelord that.
Stay away from it.
But he doesn't make the jokes his chat does, so it's their fault.
I feel that I've changed for the better. My regular viewers tell me that I've changed for the better, but yet there's still this...
Wait, why would they want... Wait, what? They make these sexualized jokes, and they tell DSP that you changed for the better, man. Wouldn't the viewers want him to make the same jokes as they do? Whatever. But I still can't get over. He told us that he tried to make his content for kids.
slander out there that I'm still a racist and a sexist and I do all this nasty stuff.
You are still a sexist. You put Cat in the kitchen. You treat her like a fucking dainty princess that, like, he has no, like, faith in her at all. He wants to go everywhere with her. She can't have her go out by herself. He has to do all this dumb shit that's like, this is what a man does, whatever. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that is very stereotypical from him that he does. That's ridiculous, but whatever.
Now, also, going in line with going way back when, ladies and gentlemen, in 2012, I made public my relationship with a woman at that time.
A woman.
Who was my girlfriend.
Okay. Won't name her, right?
And she very much became a part of my content over a 5-year span that I was involved with this woman. She went by Pandalee on the internet. That was her nickname or whatever.
Leanna.
And there's always been lies and slander and complete horrific nonsense regarding my relationship with Pandalee, which is horseshit. And the thing is, it's in my past. I mean,
literally. Okay, I'm not gonna get too much into this because I kind of wasn't around DSP's content at that time, but I don't remember what video it is, but I think on Tevin's OG channel, the one that he streams on right now, if you go there, there's a video called like he does a fucking endure stream of Pandalee videos, which is quite a video. I recommend it, dude. If you have the time. But somewhere in that endure, Tevin literally watched a video that had I think it was in this video. Whatever. But I do remember hearing that Pandalee was going into DMs with DSP like before she turned 18. And I think in the Valentine's Day video where he revealed her was when she turned 18 that year. So you're telling me that you just flew in? Well, she didn't fly in. I guess she took the train. She trained in. He trained in a girl. Well, that sounds a little weird, but she took a train to Phil on the before even talking to him. Now I understand it's like, oh, she went there to go on a date, whatever. But like, he did all of that without talking to her. Like, what if she was a serial killer? Come on over. I need a girl with Leanna. Come over here. Oh my god. Oof. But even then, like I said this before as well, like even if you ignore this technicality with Leanna, she was still like 18. That's still kind of fucked up in my opinion. Like if he was like 20, okay, well, whatever, maybe. But he was fucking 30. 30. I'm sorry, if you're fucking 30 and you're even talking to it like dating an 18-year-old, you should probably stop. It's time to stop. It's the same awkwardness that people get when they watch like a show or a movie and they have this old ass man dating a young girl. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, obviously you're doing it for the money, dude, but it's so fucking weird. But okay.
Haven't been together in over 2 years. I now have a married...
He literally... he lives the life of a rich Hollywood star. Think about that! You know, people say like, oh, Hollywood... Like there was a meme post, I mean, it wasn't me, but I read a post on Tumblr, of all places, years ago, that said like, oh, Hollywood has an old man problem, where all these old men are they do all these stories about these old men trying to get in relationships with this young girl and this and that. And it is a little weird, I will say. I did agree with the Tumblr post saying that it is a little off-putting, at least. But we don't have to get into movie politics about this. But you have all this stuff in Hollywood of these rich old-ass men dating these younger girls and all this stuff. That's what DSP has been doing. These old-ass men that date these, like, 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds. Like, sure, it's not, like... pedophilia, because they're not like under the age of 18, but it's still fucking weird. And that's what DSP wanted to live. He wanted to live the high life like a celebrity. That is exactly how he wants to live his life. And that's what people have been calling him out for. He got a BMW. He moved into a gated community. He wants to live the Trump life. He wants to be Trump so bad.
To a beautiful, lovely woman named Kat, And
Wait, what?
horseshit. And the thing is, it's in my past. I mean, we haven't been together in over 2 years. I now have married to a beautiful, lovely woman named.
I like how he laughed about that. I'm married. Okay. Well, I guess he's it's a proud laugh. But the other thing is that he's married to Kat. Kat's still fucking super young. Kat's my fucking age. She's 29. I still think it's. I mean, it's to his credit, it's somewhat closer, but it's still a little odd. It's like still 10 years, roughly 10, older than her. That's still fucking odd to me. But he needs that Trump life, man. He needs to live the luxurious life of a movie star. He has to have those young girls like the Hollywood stars do, because they live great lives apparently, and nothing bad ever happens to these Hollywood actors. Okay.
Cat, and my life is great, but the thing is, people to this day still fucking bring up this bullshit. So tonight, for the first time ever,
well, Cat didn't really.
I'm debunking this bullshit.
But...
All right.
Okay.
The first thing that everyone fucking says to me is that, Phil, you first met Panda Lee when she was underage. She was under the age of 18. When you first started talking to her, you were grooming her so that you would finally go out with her and all this shit. No. And all of that is complete and utter fucking bullshit, nonsense, false. The truth of the matter is that back then, this was a different era. All right, it really was. It was a different era of YouTube.
What? Different
back
era?
then, people used to use YouTube private messaging. I don't even use that anymore. Sending me a private message on YouTube. I haven't even looked at a YouTube private message in a great part of 5 years. I'm not even exaggerating.
I looked at mine a few times ago.
Okay.
I had some interesting DMs.
She actually, as a fan, a viewer, private messaged me on my DSP gaming channel. I believe the very first date was it was like November of 2011. November of 2011.
Now, this is like the Bill Clinton kind of thing, but I definitely also remember. I do remember this in Tevin's Endure that there was a video. Apparently, was like, "Oh, I've been talking to Phil, and he's been constantly talking to me in the DMs persistently. Whatever." That's not grooming. I mean. He probably thinks like it's like the intense version of it, like like so it's like gets really intense about it, whatever. But oh my god,
okay,
stop.
And I didn't know who she was. Basically, she was just someone friendly.
I didn't know who she was
via messaging for about 2 months, and then after that, we wanted to start talking a little bit more, so we started texting each other, and it just grew from there. And then we dated on and off from the year of 2012. I say probably early to mid 2012, all the way through 2014, when eventually she moved in with me as we moved across the country out here to the state of Washington, and she lived with me from 2014 until early 2017 when we broke up. Okay. And during that period of time, we had highs and lows. And one of the misconceptions that everyone tells me is that, oh, Phil, she was underage when you started talking to her and dating her and doing stuff with her behind the scenes, and you're a pedophile and all this crazy shit. It's all bullshit. And the thing is, if anyone actually had a fucking brain in their head who said this, they would do the math and figure it out. She's always made public her birthdays. She would do social media posts. Sometimes there were videos about her birthday. Like, this was a common thing that would happen, is that you would know when
it sounds like victim blaming.
Late August, and she was 18 years old the first time I ever even spoke to her in a YouTube message. I never knew her before when she was underage, and never even
Look how he stumbled there. He said, I didn't do it before she was underage. Okay. Very honest.
It's ludicrous that people would just make this shit up and try to slander me and shit like that because they want to hurt me, basically. But no, the truth of the matter is,
we want to hurt him.
Never
got him.
Ever spoke with her until she was 18 years old. She messaged me, not the other way. She messaged me on YouTube when she was 18, and we talked for months, and then eventually we started dating for a while until it got more serious years later, like I said, and then we moved in together in 2014. So, in reality, it's...
But the thing is that, like, now, he tells us to do the math and do research on Leanna, but she got rid of her Twitter account. I don't know if she still has her Instagram account, and I don't even think her Instagram account has her birthday on it. Like, are we supposed to just go to her fucking YouTube channel? I don't think her YouTube channel even has any information like that. There might be a video of it, but she's not gonna say, "Hi guys, I was born this year." She might say her age, maybe, but I mean, but okay.
The thing is, where's the evidence? There's no evidence of anything here of what any people have said about this because it doesn't exist. It's not true. You can look up.
The evidence is literally pinned to Lee's videos, but okay. Shout out to Mr. Mediker. He subbed to him
publicly and find out, you know, when her birthday is. That was always public information.
Oh, it must have been gifted.
If you do the math, you see, what, you know, when we started dating, she was 18. When we moved in, she was 20. She turned 21 later that year. We celebrated her 21st birthday at a restaurant. She had a drink out for the first time. So it's.
He says this, and he doesn't think it's a little weird that a 30-year-old man took a girlfriend out for her 21st birthday. I think that's a little weird, but okay.
Ludicrous bullshit. Now, one thing I will publicly admit is that we had a very big age gap. I was roughly just under 11 years older than her. And honestly, at first, the relationship was great, and it didn't work out. I honestly will tell you to this day because I think we were too much of an age gap apart. She had ideas of what she wanted to do with her life and stuff that I was far past that. I wanted to have a more settled life where we're just kind of settled in a home, and it's an adult life. You work, you pay your bills, you go out every once in a while and have fun. While she was more the adventurous type, she wanted to constantly travel, and she wanted to do all shit that we couldn't do. I couldn't afford to do it.
She wanted to travel? So who wanted to go to California? Remember that? He wanted to go to California to propose to Leanna? Whose idea was that? Oh, it was both of them. They planned it out, dude. Remember? Okay. And then LA was like, well, she wanted to travel. That's what young people do. I'm not young. I can't do that. No old people want to travel? No one at the age of 30 and 40 want to travel? Oh man, that is... Is he fucking Larry David? Like a retarded version of Larry David? I mean, I kinda don't believe he did that. No person his age doesn't want to travel. That's really hard to believe.
And we just grew apart over the years, and it's the bottom line is it didn't work
out.
And
the other thing that's dumb about this is that he literally like cried every time Drama said, "Oh man, I would take a vacation, but I can't, man. Oh, I can't go out. I can't go here. I would love to go to Italy, man. I would love to go to Europe. I would love to do this. I don't want to travel. Leanna did. The dumb bitch. She wanted to travel, not me." Okay. Okay, DSP. Before I thought the detractors were wrong, but you're sure setting us straight with this one, buddy.
Mostly, because of the age difference. I think that's what it was. Is that having that big amount of an age gap. At first, it was fun because we were dating, so she would come and visit me, and we'd spend some time. Every once in a while, I would go and visit her, and we'd go on these trips and stuff together, and it worked out nice.
I thought you didn't want to travel. You're
living together, and we kind of realized maybe we weren't as compatible as we thought because we were such a big age gap. All right, and that's the truth of the matter.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why they broke up. By the way, I'm sure that's why, because it's not like that he got a little buttered over disloyalty. There's literally a PUBG stream. I think it might be on Mr. Health Stuff's channel somewhere, but someone asked him, DSP, what's worse, murder or dishonesty or something like that? He says, dishonesty is worse than murder. It is, real talk, I would much rather someone just murder me than fucking tell me lies and shit. And I'm saying to myself, this guy really thinks being a liar is worse than being a murderer? I mean, a liar, it's not a great trait to have. But, I mean, you can kind of either, stop talking to the person, move on, whatever. But a murderer kills people. I'm sorry, being a murderer is way worse than being a liar. A liar at least has a chance of redemption. I mean, you're really gonna give a guy who committed murder, So, I don't believe that the reason why they grew apart, every time something happened, he cried about it. I can't travel, man. I would love to spend time with Leanna. Oh my god, Leanna. Oh man, blah, 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 blah.
That bullshit that people make up. Okay. All right, let's continue because I have a whole list here. All right, that's one of the things that people always fucking bring up. All right. All right. Let's be very clear about the very end of the relationship, because people basically made shit up completely about that, saying someone dumped someone or did this or did that. First of all, what happened is
someone dumped someone. He said that himself. There were like two sides of this. Well, actually, technically three, I guess. So you go with the initial story. First, DSP tells us that it was mutual, which... What breakup is fucking mutual? Yeah, your girlfriend's gonna come up to you and say, hey, honey, I want to talk to you. And you're like, okay, I think we should break up. Yeah, I agree. We should break up. This is a good idea. I love you, baby. Yeah, okay. You shake hands, you split apart. The only time I can kind of say that is if, I don't know. There might be some exceptions to that, but I mean, I don't think it's as common enough to be like, yeah, man, I agree. I don't know, but whatever. The other thing is that he went from that to then telling us, I broke up with her. I broke up with my ex. I broke up with her. And then trolls think Leanna broke up with him, which I think is more likely, but whatever. Because as I said, the only reason why I think she broke up with him was because he kept being very passive aggressive towards her and started throwing her under the bus. And the only time I've seen that, seeing DSP throw people under the bus, is when it was like shit about that. Like if you look at what is it? Oh, I just had it too in my mind. If you look at Curse. When Curse dropped him, he didn't really throw them under the bus. He was more sympathetic to them than anyone else in his life. Everyone else got a nice seat under the bus, except for Curse, because whatever. I don't know what necessarily happened there, but Machinima under the bus, Leanna under the bus, all this stuff. So there's no way it was mutual or that he broke up with her. Come on.
Anyone's fucking business. And the bottom line is that myself and my ex never disclosed that information, and we never will, because it's none of anyone's fucking business, the truth of the matter behind everything that happened there. Alright? But there was a weird situation, because we had already broken up in early 2017. Alright? We had already broken up. And when we had broken up, we didn't make it public, because we didn't want drama. We knew if we made it public after being together for almost 5 years, that it was going to cause monstrous drama and people were going to be all up in our shit and try, keep in mind, over the years, I'd been swatted. Our family members had been swatted. People who didn't even live with me and my ex.
So if he announced that he broke up with her, people were like, oh my god, Phil, you were there together for 5 years and they broke up? Dude, like, relationships can last for like 10 years and still break up. But anyways... He says he's been to the swatting. Okay, so if he says that they're broken up, what's gonna happen? You gonna get swatted again? I don't know.
Had been swatted as a result of just being related to us. So we were like, there's no way that we could disclose that we're breaking up, because they'll probably be trying to find out moving arrangements of where she's moving. And
why?
All kinds
Wait,
of
if she's leaving DSP, why? Well, actually, I mean, I guess the fear would be that someone would try to get her on some kind of podcast. Maybe that's the fear.
Fucked up shit, okay? So we didn't announce when we broke up. We purposely didn't, to keep it hidden, because we didn't want people to be fucking around with our lives, alright? But there was one particular day when I was streaming, I believe I was doing like a podcast, and I get a call.
I believe I was doing a podcast.
The call is from my ex's job, saying, your ex, had a medical issue, and we need you to come pick her up. And I'm like, well, first of all, she's my ex. We don't go.
Your ex has a medical issue. First of all, she's my ex. Well, wait, what? Okay. First of all, she's my ex. Why would I help her? Great guy. You're really making yourself look like a good person there, buddy.
Anymore. So why am I getting this call?
Why am I getting this call? Man, it's almost like she listed you as an emergency contact. Oh, man. The king of petty. She's my ex. Why would I care? Okay.
Apparently there was no one else. None of her friends wanted to help her or whatever.
No one wanted to help her. Now, I think the only time we started hearing about Leanna and her friends was like in 2016, like mid to end of 2016, early 2017. So, okay. Let's say that you have a girlfriend or boyfriend. You moved in. You lived with them for 5 years. You then get a job 1 year, and you have a panic attack, and you have some friends, but they're also working, and they're working people. They're not a live streamer like DSP is. So you have a panic attack. Who do you trust to come take care of you? No one, no one at all. People in another state that not even close to you, or the person who you might have broken up with, but he might whatever whatever he's still there. Who do you think you're gonna trust? You're probably gonna go to the ex. It might be awkward, but at least you can somewhat trust him. The other thing is that she had his car. Did you forget that she had the car? Maybe that's why they called you dumbass.
I don't know the deal. I don't know the truth of the
I
matter.
don't know the deal. I don't know if it was the actual Hate Live podcast he said it, but I think somewhere he mentions the deal, I guess. Whatever.
Behind the scenes at all, okay? At that point, my ex was in the process of moving out of the house. Like, she had some of her stuff out already, and she was staying somewhere else temporarily, but she was kind of half in, half out at this time. So I was like, well, I guess I'll do the nice thing.
I guess I'll do the nice thing. Great, nice guy, Phil. I guess I'll do the nice thing. I'll be a good I'll be a good boy today. Wow. Wow.
I'll be the nice guy. I'll go and get her and figure out what the hell's going on. By the time that I had gotten to her job, I had to pay for an Uber and everything. By the time that I got into her job...
Wait a second. Wait. An Uber? Oh, that's good. Okay. Okay. Honest Phil here. Now, the only reason why I'm kind of bringing attention to this is because if you brag about being an honest guy multiple times and you say, I'm never gonna lie to you guys, this kind of stuff gets kind of picked apart. He told us in the story it was a taxi. Well, he even made fun of the taxi driver. And then he tells us at another time, the airport story when he was going to Connecticut. I'm not calling an Uber. They're not licensed. But he trusted an Uber driver in 2017? What? Wow. I mean, and the thing, honestly, is that there's a lot of stuff like this. Just this pokes a lot of holes, and it opens the floodgates of lies, dude.
Already at the hospital, so I took the car.
Wait, what?
By the time that I had gotten to her job, I had to pay for an Uber and everything. By the time that I got into her job, she was already at the hospital.
He told us she was at the hospital. He had to go there to get... Oh, he's remixing the story now. You know what he's trying to insinuate? He's trying to insinuate that he had to go. He wanted to rush to the mall to go to Leanna's aid. To be like, oh, I need to go there. She's having a panic attack. I must go there. But if you call the fucking ambulance, they're not gonna fucking wait. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. What? Is he really trying to insinuate that he wanted to get to Leanna immediately before the ambulance comes? Of course they're gonna take her. They called the ambulance, dumbass. And then you went there to get to the car. You know what? I have the video, but it's not the part I want to talk about. I'm gonna have to remember the timestamp. Let's see. Do I have a notepad here? I guess this is a notepad. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna write this down so I don't forget. So, 1959. 1959. All right.
That's why you're woozy. It's because you're on the drugs.
You're on the drugs.
Either come in or whatever. I guess a doctor coming in to check. Powers up the tablet. Tries it again. Because we leave the car, now we can't get anywhere, right? And I'm, going full force. In fact, I was getting to the big climactic part of what actually happened at the end there. With my story with this Poltavi network or whatever. And as I'm about to get to, the climactic part, I get a phone call. I'm like, oh boy. And it's from Leanna's job. And they're like, we need you to come in right now. we got a problem, call us back. Because the thing is, he called, I tried to answer, and I couldn't answer. As you saw on stream, I was going to answer the phone. I tried, and it didn't even work. Like, I missed the call.
It didn't
So then I had to
work.
call them back. And, basically they said, your girlfriend here is, not doing too good. She had some kind of an anxiety attack, and she needs something. And basically paramedics had showed up, okay? Now, Leanna has a history of doing this, having doing too good. She had some kind of an anxiety attack, and she needs something. And basically paramedics.
She needs something. The paramedics showed up. If the paramedics show up, you're usually gonna get a ride. Usually. The only time that they might not give you a ride is if you're fine. If everything checks out, if the person is conscious enough to make a decision to not go, that usually is what happens. If the paramedics arrived and they took her to the hospital, well,
it showed up, okay? Now, Leanna has a history of doing this, having these attacks.
A history of doing this.
She just had it in her life. She's had a bunch of them, and she
has a bunch of them.
Happened to have a really bad one at work today. It's happened before, and if it's at home, usually there's no problem. We can get her to calm down or whatever. But at this time, it happened in the middle of a work day. She was really stressed out, apparently, and boom, it hit her. And basically, it was so bad that no one could get her to calm down.
Look how high the fucking mic is. I think Tevin mentioned this when he was watching Snort Burnell videos. Look at that. That spit girl looks happy. It looks happy. Now, it looks sad.
And they had to call the paramedics. So I was like, okay, what should I do here? I don't have a car, so if I'm gonna come to the mall,
what should I do here, stranger on the phone? I don't know what to do here. I'm stranded.
A taxi or whatever, because she has the car. She had driven to her job, right? And I needed to get a taxi to her job so that I could.
A taxi? Wait, I thought you took an Uber. What?
So I called her cell phone to see what was going on, and she answered, which I didn't expect she would answer. I was like, okay. So I called the cell phone, and she's like, I'm here with the paramedics. They're going to take me to the hospital because it's so bad.
Wait, he knew she was going to the hospital. But then when he got there, he was like, she was already at the hospital. She already left. I don't know, whatever.
All right, well, here's what you do. Leave the keys with your manager, because what I'll do is I'll take a taxi to there. I'll get the keys. I'll drive from your job to the hospital, and I'll meet you at the hospital. Okay? Because we leave the car.
I'll meet you at the hospital.
So what the hell's going on? By the time that I had gotten to her job, I had to pay for an Uber and everything. By the time that I got into her job, she was already at the hospital. So I took the car, because by the way, I was still letting her drive my car, despite the fact that we were broken up. She was still driving my car. I was that nice of a guy.
I was that nice of a guy. So this guy is insinuating if he wasn't so nice, he would just let her like fuck her life up. You're not going to work, bitch. You broke up with me. Good luck. What a great guy. DSP is a great boyfriend. Kat's very lucky. She's very lucky she found him. He's very nice. I let her drive my car. That bitch should be grateful. Wow.
I go to the hospital
to find
out what the hell's actually going on, and I guess she had a panic attack. Now, this is all public information. We talked about it 2 years ago. I'm not revealing anything that hasn't already been revealed, all right? I go to the hospital to find out what the hell's actually going on, and I guess she had a panic attack. Now, this is all public information. We talked about it 2 years ago. I'm not revealing anything that hasn't already been revealed, all right?
Okay.
Apparently, she had a panic attack, and it was probably in regards to the fact that not only was she stressed out at work, but we had broken up. Other things, all these factors had come into play. And, when I showed up, essentially what happened was nothing. We sat in a fucking room, a hospital room, for 2.5 hours doing absolutely nothing. I said, is there a doctor fucking coming? Is there anyone coming? And every time I asked, I was brushed off very rudely by hospital staff.
Yeah, fucking hospital. It's supposed to be like a hotel. You're supposed to be treated like a customer, not a patient. That's stupid. He thinks everything is like a fucking business in real life. A hospital is not a fucking hotel. You're not gonna get pampered there. There's other patients. There's patients in worse conditions than she was. You might say that that's a shitty thing to say, Theo, but I mean, she's obviously okay. there. I mean, no doctor's gonna let someone just sit there and die. But there's all these other patients in the hospital, and he's like, well, they're brushing me aside. Well, there's other things that are going on. I mean, you're not an important patient.
Just go sit down. Someone's coming. So we sat there and waited for almost 3 hours, waiting. Someone finally showed up, and all they did was told basic information about if you're being stressed and if you're not feeling well, and you have a panic attack, you should talk to someone, maybe see a psychiatrist or, all this kind of crazy shit like that.
Crazy shit. You have, your mental health isn't that good? You should see this thing that's specified for this. That's fucking crazy. What are you talking about? What? Okay, Phil.
Basically, the only thing that happened was when the ambulance went to her job or whatever to pick her up, they'd given her some kind of a pill. I don't even know what it was. Was it an antidepressant? Was it
antidepressant?
I don't even know because I'm not involved anymore. She's
my
ex.
What does this have to do with anything? They gave her a pill.
Okay. I don't know any of the ins and outs of what the fuck's really going on, right? I don't know anything. But anyway, she was all zonked out because she had been given medication. So finally, after sitting in this hospital room for almost 3 hours, they tell you can go now. Gee, thanks. So let me get this straight. You drove an ambulance to her job. You gave her a single pill. You drove her to the hospital to have her sit in the room for 3 hours, and now I'm driving her away. And you're probably going to charge her thousands of dollars for this too, right?
They called the ambulance. They decided we're going to take her to the hospital. I mean, they were doing what they were told. They were doing their job, DSP. They took her to the hospital like they were supposed to because she didn't say no. They're not going to sit there and be like, well, Leanna, I don't know if your boyfriend, your ex is going to love this, so we're just going to let you stay here, okay? We don't want to get yelled by Burn in Hell Burnell. I love that. Burn in Hell Burnell. If you don't get yelled at by Burn in Hell Burnell, so we're gonna just leave you here later. Bye. And they drive off. That's not what's gonna happen. They're gonna take her there, and then because it's, oh my god.
Now the thing is, again, we had been broken up and it wasn't publicly disclosed, so I couldn't tell all you guys that this was things that I was upset about because she was gonna get billed for it.
Now, people have been saying, oh, see, DSP lied. See, he was begging to pay the bills. Now, that's not the case. I know he mentioned the bill, and he said we're gonna get charged thousands of dollars, but he never said, guys, I need your tips. We need to pay these medical bills. I don't think he ever said that. He mentioned it, but just bitching about the price of the hospital bills does lead people to want to donate more to cover that. So it was more of a indirect begging. It was indirect. I don't necessarily know if it was intentional or not, but I mean, if you go on stream and you complain about money, just generally complaining about money, I mean, wheels are gonna wail out on you. Like if I start a stream and say, guys, I did this thing, and now I'm getting billed with this much money. It's fucking bullshit. I can't believe this bill's gonna be gigantic. I don't know how I'm gonna pay it, guys. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna slam me, man. I'm already struggling, and this bill's gonna be on top of that. It's gonna slam me. It's stuff like that. It's like if I did that on a stream like multiple times, I'm sure someone would be like, oh no, Theo, here's all my money, take it. It's that kind of shit. Like you mention stuff behind the scenes, and then it's gonna get people to be like, I need to donate, guys. I need to help him out. It's kind of like what he's doing with his behind the scenes nonsense, but this is more direct begging though. So it's not as direct as that, but I do agree that he did kind of use that situation as a pity party for him. So I think it's mostly that.
I knew she was going to get completely ripped off for this whole hospital stay. That's what
ripped off. But why would you care that?
I was angry about.
Why were you angry about a person that broke up with you getting ripped off? Now, that's a shitty thing to say in the great scheme of things, but like, I mean, like let's say I had an ex, and something happened to her in the hospital. I care more about her being okay than the bill. I'd be like, okay, she's okay, she's good, she's gonna live, yippee, and then that would be it. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh my god, how is she gonna pay for it? The only time I'd kind of care about this is if she was raising a kid and she was by herself and she was estranged from her parents and her parents didn't want to help. Then I'd be like, oh shit, that's a fucked up situation. But if it was like she had a job, she didn't have a kid, she had good relations with her parents, I mean, it's not gonna be super terrible, but whatever.
Out at the time, but I couldn't disclose that to you guys because I was talking about like we like
maybe you shouldn't talk about it. Now, it's funny. This is funny. Let's find this segment. I got some segments here. It's gonna be quite quite the exploration here. Here it is.
Happened to me, and I wasn't in the right mindset. And no, in retrospect, should I have come back that day and immediately told everyone, oh, the reason that I had to leave my stream earlier today was because, my girlfriend had a panic attack and had to be rushed to the hospital, and then I had to go there to help her or whatever.
Nice pimple, by the way.
Probably I shouldn't have done that.
No, I shouldn't have done that. How come 2017 DSP said something more logical and reasonable than 2019 DSP? It's like he got dumber over the years.
We're going to get billed. In reality, it's all on her. And, she has a job. She works a job where I know it's going to be hard for her to pay thousands of dollars of bills for a hospital stay and shit. Okay? So all that being said, all right, when I came back home, she was all zonked out or whatever. And she's like, you're going to go on your stream now and tell everyone about the story, right? I was like, of course I am, as long as it's okay with you.
Okay, well, we're gonna go back to this part. I got the timestamp for it, but the thing that I also want to talk about that is she says you're good. We don't get the tone, so like we don't know how honest that tone is that DSP gave us, but it sounds like when someone says you're gonna tell everyone about the story, right? It sounds more like she's kind of hinting at not telling someone. And he's like, oh, of course I have your permission, man. She probably was like in that awkward position. Like, he probably should have just been like, no, I'm not going to tell everyone. And even if she says, no, Phil, it's okay to tell everyone. It's like, no, it's not none of their business. Why couldn't he do that? He even said in that holiday video that we watched, that I showed a little bit of, oh, should I have done this? No, I shouldn't have. It was fucked up. In 2019, well, she told me I could. It was implied consent. Get the fuck out of here with that. But let's go to this part, 1959.
I guarantee you, we're gonna get a giant bill in the mail. For nothing, for a pill. They could have just handed her the pill and said $80 for the pill or whatever, but instead they had to bring her to the fucking hospital and they did nothing. They literally did nothing to help her, and now she's gonna get a giant bill. So there you go. Isn't that a great story, ladies and gentlemen?
Great story, huh?
Isn't that great? I mean, it's just such a great American healthcare system, right? So now she's zonked out, she's sleeping,
She's zonked out and she's sleeping. So, okay, that makes it even worse, by the way. Because one of the things that they tell you, like EMTs, what they do is that if someone is like in a bad mental state, they kind of do. It's implied consent to take them to the hospital because they're not in a state to make good judgments. That's the key. There is that they can't make good judgment calls if they're not mentally sound. Like if someone's drunk, let's say, you go to the scene and they're drunk, they're like wheeling out, whatever. You're gonna have to take them to the hospital. I mean, they're not in a state of mind to say no because, they're drunk. They don't know what the fuck's going on. I mean, they're drunk. It's that kind of shit. So Leanna was zonked out in her bed, and then she said, you're gonna tell them about these information or whatever, and then he said, yeah, of course, if I have your permission. Why would you take a permission from someone that's zonked out, Phil? That's a little fucked up, and it's not necessarily the same level of fuck. Well, I don't know if I should say this because this is a little mean, but it's kind of like it's not necessarily 1-to-1 on this, but oh no, I'm not gonna go there. It's gonna be up. I don't want to spend too much time debating on the ethics of it, um, but like she's drugged up, and you ask her permission to do something. She might not have wanted it in the first place. She was fucking drunk. Not drunk. She was she was drunk. They gave her alcohol, dude. She was on medication, and she was zonked out. How was she in a state of mind to give you permission? That's like if you want to have sex with someone, and then like they're zonked out and they're not in a good state of mind, and they say, "Yeah, man, woo!" You're not gonna sit there and be like, "Oh, cool, man." She's not in a state of mind to know what's gonna happen, or that if she even knows she wants it. But he's a nice guy, guys. Totally. I just love out of all this, we get like the three ranges of his mentality. Here, I am gonna tell you everything. She's zonked out. Fuck the hospital. Let me tell you all this stuff. 2017 Phil. I probably shouldn't have told you guys, but I was fucked up, man. It was terrible. I shouldn't have done it. 2019. She said it was okay, baby. Woo! Oh my god, what a wild animal.
And she was like, yeah, go ahead. So I did. I came back, I did a stream.
Yeah, go ahead. She just probably, she was probably said, yeah, go ahead, very depressed, like, go ahead. Like, maybe she wasn't happy about it. Again, he doesn't think that maybe there were like some clues as to maybe she didn't want the story to be told. But okay, good guy Phil here. What a nice guy! Oh, you're zonked out. Can I tell everyone about your mental health and all this stuff? And I said this about his parents as well. I feel like they think that all he's gonna say is like, let's say with the Leanna story. Oh, I had to go because Leanna had to go to the hospital and I had to go pick her up. That's probably all she was expecting him to say, and instead he adds all this spice to it. It's like with his parents. He said like it was okay if I talk about you guys at the podcast. Yeah, Phil, it's okay to tell your fans about you coming to see us and all that. Okay, they're gonna die. It's that kind of shit. Like you give him permission, you give him an inch, he takes a yard. It's that kind of shit, which is fucking sleazy and scummy. But he's a nice guy.
Where I explained exactly what I just told you guys. Basically, the story ins and outs. Only I had to spin it to not let you know that we were already broken up. Okay? And then it was actually over the course of the next week or two that she moved all her stuff out, and that was the end of our relationship. That was it. And all I saw on the internet was slander. Phil, without permission, went online and disclosed a medical issue with his girlfriend.
He didn't say he got permission, though. He said she was zonked out. And here, he just kind of took permission out of like a girl that might have just been hoping that he'd be a nice guy and say no. But since he's an idiot and can't read social cues, he thinks it was okay.
Friend / fiance, because at the time we were supposedly engaged, even though we had broken up. People thought we were still engaged. And he gave all the medical history to everyone on the internet. And then said that he's not giving permission for her to ever have an ambulance come and pick her up ever again. That from now on, no one should ever call the emergency line, but instead they should just hand her a pill and leave her alone. What the fuck?
Okay.
Like, you're gonna talk down to the patient who's been going on. We're wondering, is there a counselor chopped off and your arm is fucking splurting? They drugged her or something because she wasn't no panic or nothing. It sucks because it happened. Anxiety text thing, and now it's like a tizzy. You got to try to calm her down.
A tizzy.
I pick it up. Finance it. How to pay. Hour goes by. No one's. Now we'll be starving, or we have to. And no one here knows anything. What the hell's going on here? So she buzzes, and we piece of cheese and like a packet. Give her the apple juice or whatever. Half fucking hours.
Oh no. No, don't buffer in this.
The drugs. So here's two pieces. They bring her into the hours. Anxiety attack doctor. Oh my God. With the situation that Leanna was through. If it's something that happens where you have a problem, pop.
By the way, I'm intentionally going to his King of Hate vlogs channel because we're going factual, baby.
The pill, right? And whatsoever. And we waited Smart Weirdo 95 for the stream. She starts walking out the door. Now for a grand total, we've been in this place for... No, the nurse comes back. So you're not going to prescribe him. There was no reason for her to come to the emergency room whatsoever. Because they did nothing. They didn't actually help her in any way besides just give her a pill. So we wasted over 3 hours in this emergency room. That was it. That was it. And then we're like shocked. We're actually shocked that this is it. This is the whole treatment that we got. So we're walking towards the front of there. So we stopped there for an hour early. $1,000. I'm not under the plan of her covered under her mother bill or whatever. But instead they had to bring her. Isn't that great? And we did on the way home. I stopped the guy, and that's it. And let's talk. Maybe I can talk it out and help you. She could have been, that woman could have been anyone. That lady was from 1996. I got that off my chest. Part 2. So if you didn't hear the first half of this,
where is it?
Did we wait 40 minutes? No. Did we wait 50? Give you a way to pay the bill? And I'm looking at it like this counselor comes in. Oh, she got drugs. She obviously in the past. She says she had an exact information. Wandering around a parking garage. I finally find it after the emergency. So checks me in. He says, okay, she's down there. Obviously he said, you're okay. She got drugs. She was this and what happened. So how to pay. Finally chopped off and your arm is fucking. I'd be fucking offended that they would hand me this up front
I'd be
like
offended.
that. Seriously, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here with this. I'm insulted that you hand me a payment fucking plan already. This is ridiculous. I couldn't believe it. Okay, I couldn't believe it. So we wait there. How long? No, let's say no. And we're like, well, what? We're like, God, this is no good hallway, and we need to know what's going on. I was like, be able to tell you the story. I'm loving the story. Okay, I couldn't believe it. I'm not making it up. So then I go, woman. She says, and the woman looks at this.
Why can't I find it?
So I said, listen. I said, we're both hungry on yogurt cup. There was water there. I have to tell you, before the nurse left, she said, longer than that, we wait. Now we're waiting for a counselor. Hi, how you doing? That's why you're woozy. So they admitted her. Well, they didn't admit her. They bring her into the emergency room. They administered a drug, and no one even asked her when she was brought in anything at all. They had no basic information whatsoever about this thing. She'd been sitting there for 2.5 hours. She might have been having a life-crippling anxiety attack where she's gonna fucking, lose her mind and be mentally lose her shit. She comes in and asks, did you ever have an anxiety attack before? She's like, yes. A primary care. Primarily, what it is.
Oh my, are you
so this woman is obviously a fucking buffoon. Okay?
Why can't I find
all
this?
The time with you. Usually we just have an allergic reaction. We don't recommend you do that all the time. Patronizing woman. Smart weirdo. Very appreciated. 2000. She literally says, okay, well, I'm done. What's going to happen here? And she says, oh. So guess how long that we waited in this place for almost 3 hours. Okay.
Oh my god, why can't I find it? God damn it.
Finally. This whole time your blood pressure looks fine, everything looks good. She turns off all the machines. She says, okay, you can go. Wait, that's it? So you're not going to prescribe a medication? You're not actually going to do any tests? You're not going to do anything? That we just waited 3 hours. All you did is you gave her a pill, which you could have fucking done, and just left her somewhere.
Give her a pill and left her somewhere. Now I think what it's hidden under is that this is just out of frustration stuff. But whatever. He could have said he doesn't understand that he said this in the video.
There was no reason for her to come to the emergency room whatsoever because they did nothing. They didn't actually help her in any way besides just give her a pill. So we wasted over 3 hours in this emergency room. That was it. That was it. And then we're like shocked. We're actually shocked that this is it. Being treatment that we got. So we're walking towards the front of the hospital, and there's this area here that says. If you are, being, what's the word? Discharged, you have to stop here. So we stopped there, and the woman, that was it. So 3 hours in a hospital, in an emergency room area, nothing whatsoever useful was done whatsoever to Leanna. The drug that they gave her to help her was an hour earlier. That's American healthcare. Now, by the way, I guarantee you, between $500 to $1,000. I guarantee it. Yeah, she has insurance. She's covered up to the age of 26 under nothing for a pill. They could have just handed her the pill and said $80 for the pill or whatever. But instead, they had to bring her to the fucking hospital, and they did nothing. They literally did nothing to help her. And now she's going to get a giant bill. So there you go. Isn't that a great story?
Oh my god, where is...
Or an hour earlier.
Okay, whatever. I'm tired of hearing that.
Where did you get that from the story
well, it's
that
from
I
his
told.
videos.
Like, that's not even close to what happened. All right, I was concerned that here's someone who I'm already broken up with. I went out of my way to help her. I didn't have to. We weren't together anymore. But I went out of my fucking way to go help her. All right, and I basically get slammed for having my concerns over her financial well-being because I know she's going to get a giant bill from the hospital when they didn't do anything. They literally didn't do a fucking thing for her besides hand her a pill at the store.
Let's see.
It looks fine. Everything looks good. She turns off all the machines. She says, okay, you can go. Wait, that's it? So you're not going to prescribe a medication? No reason for her to come to the emergency room whatsoever because they did nothing. They didn't actually help her in any way besides just give her a pill. So we wasted over 3 hours in this emergency room. That was it. That was it. And then we're like shocked. We're actually shocked that this is it. This is the whole treatment that we got. So we're walking towards the front of the hospital, and there's this area here that says, if you are, being, what's the word? Discharged, you have to stop here. So we stopped there, and the woman, and she got, and thought maybe I could talk it out and help you with some of your stress or your issues, or maybe something happened at work in particular that you could talk through that could help you so that you can get it without sleeping. So that's what happened. Unbelievable. Like,
why can't I find it?
To tell you what's going on. I leave the room and I walk down the hall. Wait, 30 minutes. No. Plan already. Pay, finance. I'm like, can't get any further help or down, right? Now in this case, they drugged her. Like this, right? So I, obviously said, you're okay, you didn't fall. He said, no, he did say that. He had told me there was a doctor that was checking her. And I'm not even kidding. We sitting there waiting.
I know.
Said, didn't get any further brochure. I said, what's this? And I'm looking at it like if that was me, fucking plan already. People could take a guess. How long? No, do we know what's going on here? So there. Oh, excuse me. My here. We're not even sure. What? Okay. And we wait. About in here is, are we waiting for patients? And she asked for food. So she mustard. Leanna hates string. Wow. Yeah. Oh, elderly. Oh, that's good. So here's the admitter. They for 2.5. Did you ever have anxiety to have a doc? Oh my God. With Leanna was into the. If it's something that where same thing here would be. She's giving it a 2,000. Awesome. And obviously yes. Okay. Sure. What's going? Great system we have, right? So guess how long we've been in this place? No, the nurse. That's it. So you're not going to prescribe her. There was no reason for her to come to the emergency room whatsoever because they did nothing. They didn't actually help her in any way besides just give her a pill. So we wasted towards the front of the. So we stopped there, an hour, like $1,000 already under the prints. So she's still covered under for the pill. Gentlemen, is in hospital and they did nothing. They literally did nothing.
Whatever. I can't find it. And someone's gonna be like, "Oh, about you suck." Yeah, I do suck.
Or where she had her fucking panic attack. It's preposterous. Now, the other thing is, people saying, oh, so well, bad. That's all well and good, but, you didn't have permission to do that. Well, then why, literally why, when I was here on my stream talking about it publicly, was she on her social media posting up, don't worry, everyone, I'm okay?
No, I said this, I think, when I was covering that video initially. I guess you can find the actual quote in the videos on your own, I guess. I mean, I guess I should hope that you guys are. Well, actually, I don't hope you. I know you guys are smart. But anyways, he says that she posted a picture on social media of her with her hospital bracelet and says that I'm okay. That's not the same as going through her medical history and doing all this. It's not the fucking same, and it's her own discretion. You asked her if you could tell her the story when she was zonked out. She probably didn't want you to tell you the story, but she wanted to be polite, which is dumb. She should have expected you to be a retard, but whatever. Because, to me, if someone says, you're gonna tell everyone about this, right? I'd be like, oh, no. That's really fucking awkward. To have someone tell you straight up, you're gonna tell everyone about this, right? It sounds a little bit more disapproval than anything. Oh, you're gonna be a drama queen, aren't you, DSP? But he doesn't understand. He can't read that. He needs a billboard on saying she is saying she doesn't want you to do it or whatever. I mean, it's just he's a very literal person. Put it that way.
There's a picture of her with her hospital bracelet on. Don't worry, everyone, I'm okay. You know, because it was okay, because there was always permission given. But
there's always permission given. So with that logic, we could say that's okay to go out to dox her then. Her bracelet has her name on it, so it's okay. She put the bracelet on, and actually, you know what? That is a lie. I just remembered the image. You want to know what the image was? It was literally just her face. She was just in a hospital bed and she just took a picture of her just smiling at the camera. That was the only thing in frame. Panda Lee Hospital? Is that gonna get it? Images. Yeah. That's the only thing we saw. Was this. Oh my god, oh my god, that's scary. But yeah, this is all we saw. Was this. Nothing else. Where is the hospital bracelet there, DSP? I thought you said that that she had a hospital bracelet. Wait a second. What is this? Oh, I think that's like a fake. There's a fake Panda League account going around. But yeah, that's all she posted was this. That's not a hospital bracelet, dumbass.
Fucking assholes, you know.
So nice lie there, buddy.
Seriously, they just make shit up. They make shit up to perfectly hurt me. All right, to make me look bad. All right. So. Yeah, that's the other thing.
Nice hair, by the way.
Just so you guys know, I have a list. I actually have a list of things that are common misconceptions that people slander about me. Demanded she never go to a hospital ever again. Instead, they just give her a pill and leave her where they found her. How could I have made that demand when we were broken up? I had no control over anything.
How can I make that? Thanks, DSP. Now I remember.
3 hours in a hospital.
Now I gotta find it again.
Okay, you can go. Wait, that's it? So you're not gonna prescribe a medication? There was no reason for her to come to the emergency room whatsoever, because they did that. We just waited 3 hours. All you did is you gave her a pill, which you could have fucking done, and just left her somewhere. There was no reason for her to come to the emergency room whatsoever, because they did nothing. They didn't actually help her in any way besides just give her a pill. So we wasted over 3 hours in.
God damn it! But I know he says somewhere in this video you might
recommend you do that all the time. Pen and it solves the problem. So same thing. If you ever have presence, and this woman is obviously a fuck. Take any drugs. So.
Okay, but okay.
Anything with her.
Whatever.
Like I said, we had talked about it on the way home, how preposterous it was. That
if someone wants to be a bonus guy, a cool kid, I guess, feel free to find that clip of him literally saying that. Timestamp it, please, and just comment in the comment section. Really appreciate that, buddy.
They took her to the hospital, right? And now they're going to charge her thousands of dollars, and they literally did nothing.
Now, the thing is about this as well, it's like, oh, well, I have nothing to do with it. I mean, I don't have the right to make the demands of how the ambulance does stuff. Well, if she's not in a mental state to make decisions, let's say that they're at home, and she's at home, she has it at his house. If she's not in a state of mind, they're going to ask him all these kind of questions. He kind of becomes the kind of person that has authority. Like, he might not be her guardian or whatever, but you know, he knows her. But whatever. Okay.
A doctor didn't even come to fucking see her. A counselor came in the room instead.
Well, why would a doctor see
Unreal.
her?
Like, you can't have a panic attack because of a major medical issue. You could, but they didn't even bother checking.
Probably because the symptoms didn't make them think that they needed a doctor. They're not going to waste their resources on something that doesn't really need it. Like, that's why when you call an ambulance, that you kind of have to tell them what stuff that's going on. Like, you say, oh, this is happening, you know, the person is having a seizure, this person has slurred speech, whatever. You tell the person as much as you can, and they're going to decide, you know, what's the best call for this person. Are they going to send a paramedic with, you know?
Anyway, that's just one of the things, alright? So
whatever.
No.
You can already debunk that all in the live stuff.
She was never underage when I ever even spoke to her. She was always 18 or older. Yes, we were about 10 to 11 years apart in age. And yes, I do feel that actually was an issue that in the long term, once we moved in together, we realized was an issue we didn't really know beforehand. And we just weren't compatible because of it in the long term. No, I didn't ever disclose any medical information without permission. No, none of this shit ever happened. It's complete bullshit. And the evidence has always been on the internet. But people don't want to look at the evidence. They just want to listen to the slander. Okay? Alright. Now moving on. Alright? Let's talk a little bit about Project 7. Because I hate to tell you guys this, but I've already addressed this before. Project 7 was in the whole gamut of the time that I did stuff for YouTube. Project 7 was the one time when I explained exactly what I told you guys. We don't know what the bill is because we don't have it yet. They're going to mail it, obviously. I guarantee you it's going to be like $1,000. I'm not even exaggerating.
Here we go.
I guarantee that bill's going to fucking show up, and it's going to be anywhere between $500 to $1,000. I guarantee it. You got, oh my god. The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm going to tell them you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it.
There it is. There it is. Shout out to Lipjan. Lipjan, our good boy, always a good boy. He got the clip. I should be able to find it actually. Oh.
Being, what's the word? Here's the paperwork whatsoever is because we don't have it yet. She has insurance. She has it up to the age of mail for nothing, for a pill where they could have just handed. So there you go. Isn't that a great $80 for the pill or whatever? But instead they had to bring her to the fucking hospital and they did nothing. They literally did nothing to help her. And now she's going to get a giant bill. So there you go. Isn't that a great story, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't that great? I mean,
can't give her a pill,
it's just such a great American healthcare system,
that's it,
right?
So
now she's zonked out. She's
sleeping,
sleeping, in the room because of, everything. She's still on the pills that made her all loopy or whatever. So, and we did on the way home. I stopped and
whatever. But you heard it. It's in this video. I know it's somewhere. But Lipjan got it. I'll link his tweet. To be super duper thorough. I wasted everyone's time. I might as well do that for you guys. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. I
want to do something not by myself, but collaborate with other talented people. And I want to make was in the whole gamut of the time that I did stuff for YouTube about Project 7.
Oh boy,
because
Project 7, my favorite.
This, but I've already addressed this before. Project 7 was in the whole gamut of the time that I did stuff for YouTube. Project 7 was the one time when I said I want to do something not by myself, but collaborate with other talented people. And I want to make something that's not related to video games, not related to any kind of content like that whatsoever. Instead, what I want is to do a creative series. And so I teamed up with my then co-op partner, John Rambo, as well as our colleague. He's sometimes a co-op partner, but mostly we knew him from playing Street Fighter, Howard, as well as teaming up with Howard's friends, one of which was his cousin, in a group called Respect the Pact, and we made this show called Project 7. Now, it was a lot of work and a lot of time. There's a lot of writing and drama and all kinds of stuff involved behind the scenes, as always, whenever you're doing a big creative project like this, all right? But for what I've heard is that people say, to this day, say, well, Phil scammed his friends, or he ripped off his friends and never paid them for anything, and that's why they hate him to this day. Bullshit. That's complete and utter fucking bullshit. All right. First of all, John Rambo. He and I had a long-standing work relationship outside of Project 7, where he would come do the Smart Guys Wrestling Podcast with me once a week, and then we would do some kind of gameplay together, co-op gameplay, whether it was co-op commentary or co-op, a game that was co-op, whatever it may be. I will now tell you guys, he was handsomely paid. Handsomely paid for all of that stuff. When we first
now, Rambo told us that he made $50, and then he had to negotiate DSP to give him half, 50%. The other thing on top of this is that he said he was handsomely paid because Rambo had to come in from New York. So he had to make a big car ride there. And he had a lot of issues with his car, I believe. So that's why he kind of had to be handsomely paid. What about Howard? What about Respect the Pack? How come they didn't get handsomely paid? How come Rambo was the only one? Weird.
Started, he got paid 50% of everything that we made money on. He got half of what I made. So every Saturday, John comes over. If we made a ridiculous amount of money on what we did that day, he got half. Okay? That's just me being very transparent here. He always got half. I felt that was fair. Even though he could say, oh, well, Phil should make more because he's the YouTuber and he's the one who's put...
He should make more because he's the YouTuber. Who the fuck said that? Not one person has said, yeah, DSP should make the most money. He's the YouTuber. No one said that. Every single person that does collabs, they never say you should make more because you're the YouTuber. No one says that. Let's hear that again.
He got half, okay? That's just me being very transparent here. He always got half. I felt that was fair, even though...
Of course, he's putting himself on a fucking pedestal. See, I'm a nice guy. I gave him half. I thought that was fair. I'm a fair guy. See how fair I was? Other people would say that I deserved all of it, but I don't think I do. That's projection, buddy. He thinks he should get more. I guarantee that's what he thinks. Since he's the YouTuber, he should get paid more. That's kind of why the people who do the cock submissions on KO Gaming didn't get a dime. Because it's his channel. He's uploading it. He deserves the money. It's his gameplay footage, dude. But he thought that Rambo deserves to get half. What a load of shit. I'm sorry, I don't believe that anyone thought that.
Oh, you could say, oh, well, Phil should make more because he's the YouTuber and he's the one who's putting the content up and doing the uploading work. And
Uploading work. Uploading work? Oh, yeah, dude, clicking upload is so hard. Oh, man. When I'm gonna upload this, I'm already sweating thinking about uploading this video. I mean, this video is probably gonna be like 12 hours. Oh, man, it's gonna be a nightmare, dude.
He's the one who has the internet presence and all of that. I didn't care. I wanted him to make half because I cared that much about...
he had wait a second. He had the internet presence, so he should get paid? Rambo had an internet presence, too. He fucking advertised his show on Project 7. He kept wearing a shirt called The Show, and he kept like making sure that the camera saw it. He didn't have internet presence? But DSP did. So he should get paid. If that's the logic, then how come he didn't want to pay Respect the Pack? Congratulations, DSP. You literally like shut everything down in this. I don't even have to find the Rambo video that he did because this is dumb. This is retarded logic. You could say that I should get paid the most since I'm the YouTuber. I have the internet presence, but I think it's fair. No, you don't. You think you deserve all that money. You don't think it's fair. You did it because Rambo said that. I think the negotiating that Rambo did was literally saying, if I'm not gonna get paid, I'm not gonna come over. And he's like, oh shit, I should pay you then. He paid him. He didn't pay anyone else. And saying that, oh, I deserve to get paid. That's what he thinks. Get the fuck out of here.
Being my friend and coming and doing this fun creative stuff together, and I wanted him to financially have some help and stuff.
Oh,
so I gave him half.
Okay.
All right. Now,
so you didn't think that Respect the Pack needed help? You didn't think you want to give them any money? Oh no, they did it for the clout, dude. Get the fuck out of here. That's such a paper thin excuse. Like it's an excuse that if you spend like a minute thinking about, you could poke holes in it. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck?
In a while, I'll do.
What? What happened? Okay. I guess, wow, what the fuck happened? It crapped out on me, dude.
Where did you get that from the story that I
told? Are you
like,
fucking kidding me?
Alright, now moving on. Alright, let's talk a little bit about project time when I said I want to do something related to any kind of content partner, but mostly we knew him from. Now it was a lot of bullshit. That's Mark guys will now tell you 50%. Okay, that's just me being very transparent here. He always got half. I felt that was fair,
YouTube.
even though he
Susan
could say, "Oh,
Y.
well, Phil
Not
should
even
more
streaming.
because he's the YouTuber and he's the one who's putting the content up and doing the uploading work, and he's the one who has the internet presence and all of that." I didn't care. I wanted him to make half because I cared that much about him being my friend, and later on, fun creative stuff together, and I wanted him to financially have some help and stuff, so I gave him half. All right. Now, sadly, what ended up happening was later on, with my relationship with Machinima, my old YouTube partnership company, they started refusing to even give me stats on how much money I was making on my videos. That's how
they started not sending him that data. Now this is this one I could find a weekend preview about, but I'm not going to. You can find it. It's easy. Just anytime in 2016, maybe even 2015. But there was definitely a time where DSP kept citing Machinima's review statistics. Well, if you look at, I was looking at my Machinima stats, and they give you specific stats, and they told me that I'm making this much money, man. That was the whole meme with 2016, 2017. That he wasn't getting the ad revenue he thought he deserved. But now they didn't give him that information. Okay, sure.
How bad Machinima got near the end. They wouldn't even fucking come, all right, and say, all right, here's how much money you made this month on each video. They wouldn't even give me that data. They'd say it's not available anymore.
But I thought...
so then what John and I
He looked at that data in 2016. That's why he was crying about YouTube. That's what made him go to Twitch. So how is he not getting that information? Okay.
Is we would say, okay.
I mean, it's what led him to be kicked out of Machinima.
A fair amount of money for you to come do this every week, because we can't figure out the actual half anymore. It's not even possible to figure it out. Instead, let's just say, okay, let's make an arrangement where every time you come visit and we do this co-op work
together. Let me guess. This is what the negotiation that John Rambo said it. He's spending it to be his idea or whatever.
I'll pay you this amount of money. And that's what we did probably for the last 2 years that we did co-op. We had to do it that way. So like the first 2 years, he was making half, and the second 2 years, he was making a negotiated amount that he wanted. This was his idea, his amount that he wanted.
Oh, no, it's his idea.
Okay. There you go.
Very convenient. Machinima stopped giving him
in regards to that. And by the way, I don't think that anyone ever, I don't think that John ever publicly said anything like I never paid him or anything. That's bullshit. Like John himself never said that. He never said that Phil never paid me.
How do you know he didn't
for the
say
work?
that?
I think John was always upfront and honest. He never said how much, but he always was very honest about it. Okay.
Whatever.
So I don't understand.
You can find
why people to this day will say that I've ripped off my friends and I didn't pay them. Now in regards to
so you're not friends with Howard? Respect the pack? Okay.
Project 7.
Very nice.
All right, which is the one thing that
whatever.
Honestly, didn't go right, and people could say, okay, well, people didn't get paid or whatever. Up front, we had meetings. 2 of them, not 1, 2 fucking meetings up front before we even started production of Project 7 on making money on it. And it was going to be that I was going to make the ad revenue on the videos, but we were going to try to sell the Project 7 t-shirts, and whatever we sold, we would get an equal cut, depending on who financed them. And who financed them? Me and Howard. We were the 2 people who financed them in the end. Because we had to make those t-shirts up front before we could actually sell them. It wasn't like today on Teespring where you could just have them be made on the fly. Instead, back then, that didn't even exist. There was nothing like Teespring. You had to make the t-shirts early, pay for them up front, and then sell them. And we had plans to go to conventions and sell them and do all this stuff. Respect the Pack didn't want any money at all. I had asked them up front, what do you guys want out of this? And they said, we want exposure. We want our channels on YouTube to get exposure.
He said it before, and it's a load of shit, because how come Rambo didn't say that in the exposition, in the exposed video in the exposing video? I don't think Rambo benefited from lying about that. What did Howard benefit from lying about that? Nothing. So why would they lie about him not saying that? Okay.
Exposure as a result of working on the project with you.
I mean, you might have said a version of that.
The one thing that we all collectively agreed on was that we were going to eventually, when we finish the series, make a DVD set and try to sell that and make big money on that, because that could be a really cool collectible.
Okay, take it. Okay, look how dumb this is. They were going to sell a DVD. Now, the thing is with DVDs that I don't know if he had any behind the scenes planned for that or exclusive content for that DVD to kind of entice people to buy it. But if you're doing an internet show and you're offering all of the episodes for free, the DVDs are not going to sell very well, because why would you pay for a DVD if you get the thing for free on YouTube? Like, it's not like a soundtrack that you might want to buy so you can kind of put it on your MP3 player, your phone, whatever, and listen to it on the go. So you don't have to pay for data. But this is like something that like you're not gonna do that with. You're gonna go home, you're gonna put it on the TV and watch it or whatever. So why would you pay money for a DVD for something you get for free? Now, of course, you could argue that well, you want to support the person, which is good, fair point. But you know, if you want to make bank on something, you kind of want to give something exclusive to the physical release. But think how dumb that is. Imagine if that's how Hollywood worked. Alright, Quentin Tarantino, you're gonna make a movie, but you're not gonna be able to pay any of the actors. Don't pay anyone. They're gonna get paid through the DVD sales. They have to wait until it goes to the theater and then go to DVD for them to get paid. Do you know how small, how badly the movie industry is gonna end up? They're not gonna get actors. They're not gonna get anyone. It's gonna be terrible. Yeah, that's how it works. Everyone's gonna be happy with that. Okay. Like even like independent artists that do commissions have better payment plans. Usually, a lot of artists are like, okay, well, you can spend like half of the price up front, and then you pay for the rest when it's finished. So that way, you're not paying the full price and waiting forever. You pay like a small amount, like maybe $5, whatever, and then you can pay the rest at the end. Which in my opinion is a fair way to handle a commission setup like that, because it kind of gives you commitment to work on it, and it gives the person like, you know, okay, well, I didn't give them like, you know, the full price just yet, you know, it's a good like benefit. So that way, like if one person's waiting long, the other person's waiting long to get paid, you know, it balances out. In a way, it is what it is. But I think that's kind of fair in my opinion. But this is dumb. It's not fair for Respect the Pack. Why should they have to wait all the way to DVDs that might not even sell to get paid? Like, what if they like? He got paid bank back in those days. He told us that. He told us that it was the gravy train. So he gets all this money. Oh, should I split this with Respect the Pack? No, I'm just gonna wait. They're gonna wait until the DVD sales. That might even be less than what I made. What a great guy. He wanted to make sure he got the most money out of it, and he's gonna give them the scraps. What a fucking greedy asshole. This makes it look very good, DSP. I agree.
Viewers want is a DVD set where we could, you know, who knows what the production cost is, $10. We could sell it for $20, $25, and then we would split all that amongst all of us as profit. And this would be, if it was successful, the first of future collaborations where we could do other projects and explode out there and do spin-offs and all kinds of stuff. And I was totally okay with that. All right. And that was all what our plans were up front. There was never discussion that people were going to get paid based on how the videos performed on YouTube. There was never discussion about how much money anyone's investing in the series. There was never discussion about...
And the thing that's dumb about this as well is that they might have also thought that this video series wasn't going to be a big success either, and they would just want to do a low-risk thing. And then when they saw all those views add up, being this big number, they probably assumed that he's making bank off it, and you wouldn't think maybe I should pay them. Again, this is full of, like, he couldn't read a room. He couldn't read people around. They're just like, yeah, I know. I'm not getting paid. But okay.
Getting a paycheck out of it. Ever. It never happened, okay? Now, I guess the one mistake that I made is I was the one who everything was on the line. I was the one with the YouTube channel that was big. I was the one who ultimately, if things went wrong, was going to get the flack for it, right? So what I probably should have made that I made is I was the one who everything was on the line. I was the one with the YouTube channel that was big. I was the one who ultimately, if things went wrong, was going to get the flack for it, right? So what I probably should have done...
You created the show! Like, didn't he create Project 7 to begin with? All those people kind of came onto his project because they liked the project, I guess. Dude, that's like Tarantino's like acting surprised. What? I have to pay these people? I thought I was making the Hateful Eight. Why am I paying Samuel L. Jackson? I didn't know I had to pay him. What the fuck? Okay.
This again, I know to do it is I will have a fucking contract drawn up, a legal contract, all right, by which if I'm going to have a business arrangement in the future, I know everyone signs it and it's in writing, so these guys can't come back years later and make stuff up and say, oh, Phil never paid us and none of that. You never said you wanted money. Our agreement was there was no payment to come. In fact, and this is the truth of the matter, people very, very much overestimated the amount of money that Project 7 ever made. If you look at the Project 7 videos themselves, I think the highest viewed one ever was like, at that time, like 180,000 views. In reality, I probably made $300 on that video.
The reason why people thought he made a lot of money is because, one, he drove in a fucking Beamer. A BMW. You're telling me that you're making chump change with a Beamer? Okay. And then he tells us that he made a lot of money on DSP Tries It, which got less views than Project 7, but made less money than DSP Tries It with Project 7 that got more views? Something doesn't add up, of course. And another great face.
That's it.
That's
180,000 views, it doesn't equate to a lot of money. It's like $300 or $300 on a video like that.
$300? Okay.
And
this is coming from a guy that said 200 is pittance. And he said that about a video series that got less views than Project 7. Okay.
So if you add it up, okay, Project 7 had 4 episodes plus a few trailers or whatever. What did I make? Like $1,000 on the whole thing?
Oh, it is $1,000.
I spent more money.
Oh, I like how I love how he's like, oh, I made $1,000, man. 2017, he got that $1,000 tip. Guys, did you see it? Did you see it? I got a $1,000 tip from Santa Claus. Thank you. But now here, I made $1,000. Okay.
Myself on Project 7 than I ever made. Because I bought all the prop guns, the replicas, those guns you saw in the videos that were hundreds of dollar props. I bought all those. I bought games and supplies and things. I was buying supplies for the shoot.
So why didn't he split the money with everyone and then said, okay, well this is... You know what this kind of show tells us? And this is something that I'm surprised DSP didn't pick up on. This just shows how bad he is budgeting for money. He didn't bother budgeting to pay the people that worked for him. He only budgeted enough to pay for props. That's not all that goes into movies. When people make movies, TV shows, animations like cartoons and anime and shit like that, the budget gets placed on things like. And this is also coming from a guy that stands on a soapbox about Rockstar. I think, I don't know if Tim said during when he was watching this or the Snort Burnell stream he did, but he mentions how he was like such a cuck towards Rockstar employees and Telltale. These guys didn't get paid. They should get paid. They worked overtime, and they deserve money. Oh, these guys worked for me and they didn't get paid? Well, fuck it. They didn't tell me that. Okay.
And everything, like I was the one financing the whole thing.
I
spent more money than I ever made on Project 7. There was no profit. It was not a profitable thing at all. In fact, it was a loss. The t-shirts.
Is that why you bought all that shit?
That we had.
Okay.
All right. The t-shirts that we had bought to sell, we didn't sell half of them. So I spent more money on the t-shirts than I ever made. And the funny part about the whole thing is Howard apparently is so angry at me because we invested money in these shirts and he never got paid for the shirts. Dude, I still have half of them.
Let's take a look at what the $75... It was 75 or 20 or which one was it? Oh, no, it was the $30 perk level. Patrons who donate $30 or more a month will receive one of the remaining Project 7 t-shirts from their limited run in 2012. Supplies pictures are very limited, so these are the first come, first serve. Due to the amount of donation, the shipping will be free worldwide. Due to the limited number of shirts remaining, I'm limiting this perk to only 40 now. Only 40 for now. Here are the sizes that are available. Will be updated monthly. So please note this is a one-time perk and is not recurring. However, if you donate this amount, you'll receive all the lower perk goals for that month as well. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So he's saying, and this is 19 out of 20. 19 limited. 19 of 20 left because only one person left, which is also kind of funny because I think he said what was the limit? He said 40, and here's his 20. Okay. The other thing that's kind of funny about this, he was like saying, "Well, Howard was upset that I sold the shirts. I didn't sell them. What is this then? This isn't selling them. You're not giving them a shirt for $3. Now, of course, he's gonna meme us out and say, well, the point of Patreon is to support your content creators. Now, of course, that is the point of Patreon, but the thing is about Patreon is that if you're giving perks like this, you are pretty much selling shit, specifically on Patreon. But whatever. It is what it is. What can you do? Nothing you can do, dude.
In the fucking house, we didn't sell them. If you don't sell it, there's no profit to fucking pay it off. I never got my money back for the shirts, so why should you? That was what you call
He never got his money back for the shirts. So all that money he made off of Patreon, sure, it's not directly on the shirts, but he did make the money back on the shirts one way or another. Like even some like companies do this. Like if they lose money on something, they do something else to make it up. But okay.
Investment. We put money into something that didn't sell. The series got canceled because your friends in Respect the Pack decided not to continue with the series because they weren't getting the exposure that they wanted. So they had sour grapes about putting so much
sour
work into the
grapes
series and not getting the exposure.
You know he's using it wrong. I don't
we
even
already agreed
go
with
into
Phil
it.
that we weren't going to take any money, so they just
There
quit.
sour grapes.
And then we couldn't sell shirts anymore. It's my fault, so now I'm supposed to give all Howard's money back that he invested into these shirts, even though I didn't make my money back, so I'm going to take not only a loss for the investment, but now I'm going to pay him his money back and lose a double investment? You see what I mean? This is insanity. But this is how I guess these guys were thinking. They thought that Project 7 was going to be some giant cash cow.
Oh, yeah, they were thinking
rich
that.
And famous or something. I don't fucking know. But for anyone to come at me and say that I did anything dishonest, when in reality I was the most upfront fucking guy possible in that whole situation.
Oh yeah,
we purposely had meetings before we ever did a lick of work to make sure we were all on the same page about it.
He's so honest.
And as I've told you guys many times over the years,
this is the most honest
it was all
you've seen
passive aggressive shit.
Passive
Respect the Pack never came out and was honest with me of why they quit the show. Howard over the years became more disgruntled and didn't really want to be in my content anymore and wouldn't really.
By the way, you know what's kind of funny? He did not even mention the fight stick. He had a broken fight stick. He gave it to Howard. Howard fixed it. DSP comes up to him and says, hey, can I get my fight stick back? So when are you going to give it back to me? That doesn't talk about that at all. You know what? I should have kept a list. You know what? I'm keeping a list. So let's see. Wait, do I have a better notepad? This is kind of like a shitty one. Okay, here we go. Taking notes, guys. Detractor taking notes. Okay, so things we can still slam Dark on. You can still slam on the fight stick. Let's see, what else? Oh, plagiarizing. And lack of budget responsibility. What else? I know there's one more. Oh yeah, getting permission from Leanna while she was zonked out on meds. Alright.
Really explain why. And it didn't come out until a video made randomly in 2015, a year after I had moved out of Connecticut. Oh, well, he never paid us and all this. I'm like, now wait a minute. I lived in Connecticut the whole fucking time. You couldn't come to me and talk to me.
Yeah, they have to
discuss it.
They have to come by and talk to him about it. He couldn't tell them about it. He can ask them, is there a problem?
Instead
No.
of that, it's stupid shit where they hold in all
Stupid
this
shit.
resentment and anger towards me and then make a video about it, years later, when in reality
No, the other thing is that he's calling them out on this, but every Thanksgiving he kept shitting on them very passive aggressively. He was being the most passive aggressive person out of them. Every Thanksgiving, well, I guess they don't want to be friends with me anymore. Sometimes things go, and he kept saying shit like that. And then they did that video because he kept doing it.
none of what they were saying was fucking true. It was their expectations of what was going to come out of the project,
But okay.
not actually what we had talked about and agreed to when we started work on the project. Okay? So, no, ladies and gentlemen,
No.
there was never a time when I, where is it here? When I refused to pay friends for work that they did. No one ever asked me for payment on anything. Only used them to make money off of them. That never happened. Okay?
Wait, what?
When I refused to pay friends for work that they did, no one ever asked me for payment on anything. Only used them to make money off of them.
Only use them to make money off him. He did that. Look at the retrospective events. If you want to see me watch videos of me hanging out with John Rambo, be sure to hit the sub goal. We have 500 sub goal this month to do the retrospective. You can still watch me hang out with John Rambo. And those videos were also monetized. And then the retrospective when he was watching Project 7, when it was uploaded on YouTube, for the longest time, never got a thumbnail. It was literally just Rambo there, and I don't know if it took a day, but it took like a long time before he added a fucking thumbnail. Yeah, he didn't use them to get money at all. Of course not.
That never happened, okay? In fact, like I told you guys, I lost money on Project 7, and I paid John half of everything that we were making. So all these misconceptions about Project 7 and that kind of stuff is all lies. It is all fucking lies. All right?
All right.
Oh, this is a good one. I got it.
I like how he's saying it's all lies, but he doesn't bring John Rambo in on this. Like if he did a Skype call with John Rambo about this, maybe people would believe him more. But he didn't.
Talk about this one. Phil made money off of his dead friends.
This is before my time, so I can't really.
So you might say, well, how the hell could someone say that?
I know the videos exist. So I give some.
Over the years, I've been doing this for 11 years now. I have shows and podcasts where I do a variety of content, and I used to have a podcast where I would talk about a variety of topics. And there were 2 shows in particular, all right, where I talked about and did tributes to 2 friends of mine who had passed away. One of them was actually my very old rival in Street Fighter. His name was T. Carter, all right, and I'd grown up with this kid in the 1990s at the same video arcade. We played each other all the time. He was actually the person who started going to tournaments and actually got me into competitive Street Fighter, because if it wasn't for him, I'll be very honest, I always didn't take it that seriously. He was the one who convinced me to take Street Fighter seriously and try to play it in tournaments and stuff. He was the one who got me into it. So one episode of my podcast, I did a tribute segment to him because I'd gone to a tournament and someone who had known him handed me all these beautiful pictures of him at a tournament that he had gone to. I was like, my God, I teared up. I was so happy. I was like, man, I miss this guy so much. And again, it meant so much to me that this fan had given me these pictures. And I very heartfelt segment of a podcast that I had done was dedicated to the memory of T. Carter. I talked all about how he was always better than me at Street Fighter, all the stuff, I'm not going to go into detail about it because that's not what this is about, but it was a very heartfelt thing. And then after I finished the podcast, people say, you're made money off your dead friend's memories. What?
What? I did a podcast, he got paid for it? I made money off him? Huh? Okay.
Now, that podcast was over 2 hours long, and probably about a half an hour was the tribute to my friend T. There were many other topics and things discussed on the show. So you're telling me because there was a segment on the show that was a shout out to my deceased friend, that means that I made money off of my friend?
Yeah, buddy, because you made a podcast. I think it was in the title. Maybe Mr. Hot Stuff has it on that list. I probably should take a closer look. Hold on, maybe I can. Let's see. Fly cat out. Scam. Shell tweet. Groom 2 fangirls. Oh boy. Racist jokes. Money of T. Carter. Okay, let's see what's here. Hopefully, I'll write down the timestamp just in case. 44:12. All right.
Okay. Oh, did I unmute the mic? Yes, I did. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to Hate Live, and this is segment 2, Back in the Day. And this is pretty much going to be probably the most real Back in the Day I've ever done, because it's really going to be just talking from the heart.
Dude, this guy mentions it an hour into the fucking podcast. So the guy, like, he puts it even in the title. Oh, moving update / G Carter tribute show. So you had to sit through an hour long of nonsense to get to the shout out. He didn't do a separate video of it. He did all in one video, and that's monetized. Very nice.
Because it was a monetized video. So let me get this straight. Every show ever on television that has a tribute to someone who passed away, they're making money off of that because there's advertisements that run on that television show, right? I mean,
well, TV shows don't really have the choice to have commercials, though. Like, are they going to tell you, say, no, company, we can't have ads? But they usually try to do it in a tasteful way. They also, if the person is like such a moving person and they tribute something to him, they usually have a fundraiser for him. Like, they usually say, like, okay, since this person passed away, we're going to do a charity event for this person. We're going to donate the money to a charity that he really supported, or a cause that he supported, what have you. There's differences with it, but they don't clickbait the show. The show has a context for it. The podcast is just nonsense, and then in the middle of it, he just brings it up. And he didn't even demonetize the video. I mean, the thing is that you could say, like, well, it's not fair for him because, I mean, TV shows can do it. Okay, even then, he has the option to not monetize that video. He had the option. But okay.
I mean, God forbid someone ever do a tribute to anyone that's ever existed. If any penny of money is transacted anywhere, that means that you made money off a dead friend's memory. It's insane. Now, the other thing is, a similar thing happened a couple years later. My friend Scott Hovanissian, who was actually a friend of T's, he was the person who got T into competitive Street Fighter. He ended up passing away. Now, I didn't know too much about the circumstances of his passing or whatever. I just gotten wind from a few people.
What about the guy that got shot on the street?
And said, Phil, Scott passed away. It's really sad. So I decided on a podcast to do a very small segment.
Now, what's great about this, he got all that flack the first time. Now, and he never thought, hey, people are accusing me of making money off of my dead friend. I'm not going to do it the second time around. So I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to put myself in that same position again. Well, guess what? He did it again. Whoops.
Where I discussed the passing of him and saying, rest in peace, and he was a good guy, and I told a couple jokes about things and stuff experiences that I had with him. That wasn't even a long segment. I think, if I remember correctly, that was like 15 minutes, on, again, a 2+ hour podcast. And again, the same slander. Phil made money off of his deceased friends. It's like, are you fucking...
Now, the thing that is also funny is that he told us in many videos, you can't turn off monetization. Even if I did, it would be enabled later on. A few days later, it auto monetizes, which I never really understood why that's a feature. It sounds like nonsense. So I don't believe Machinima had a feature that auto monetized the video if you didn't monetize it. That makes no sense. But okay.
You've got to be brain dead to think that that's the true thing. I didn't make a fucking a video just about it and monetize the video. It was a small tribute in a.
But you could have done a separate video and not monetize it, or just say something on Twitter. Now, a lot of people kind of slam him for the tweets that he does about dead celebrities, but I think that's better than doing a video. Personally, as long as the tweet is tasteful, but. I mean, I think it's better than doing a video on it. I mean, if you monetize your videos, I think it's better to do a tweet. If you're not gonna monetize the video, then you could do it in a video in a tasteful way. But whatever. You have your own way. I mean, he should just say, like, look, I understand. And the thing that is kind of ridiculous about this is that he kind of shits on people. So instead of trying to show the positive side of him and debunking stuff, He's being toxic about it. What he just is, I can understand why people might say that I make money. I made money off this, but I don't really think it's an issue because I did a podcast anyway, and this he could make his own morals about it, but he could explain it in a nicer way than say these idiots, they think that I make money off them. Wow, they're fucking dumb. Listen to this slander, and it doesn't make me inclined to believe him. If you're gonna tell, like I've said this on my stream, on my Twitch stream yesterday about that story about that guy at the gas station that was yelling at me for help, in a mean way, not like yelling like I need help. It was like yelling at me like I need your help, I need it right fucking now, like that kind of shit. And I was like, I'm not gonna fucking help someone that's like yelling at me. I don't know who this person is, whatever. But if someone's like sounding aggressive to me, I'm not gonna be inclined to believe them or listen to them because like. I don't know you and you're yelling at me aggressively, I'm not gonna fucking waste my time. Because that is very sketchy to me. But if you're like kind about it, like polite, I mean it could still be sketchy. I'll be more inclined to listen. That's the difference. It's one thing to listen to someone and saying no thanks than being yelled at and be like, okay, I this guy's yelling at me, I don't wanna fucking deal with this guy, I wanna go home. So I have no inclination to believe him because he's yelling at us, he is saying that these guys are fucking assholes. He's doing all this stuff that's not making him look positive. And that's the issue. That's the main issue with DSP on the internet. It isn't these 7 years of slander that he's debunking. It's the fucking toxicity he has. I mean, he could debunk this all day till the cows come home, and he'll still be a toxic asshole.
Hard show to someone who meant something to me in my life, and because it was a monetized video, for some reason I'm the fucking devil because I made money on a dead friend. It's insanity. It really is insanity, okay? Alright. Let's continue.
Talk about the water wheels in Africa.
I can't believe
I wonder what he's bringing up.
I really can't.
I can't believe this, man.
Here's one that's new to me. I didn't even hear about this one until today. I groomed 2 fangirls and used them for sex and extra money.
I groomed 2 fangirls. Well, Leanna was a fan, and Kat was a fan. Now the thing with Kat is kind of funny is that that lore is ridiculous. He introduced her as, well, she's not a fan of the content at all. Can you believe that? I found a girl that doesn't know who I am on YouTube. And then tells us later on that she watched his Evil Within playthrough and loved it, even though she's not into gruesome stuff. Wait a second. Doesn't make sense. Anyways, he told us that he never groomed 2 fangirls. He did groom them. Like when you're talking to them and you're soliciting them to hang out with you, to go on a date, that's grooming them. He's probably thinking when he read that, he probably was thinking that he was grooming them to be sex slaves or some shit, and no one accuses him of that. That'd be fucking insane. But that's probably what he's thinking. It's like, really, dude, I didn't make them my slave. Oh my god, no. But he groomed them in the sense that he fucking like dated them. They were fans. They already looked up to him. It was kind of like easy for him to date them. That's what people were calling him out on.
What?
What?
Like,
by the way, he said that this was the first time we heard of it today, even though he mentioned grooming earlier. But okay. Oh, this is a good face. It's like the face of like oh my god, it's like he saw something over there that's scary. He was like, he saw the ghost of Vidar, dude.
What? What the fuck? I don't even know what that is. I don't know how you could even say that. Where's there any evidence of that?
Where is the evidence? You said that that she was fan of your videos. She talked to you in DMs. Okay.
I don't even know where that's coming from. I have no clue where the fuck that's coming from at all. Like, what? That's a first. And I didn't make that up. It's on the same fucking list here that I pulled right off of fucking Twitter today. People believe this. The thing is, like I said, my life has always been very transparent. And it wasn't until like you know, when I started dating Kat that I
Dating
made things
Kat.
more private. But you guys
Dating
know
Kat.
how busy I am. You guys know how much I work. You guys see I'm on stream all the time. I'm making videos constantly. When the fuck was I secretly grooming 2 fangirls for these?
How was I secretly grooming them? I had no time. I work all the time. How did you fucking date Kat, dumbass? How did you talk to her? How did you get her to come over? I don't have time. So then the cat just materialized in your fucking house? Oh my god.
Covert meetings and shit. Like,
covert meetings. Dude, he literally thinks when you say grooming, he thinks that he's going out and he's like training them like a fucking slave. Does he not know that it's grooming in the sense that they're fans and they look up to you and you talk to them in DMs like, oh, hey, baby, what's up? He doesn't think that's grooming? Oh my god. He has a very unique mind. A very unique mind.
what the fuck are you talking about? This shit is just out of control. All right.
Out of control. I only had time to talk to Kat while I was working and didn't have time to.
I mean, and of course that would lead into Phil said that he needed money for taxes, and he used it to buy an escort from Europe to fly the escort multiple times across the world to spend time with him so he could pretend like he had a girlfriend and all that. And of course that thing,
well, Kat was kind of an escort if you think about it,
because that was proven that was actually a middle-aged couple over in fucking like Central Europe or some weird shit who had been catfishing people for like a decade doing this, and they were using other people's personas and online profiles and basically doing identity theft to pretend to be other people. And what they would end up doing is try to blackmail people. So I think what their game was is that eventually what they wanted to do to me by lying on the internet and saying that, oh, I was escort, that I was a Phil or whatever. They were going to try to blackmail me and say, well, if you pay us a certain amount of money, we'll go away and never say this ever again. But I don't care about that shit. I already had so many people talking shit about me. I didn't care, and I just said, fuck you. And I ignored it, and it went away within 2 months when finally people did the research, you know, and found out.
Funny how that went away, but all of this stuff for 7 years never went away. Okay.
This crazy couple doing insane shit, okay?
Take a sip. Chew the water.
But again, this is another thing that people still to this day say, Phil had an escort. It's like, no, actually, that one was 100% completely debunked, but people still believe it because they're fucking morons. All right, let's continue here. I wanted to hit an 11-year-old girl. You're right. I just wanted to just, you know, punch a girl.
Now, of course. Okay, well, we can go to this, but. Oh man. No, not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. No. No. There it is.
Can I please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the
By the way, this is on DSP Gaming. You can find it on DSP Gaming, a hot gaming channel. It's rising up. It's getting up there, 188,000 subs. That's pretty cool. You can't comment on it. But this video is on his channel. Is on this channel. It might be a detractor channel actually. Some detractor channels, you know, kind of copy exactly the person. Like DSP Gaming. This I don't think that's really him. I mean, it has a cartoon character. It could be a lie. It also has this merchandise. I think DSP should shut this channel down. I think it's going a little too far with its impersonation of him. This is definitely out of context. Out of all you know, I don't know what this is, but okay.
Room.
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, if you look around, you would have been able to know. It literally says waiting room on top of it.
Wow. You're quite rude.
Wow.
I'm 11. Deal with it.
I'm 11.
You're 11?
You're 11?
And your parents bought you a gaming PC? What's wrong with this picture?
Probably because I'm part wolf. You click on it, just so you know.
You click on it. Ah. Good. Now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that. You click on it. Ah. Good. Now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid.
Wait a second, uh-oh. Face cam's in the way. Oh, no, not that. Me. I wanna move me.
Kid who I would have slapped in real
I would have slapped in real life. In real fucking life.
They talk to me like that.
He never said that, by the way. That's a lie. We made this video up. We hacked his channel, guys. We got him. We got his channel, dude.
Right in the fucking face. I cop up to that one. No! What the fuck are you talking about? This all spawned from 2 years ago. I was playing this stupid VR chat thing, whatever the fuck it is. Girl, right in the fucking face.
Now, I like how when you say beat up, no one said beat up. He said that DSP wants to slap an 11-year-old in the face. What's a pimp bitch slap? And he's like, yeah, man, I would want to beat him up. He thinks literally saying that DSP wished violence on an 11-year-old means actively punching and kicking exclusively. Not slapping. Slapping is not violent, apparently. Which, okay, I guess it's not, apparently, in DSP land. I mean, guys, does that mean that he beats up Cat? Holy shit. We might need to do some research, guys. Because if he doesn't consider slapping violence... Oh, man. I hope Cat's okay.
I cop up to that one. No! What the fuck are you talking about? This all spawned from 2 years ago. I was playing this stupid VR chat thing, whatever the fuck it is. I don't even know what it is.
Oh, okay.
You
don't know what it is, but you played it.
And there was a girl on there who obviously should not have been playing VR chat unsupervised. You could tell
she should not have been playing a game unsupervised. Dude, she didn't do anything nasty, and it was probably her own server, and she probably tells people who come in there, hey, can you leave, and then they leave. Because I think if it's an 11-year-old and she's asking, I mean, so sure she might get trolled sometimes, but whatever. But, she just said idiot, and he gets this response, and he says, I want to slap her in the face. It's literally in the beginning of the VR chat. It's the first fucking part. You don't have to search that far for it. The title literally is VR Chat is Awful Part 1. Part 1. This isn't part 500. It's not part 300. Not part 20. It's not the parts that people don't care about. It's part 1.
Well, she was probably like 11 years old. Probably accurate.
She was probably 11. She tells you her age. I'm 11. She's probably 11. Oh. Good detective skills there, buddy.
That's about how old she sounded. Why the fuck her parents are letting her play VR chat, the world of this...
Why would her parents let her play video games? Ugh, terrible parents. She should play with cardboard boxes like I did.
Disgusting people going in there saying swears and sexual things and all kinds of fucked up... That's about how old she sounded. Why the fuck her parents are letting her play VR chat, the world of disgusting people going in there saying swears and sexual things and all kinds of fucked up stuff, right? That's just crazy, right? But there was a girl who I walked into a room and literally just became an insane brat, insulting me and saying nasty shit to me.
Insane brat and insulting him. All she said was, can you leave the waiting? Can you leave this room, please? I don't think she said please, but she said, like, can you leave this room? And it was like, oh, sure, where did I go? It's right behind you, idiot. Oh my god! Toxicity, dude. That's so negative. Oh my god, man. When someone calls me a fucking idiot, oh man, I fucking lose it. Oh man.
I didn't even say a word.
I didn't say a word!
She was saying like nasty shit direct to me. I was like, damn, you know, that girl needs a fucking smack or something. I don't even remember exactly what I...
That girl needs a smack. I don't remember what I said. What? That didn't make any sense. And over the course, he changed the turn. He changed it so many times that I'm sure he forgot what he said. And originally, and even the lie, because it went from, oh, slap a kid like that, whatever. He changed the story so much.
I said, but it was a reactionary thing, basically saying, you know, she needs a smack, because if that was me in my day when I was growing up and I was a kid, if I acted like that, my parents would smack me right in the head. That's just
really? Your parents would smack you for saying idiot? I mean, come on. I got slapped for worse than that. I got slapped for Well, I was a violent kid back in the day, so I mean, I can't say that I didn't deserve it.
How it was back then. Today, God forbid anyone ever touch a kid, but back then that's how it was. You get disciplined for acting like a shithead to people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now it's different. Kids don't get disciplined. Okay.
So I made a comment, off the cuff comment about that.
It
wasn't to the kid, by the way. It was a private comment. It wasn't like I ran up to the kid's face and insulted the kid. It was just to my streaming audience.
It wasn't to the kid. Well, no shit. You were a little bitch about it, and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna go away." I would smack the kid. Now I'm away from that fucking brat of a kid. I would bitch slap that kid if you talked to me in that in real life. Like that no one said that he said it directly to her. They just said that he said that. But okay, DSP is an idiot. So
I said, "Damn, that girl deserves a smack for acting like that."
You didn't even say that.
Into Phil wants to beat up an 11-year-old girl. What the fuck? Now, if I had actually said on stream I want to beat up an 11-year-old girl, do you think I'd be on Twitch today? Of course not.
Didn't Dr. Disrespect get in hit huge trouble last year or the year before about being an abusive person or whatever? And isn't he back on Twitch? I could be wrong about that. I'm not sure. But I mean, Twitch lets some partners get away with a lot of dumb shit. And he's saying that you think that would be on Twitch? I mean, fucking Winx threatened his viewers to dox them, and he got banned, and now he's back on Twitch. Okay.
They would have banned me, but I didn't say that. It was
and this is conveniently before Twitch instituted their new terms of service that they had. That was very strict at the time. Okay.
Tough comment. It's stupidity. It's absolute stupidity things that people say and twist this shit into. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Let's get into more recent stuff, shall we? Let's get into all the crap that people are saying.
That was 7 years.
About things such as...
We're going to recent stuff.
Oh, hold on.
This is not very organized, by the way.
Oh, forget that.
I think I'm... whatever.
Never mind. That wasn't interesting. Now, I thought it was something interesting to come in. It was nothing interesting at all.
Nice hair, by the way.
Right,
nice little split in the center.
Let's talk about recently. I mean, anyone who's been watching my stuff in the last 2 years knows that I'm financially not in a very good situation. Every time that it looks like I'm getting ahead somehow, sadly, I get screwed. All right?
How?
First, it was the YouTube adpocalypse in early 2017 when YouTube ad revenue fell completely through because a bunch of advertisers left. So I changed myself up from being a full-time YouTuber to a full-time streamer. And I started to recover. Things were actually getting good. Then I get a message from the Washington State Department of Revenue that I was supposed to be paying state business taxes ever since I moved here in 2014, and I hadn't for 3 years. Oh, guess what? My accountant at the time screwed everything up and never did it right. So because of that, I owed thousands upon thousands of dollars of back state taxes that I never paid. It wasn't my fault. It was because the asshole who I was paying entrusted to do my taxes.
And the other thing that people tell him is that he still places the blame on other people. That's another thing we could blame him for. Still doesn't take... Oh, you don't have to hear me. I'll just play this.
Wasn't doing them right. So we get past that, and then the next thing is YouTube. Well, first of all, losing a partnership that I had with Curse on YouTube. Then losing monetization on my YouTube channel, DSP Gaming, which I didn't do anything. It was a Google Plus error. You know what I mean? It's like thing after thing after fucking thing. Every time that it looks like finally everything
again doesn't clarify the whole thing with AdSense.
I can get ahead. Something else would rear its ugly fucking head. But in particular, these last couple of years, there's been two things that have really been hurting me. One is those back state taxes that I owed thousands upon thousands of dollars out of nowhere. I didn't have the money for it.
He didn't have the money for it, but he was able to pay it off in a year. In June 2018, he got the information in September 2017, so even less than a year. He said that he paid off the back taxes, but he didn't have the money. Okay.
For them. And the other is right now my federal taxes, which I couldn't pay this last year, and I back state taxes that I owed thousands upon thousands of dollars out of nowhere. I didn't have the money for them. And the other is right now my federal taxes, which I couldn't pay this last year, and I'm going on a payment plan in order to try to make up for it, okay? Now, I don't have anyone to appeal to. I don't have an extensively huge family who's made of money.
He doesn't have anyone to appeal to. My mom got me on the payment plan, dude. Okay, and you didn't get Emerald 7 to come in? You didn't get a $1,000 tip in 2017? Like, look here. Oh, look. Patreon goal got 1,221. Let's see. Top tip was $400. Does he have total tips? Current tips goal, he got 957 of 2,000. Then he got $2,649. Now remember when he used to get that much money? He didn't even get close to that, even with the marathons. He got to $2,000 because we added 2 marathons together, but even then, I don't think it necessarily added to 2,600. It might be like 2,100 or something like that. But okay, whatever you say, buddy.
Who I can ask for stuff. So for me, I'm really just I'm dependent on trying to figure shit out for myself, and I share this stuff with you guys. And I have to say, you guys have been so insanely supportive. Seriously, insanely supportive and just insanely cool about it and helped me out.
You've been insanely cool about it. But the people that helped him in those situations are all gone. Like, let's take a look back here. Let's see these names. Where's Ash Munching Ballsuckers? What happened to him? The only normie I've seen is the Spicoli and the Planet of... And the Spicoli kind of dropped off after a while. Like, and I'm sure you can get even some more information on this, but... Like, M. Doyle 99, what happened to him? What happened to... why is this Spicoli, like, rare now? What happened to Ask Munching Ballsuckers? He gave $1,000! What happened to him? Okay.
Out so many times over the years with this shit that's happened, and I don't like sharing that kind of stuff with you because when you come to my streams, you're here to hang out and have fun. You're not here to hear this kind of shit, right? You don't want to hear about my financial woes and stuff.
You don't want to hear about my financial woes, but I went on a long tirade about money. Sound good?
Well, being very honest with all of you, if it hadn't been for your support over and over, I wouldn't even be here anymore. I would have lost this house by now. I wouldn't even be able to do this for a job. I probably would have had to declare bankruptcy and go get like a part-time job or 2-3 part-time jobs, you know, and give all this up. So thank you for that. All right.
Thank you for that.
But some of the biggest misconceptions about this is that when I ask for help, that I go and I blow money on stuff, and that's not the case at all. Everything that I've ever asked you guys for has gone exactly towards what I've said it was going to be. All right. So the first time around, we got to talk about this one because this one goes years back too. Phil stole fan donations that went towards a Project 7 reboot. Phil stole fan donations that went towards a Project 7 reboot. Every statement in that is false. All right? Besides maybe my name. Stole, I didn't donation. Because this one goes years back too.
The name?
Phil stole fan donations that went towards a Project 7 reboot.
Oh, he's saying that
Phil
that's the only thing correct.
Fan donations
okay.
that went towards a Project 7 reboot. Every statement in that is false. All right? Besides maybe my name.
Maybe my name.
Stole? What? I didn't steal anything. What they're talking about is
I didn't steal anything. I mean, like, sure, Patreon is in a way, like, you're supporting people. I've said this, but the thing is that you have a goal. A specified goal. He doesn't think that people went out of their way to put money to get the goal. Like, and this is the thing that's dumb about it. He kind of puts words in his patron's mouth. He's like, "Oh no, man! The whole point of Patreon is to support me." But the people went there to. How do you know that's why they gave you the money? The people might have just given you the money to get Project 7. It's the same shit as why people give sub a lot of subs. Like, that's why throughout the whole year, when he was doing Twitch sub goals, the only reason he was able to hit the goals was because of people gifting subs to sock accounts. Why do you think, for the longest time, why do you think he's not hitting the 500 sub goal? If he doesn't hit the sub, if he gets organic subs to get to 500, fine. But I doubt that. I guarantee some guy at the last day of the month is going to come in with all the subs DSP needs to hit the goal. I guarantee it. And he's going to hit the goal because someone gifted the subs. Because that person wants to see the retrospective. That's how he's been always hitting these goals. And he still gives us the meme of, oh, they want to support me, man. That's why they give you the money. No. They give you the money because they want to. They sure want to support you. They come. It's like a byproduct of it, but they want to hit the goal. If it's not about the goal, then why does he always phrase it like it? Like these are one-time goals. That's what I've said. Ever since he started a Patreon, and it's somewhat the same way with these Twitch sub goals is that doing a monthly goal on Patreon is fucking stupid. It's more convoluted than it needs to be. I recommend to people if you want to go to Patreon, make a goal that is long lasting. Have it be a long lasting goal. Don't have it be a one time goal. Don't give it a limit. And once it's hit, you get to do it, and it supports that particular goal. Sure, it goes to supporting the goal. Like for my Patreon goal, I have a webcomic series. I was an Artcast series, and I say for both of those that these shows will continue as long as this goal is hit. If the goal, like let's say the Artcast goal, like right now, that one I think is a $40 goal. If let's say that drops down to $30, that might just slow it down even more. I mean, the only reason why I haven't done an Artcast for a few months is because I had a lot of class shit to do, a lot of coursework to do, because I just think chemistry and biology, and I was really wanting to get, I was struggling with those courses, so I wanted to take some time to do that and other stuff, doing videos and all that. It is what it is. But I would always say, like, look, if I'm working on the episode or the issue or an issue of the comic I proposed and it drops, I'd still deliver the thing. Like, and I've said that, and I don't know, I might have to go back to my Patreon and edit it a little bit, but I'm going to say this right now, like, my Artcast goal. If, let's say that, right now I'm going to work on a new one. I already finished one, one's already uploaded, it's going to be live for everyone by the end of the week, but I'm going to start working on the next one. Let's say that as I'm working on this one, the goal drops off, and it goes back down to 30 or 20 or whatever. I would still give you that episode that I'm working on, still. But after that, it might just be like, whenever I feel like it, whatever. It's gonna be on my own basis of it. So that's kind of how I go with it. And I recommend kind of like just doing a goal that you think is more feasible and plan it around that and have it be a continual goal. Doing 1 month goals is dumb. It just doesn't make sense, and it makes the goal more convoluted than it needs to be.
Patreon goal level that was hit for 1 month in the summer of like 2015, maybe it was 2016, but I'm almost positive it was as far back as 2015. Not stole, it was raised legitimately via a Patreon goal level, all right? Fan donations, they weren't fan donations, they were Patreon contributions, that's different. That went towards a Project 7 reboot. Wrong, it wasn't for a Project 7 reboot. It was for me to take some time out that month to do a Project 7 reboot trailer.
So, a few things about this. So let's read the Project 7 goal. He made $12.50 on it. It's no surprise that I've wanted to relaunch my very old series, Project 7, for quite some time. However, due to timing limitations and the fact that I need constantly bring in revenue to pay the bills, I've been unable to dedicate the effort needed. If this goal is reached, I will take the time away at least 2 streams, if not 2 full days in August to write, record, and work on a renewal of Project 7, with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. Now, I guess he could say that the at least something, I guess that something could be a trailer, but then let's take a look at the $75 perk level. Patrons who donate $75 or more a month will be featured if they desire to be in a future episode of Project 7 or another creative project. This can be audiovisual, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, be given this perk as Project 7 needs to be launched. Okay, so here he says Project 7 episode, but he says that this is for a trailer. So, if it's for a trailer, why did you promise a pledge level to be in an episode. If you're not offering an episode, why are you offering an episode in the pledge? See how disjointed that is? And on top of all of this, which because I do remember him talking about trailers. It was in one of the Hate Lives. I guarantee it. I might watch it at some point in the future, but and I think it was the Hate Live right before MGS5 came out and all that, because he was talking about Project 7. He kept saying, I don't know what to do, blah, 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 about Project 7. He said that it was going to be a trailer, but it wasn't clear. He said on a video, oh, it's for a trailer, a trailer. On Patreon, it's for Project 7 reboot or at least something. Very vague, but then he has a pledge level that says this. So he doesn't understand. And this is the thing that I've said has always been an issue with DSP. He puts so much words and shit that it makes it convoluted and makes it very easy to people to misunderstand what he's saying. That's why he needs to kind of go over his Patreon and edit it. He never does that. He doesn't go back to his Patreon and think, maybe I should reword this. This is a little too definitive. Maybe I should reword it to kind of say that's a possibility. This literally reads that he's going to dedicate time for it. He didn't dedicate the time for it. So why does he think that no one's going to be happy with this? It's all nonsense. But it's for a trailer. The trailer phase.
A trailer that was probably going to be 30 seconds long.
And it's going to be 30 seconds long. He asked for $1,250 to do a 30-second video. Now, I'm not saying the trailer has to be 30 fucking minutes, but it could at least be like over 1 minute. 30 seconds? And he couldn't come up with anything? Dude. He could have come up with something so fucking easy. 30 seconds! 30 seconds for $1,000? 30 seconds! That's it! That is even worse than what people were claiming him for! Like, even if he hit the goal, that's a ripoff. That's still a ripoff. 30 seconds? $1,000 for 30... He could not dedicate 30 seconds to do... I can't believe that. I can't believe he couldn't even spend 30 seconds. Are you fucking kidding? Yeah, I'm yelling. That blows my mind. I mean, when I heard this the first time, it blew my mind. 30 seconds. He wanted 1,000 to do a 30-second video. Wow, he really loves his fucking fans.
Okay? So, for years, I've been slandered being told that you stole money from your viewers for a Project 7 reboot, and none of that statement is true at all.
None of that
what really
statement
happened was...
I like the head dance he does. No! But he considers Tim Schafer a thief, but he puts something out. He doesn't see the irony in this, or the contradiction, because Tim Schafer could say, well, the money said that I would give you the episode. I didn't say it would be different or drastic, but I gave you the second episode. I didn't steal your money. But okay, if you say so, Dark.
I used to do Patreon more heavily because I was more heavily into YouTube videos rather than streaming. I would have these goal levels set on Patreon. And so it would be like, if we raise
I didn't talk about the camera
something
goal.
dollars this month, I'll do this. If we raise $500 this month, I'll do this. If we raise $850, I'll do this. And one of the goal levels that month was I would take time away from doing gameplay for a while, probably maybe, 2-3 nights a week to work on this project.
2-3 nights a week to give us a 30-second video. Eat a dick.
7 reboot trailer. And, excuse me.
That is a ripoff. I'm sorry. Even if he gave us something, that's still a ripoff. If I remember
correctly, it was like a tier 3 goal, so we had already hit 2 goals below it.
Tier 3, we hit 2 goals. Let's see what the other 2 goals were. Oh, DSP's best of the classics. Vote on the next game series. Plays it. Patron's choice continues. That was 1,000. Dude, you know what was insane? And I'm surprised no one really gave him shit for this. So, at the time, he said that this is going to be a high tier level because it's going to be a big thing. but he had like a $1,000 goal level and a $750 goal level for these two events. After this, we never saw a goal level go back to the levels that they are supposed to be. Because the plays at Patron's Choice should have been 1,000, but that became 1,200. This just died. It just straight up died, and I'm telling you, this is why his Patreon died. He did nothing to his tier levels. He didn't add anything. He didn't spice it up. Once he hit these goals, he just decided to keep this. It's so fucking stupid. This is why his Patreon is trash, and it's even worse now. Like, get the fuck out of here.
So it was probably something like, and I have no idea if this is actually what it was at this point, so please don't take this as a fact. I'm going to estimate it was like, the goal was from $450 to $800. So if we raised those $350 extra dollars,
$400 to $800? Dude, it was $1,200.
I would make the trailer. So essentially what you're saying is, $350 raised to pay for my time that I'm not going to be making videos, to make up for those lost videos, because I raised it via Patreon. I'm going to work on a Project 7 trailer, okay? So essentially, that's what was supposed to happen. It didn't happen, and the reason it didn't happen is for two reasons. Number one, because that summer, there was a lot of other stuff going on, and people actually knew there was a very busy gaming season coming up that fall.
People knew? Okay. The other thing that's dumb about this, I'm going to kind of jump ahead on this one, but he sat the Crash Bandicoot marathon. Everyone remembers that whole the whole thing. He told us that if you complain about the length of the marathon and you're not a patron, you have no room to complain. You got this for free. The patrons have the right to be critical. Okay? The patrons love it. Okay? They loved it. Blah blah blah. But now it's magically, oh, the people who are not patrons are telling me I shouldn't do this. But I thought you told us that you're going to listen to what the patrons say, and the people who are not patrons don't have a voice. Huh, sounds like you're victim blaming, buddy. You're blaming the fans. As I said here, still doesn't take responsibility for shit that happens. He still hasn't taken responsibility for this. He blames the fans.
Lots of hot new releases they wanted to see me play, but during the summer, there were other games that had been coming out that people wanted to see me play and complete before the fall season hit. And I actually publicly asked my viewers, do you guys want to see the project?
I asked my viewers, shouldn't you ask your patrons? Shouldn't you get their opinion? Because, you know, they gave you the money?
7 trailer that,
so,
you know...
Okay, so instead of him stealing the money, what we can't say now, guys, because he's promised a 30-second trailer, we can say that he ripped off his fans with a $1,250 goal level for a 30-second trailer. Very nice.
From Patreon, or you would rather see me do all this other stuff. And publicly, the consensus...
Why would non-patrons want you to focus on something that they didn't pay for? This is like me asking, like, Mega64, hey guys, can you release their panel videos that have secret content on the internet for free? They'd be like, no, the whole point of these panels is to give people incentive to come to come to the convention and see something that is exclusive to them, because they have to go, you know, a long distance to get to these panels, pay a lot of money to get something. They get something that's special because it's a convention. I mean, it sucks that when the room is full, but you know that's kind of what happens. They're not gonna sit there like, you're not going to the panel? We should listen to this guy. I mean, come on. You have to give something to the people that are willing to give you go the extra mile for you. Like, if they don't... I mean, the thing is that if the patrons don't mind not getting it, that's on them. Like, but if you go the mile and ask them, and you say, hey guys, what do you want? And they say, look, I don't really need the rewards. You know, I just want to support you. It's fine. That's on them. But you need to ask them for that. You need to make sure you know it's okay to do that. Otherwise, what are you doing?
This was do the other stuff. We don't really care about the Project 7 trailer. All right, back then I used to struggle because every month I was struggling. I need 2-3 goals for Patreon. I would just pull shit out of my ass. That some
Oh! For years, he gave us the meme of, I didn't think about this is something very different, and he would just give random shit and put it out there. He didn't give a fuck for what he wanted his fans to pay for it. So that's another thing we could add up. We could add to the list of things that we could still blame him for. So
sometimes people didn't really care about, and honestly, that Project 7 trailer was really one of them. In fact, I will be very honest with all of you.
Doesn't put effort.
Okay. I'll be very honest with all of you. Out of all the people that were big adamant fans of mine back then, there was one guy who was very upset with me. One guy was so upset with me, he said, I'm not going to watch your content anymore. You told us you were making a Project 7 trailer, and you didn't do it. And therefore,
and this guy's a fucking cuck to begin with. I'm done with the forums. He's still on the forums. He's one of those like people on like Twitter that does this big grandiose exit and then they come back. I mean, whatever. If he wants to leave, that's fine. If he doesn't want to leave, that's fine too. But he kept making these grandstanding exits. He comes back, and then when DSP was playing Subnautica, he came back to him. But of course, he doesn't watch the content anymore. I'm pretty sure you can watch the Subnautica video of his on his gaming channel, and he'll literally call out his name. Oh, Kigalian, what's up, man?
I'm not going to watch you ever again. I know who he is to this day.
I know who he is to this day. We all know who he is. Right. He's a fucking cuck.
And it actually hurt me, because I was like, man, I let people down. There was someone who actually really cared about this trailer, and I let him down because he really...
Oh, it hurt him. But, like, I'm sure there's a video. I think he feels a little creeped out by this guy. Because I think it's there's a guy on the forums that's still there, apparently. Like, it was very weaselly about it. I don't know.
Wanted to see it. But outside of that, no one else cared. All right?
No one else cared! No one else cared. After that, like, a good spike just dropped. Jackie Chan, copyright striked his channel because of that. But no one cared, obviously. Of course, no one cared. Of course, all that stuff that happened because of it was just nonsense, obviously.
I didn't just say, oh, here's $350 extra. Let me just pocket that. No, what I actually did is the next month on Patreon, I lowered all the Patreon goals by $350. I said...
Now, this is dumb. I've said this before in the Project 7 video. I don't know if I said it in my original video I covered of it or whatever, but this is dumb. You had people pay $1,250 for this goal that you didn't do. He should have done the following month's goal for free. He shouldn't have lowered the goals. That's not even enough to cover what was lost. He should have done it for free. He gave them nothing. Except for a lower goal, so he made slightly more money. He made $1,250 plus that. And then he went back to $1,250 the next month. It's such trash. And he thinks that this is like a solid he did for his fans. Which it wasn't a solid at all. He lowered the goal, but didn't do the goal of that level for free. Wow.
Instead of having a tier 1 goal at $250, we're just gonna do a special goal just to start.
$250? No.
And the next goal will be like $150. The next goal is $400. So I lowered everything by $300 to $350. Again, these are not correct numbers. These are just numbers I'm pulling out of my butt. I'm just giving you an example.
Very honest. Didn't even make sure what his goals were at the time. But those weren't the goals. He only lowered one goal because he only had that and the camera goal. The camera goal was like dropped down to 14 something, and the 1250 went down to like 300 something or something like that. But he should have done the 1250 goal for free of the next month because it equates to the money that was spent and got nothing. So he did pocket the money. But okay.
Okay. So that it would be fair for the next month people were still getting fun stuff. Now, of course, you're absolutely right. I didn't make the trailer. I 100% will tell you I didn't make the Project 7 trailer. I never made it. But it was because my viewers at the time were telling me not to. That it was a bad goal. I should have never done it. I should have been doing other stuff. That's what they wanted to see me do. So I did what my viewership told me to do. And to this day, people still tell me I stole money and didn't do Project 7 again, even though none of that was promised. It was for a 30-second trailer. No money was stolen. And I actually gave it back kind of the next month via lower...
Kind of gave it back? No, you... Wait a second.
Money and didn't do Project 7 again, even though none of that was promised. It was for a 30-second trailer, no money was stolen, and I actually gave it back kind of the next.
Gave it back kind of. That's kind of a weird word to say, because he would have given it back if he did that goal for free. He didn't do it for free. So, he didn't really give the money back. He only gave a percentage back, which is dumb. When you get a refund, you usually get the full amount back unless you open the case, but there was no case to be opened. Okay.
Next month via.
I mean, like if I pull my funding from Indivisible, I'm sure they'll give my money back, the full money. They're not gonna be like, oh no, Theo, you can't get your money back. But okay, I mean, not that I would, because I love Indivisible, dude.
Lowering all the goals. Now the other thing is, all right. The other thing is that some people said, why didn't I just refund all the money? You can't. The reason being was there's no way to tell who pledged on Patreon just to see Project 7.
There's no way to tell now. Now you can refund people on Patreon, by the way. They even made it easier in the new update for it. Like it's a whole tab. If you're a supporter of someone, you could request a refund as well. On top of that, like I could issue it, and then I could either issue it to you, or you could ask me to. Like you're like, oh Theo, I want my money back. I could give you the money back. So there's an option for that. Now, what he's going with is, I don't know if people like the people who wanted to support me or the people that just wanted the goal. I can give the money back to those who just wanted the goal. There's no way to tell. The Patreon lists every patron you have. They give you a fucking list. Now, of course, I didn't have a Patreon around 2015. I think I opened mine in 2017. I think it was like the end of 2017. I opened it. Maybe 2018. I think it was 2017. I don't remember, but whatever. I opened a Patreon around something they did like a revision to it, like the first complete change of it. Like I didn't have Patreon when they had this design to it. But they give you a list, and you could also message your patrons. You could like if he didn't know who pledged, he could just send a mass message to all patrons. He could post on the fucking wall. He could say, "Hey guys, if you pledge to this Patreon just to see Project 7, please let me know so I can give you a refund." Patreon lets you. There's a whole feed of stuff you can do that only patrons can see. He could make a post to his patrons. He could do polls on Patreon. He could do so many things on Patreon that he just doesn't do, which blows my mind. So, you know how he has this, so I'm gonna go, it's gonna get even crazier with this. So, you know how he tells us that, oh, to do these patron choice events and all that stuff, blah, 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 they're gonna have to make an account on the forums to do it. They don't need it. I've went over this before, but I'm gonna go over it again. This is a blatant lie. He could make a post on Patreon saying, hey, patrons, post the games you want to see nominated for the Patrons' Choice. They could post all there on Patreon, and then he could make a poll on Patreon that has all the games, and they could vote on Patreon. They don't need to make another account. But since he doesn't do that at all, his Patreon is completely dead, on top of everything. And that's probably why the Patrons' Choice gets nonsense voted in, because I don't think anyone goes to the forums that are a patron. I don't think a good percentage does that. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, and you can't get your money back. You gotta make a fucking post. So yeah, he can't give a refund. Eat a dick. I know that's a lie. I know that's a lie. You can't fool me. Come on.
It's not like a crowd-funded it's not like a GoFundMe, you know? When you go to a Kickstarter and you want to finance a campaign, oh, I paid you $5 because I want to see you make a video game, right? That's not how it is. People give me Patreon money because just in general, some people just...
And on top of that, you can give refunds. 2 people on Patreon has gotten refunds. Me, because I was dumb enough to accidentally give him $5. Got my money back, dude. Don't worry. And then I think it was Fred that also gave him money. They got a refund.
Content I put out. Some people are actually directly pledging to get a perk level, a reward level. Some people want a goal to be hit. So they're all pledging for different reasons. You can't specifically say, okay, well, I had 1,000 people who pledged to my Patreon this month. Gee, I wonder how many actually pledged just to see the Project 7 reboot. How do
You could ask them. Why does he avoid to why doesn't he want to ask his fans about this country? He's willing to ask them, should I cuck my patrons about Project 7? They're like, yeah, okay, I'll listen to you. Hey patrons, should I ask them about who if they donate? No, I don't want to ask them. I know why he didn't want to ask them. I know why. He's scared that a big number is gonna say, yeah, Phil, can I get a refund? And he's gonna he got scared. I guarantee he got scared that someone was gonna say, "Hey Phil, can you? I do want a refund." I bet he was scared that a big number was gonna ask for a refund. I guarantee that's the deal.
How do I refund them specifically their money? You can't. It's impossible. It's just a stupid thing that kids would suggest as like, oh, see, Phil didn't refund any money, therefore that's why he stole the money. You can't refund the money, dumbass, but that's the thing. They'll say that stupid shit.
You can refund the money, dumbass, except you can. You could ask them if they donated the money to see Project 7, and they could say, yeah, I'll like a refund, or they say, because the thing is that if these people truly pledge to support him, he has nothing to fear. They would say, no, man, it's okay. It's okay if they want to do that. And if that's the case, he could even have proof that people didn't mind. But he didn't ask. So we have to expect. We have to just take his word that all these strangers that we don't know is okay with him taking the money and not giving them anything. And this is all fucking... Look at this face. This is like him yelling, oh my god, no! Oh my god, that face. That is a scary face. That looks like a monster. That monster-sized Phil over here.
Just to make me look bad, okay? So the whole Project 7 thing was complete nonsense, alright?
I agree. It's
but
really
in regards to the
nonsense.
Recent things that have happened with me raising tax funds, there were two specific times, alright, when I needed to raise tax funds. Once was in the fall/late 2017 because I needed to pay a state tax payment by the end of 2017, and then I had to pay a bunch of money in 2018 for state taxes, okay? I announced this dilemma of mine in November of 2017 on my Thanksgiving Day podcast. I did a Thanksgiving Day special podcast, and I announced this problem to my viewing audience on Thanksgiving Day 2017. You can go back and watch it. It's still live over on my vlogging channel, The King of Hate Vlogs, all right? Now, during 2017 was the year when early in the year I broke up with my ex, and I started talking to and then dating my now wife, Kat, okay? Now, Kat didn't live around here, and she had to visit me a couple times. I had to take time away from streaming and stuff to spend time with her. I didn't disclose that was happening because I knew if I did, people would be trying to get up in our private shit. All right. But what people say to this day.
So he's also did not clarify. So he's still okay about lying about being single and shit. Oh, whatever. I don't remember now. Shit.
Phil raised all that money for the taxes so he could secretly fly his new girlfriend across the country.
Now this is a whole remix of the lore here, but first off, he alluded to the tax situation August, September, around that time. He kind of alluded to it. He made a video saying, oh man, I don't know, man, I can't tell you, man, but it's like, I feel like I'm Job, dude. But, I don't think he really talked about it in July or June. However, he did beg during 2017. I did a video on this somewhere, but it's on Mr. Hot Stuff's channel. The dates are somewhere in July of 2017. He told us, guys, I need tips immediately. I need tips. I need to pay my bills. I need to pay the bills. The Twitch stuff is slow, which is okay, but I need tips. I need to pay the bills. This and that, blah, blah, blah. Which I always thought was silly. So he did beg for money. But it was for bills. And so there's that. The other thing is that the tax situation, like he begged for money for taxes and he flew Kat in. that is mostly directed about when he moved her in. So let's go to not that. I don't know if it's this, but go to this one.
All of you. And this is something that I actually am very, 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 very grateful for, folks. I have good news regarding my personal life. And I'm not going to give you concrete details or anything like that. But ladies and gentlemen, I have a very positive update for you. Okay? In regards to the tax situation that I was in, the situation where I didn't know if I was going to be able to pay my back taxes by the end of this month, and or if I wasn't going to be able to pay those back taxes, I was going to end up...
Now look how this is. This was back in January. He mentions, oh man, back taxes. I paid up my back taxes by the end of the month, but then I thought you had to pay them until June. It makes no sense. See how confusing this tax situation is? So it's still you know, dumb.
Having to maybe look to sell my house, at least for the short term, folks. At least for the short term. It looks like I'm out of hot water. It looks like I raised enough funds in December. I should be able to pay the taxes that are due by the end of this month. I should be able to afford any tax attorney fees that may come my way this month.
Oh! He was able to afford tax attorney fees. But in June, sometime either the summer of last year, I remember in a podcast he did, either it was the summer of 2018, the end of 2018, somewhere. I think it was that Thanksgiving podcast he did. He mentioned specifically that I have to pay my tax attorney for the cleanup fees. But here he tells us that he has enough money to cover the tax attorney. Okay.
And if and when, you know, the state of Washington determines what I owe in back taxes and works on that,
we're still waiting for Washington. Never mind. Whoops.
I'm hoping I should be able to afford it, because if they put me on a payment plan, I should be able to. Okay?
Oh, payment plan. Weird. Every time taxes come into play, payment plan starts to show up.
So that should be good. So all that being said, folks, the good news here is a few things have, well, let me put it this way. A few things have come together that, well, even that isn't the right way to say it. Circumstances have aligned in a manner that it looks like some positive things are going to happen between me and my girlfriend within the next month to month and a half. All right. What in particular? Well, basically, here's the deal. You know, my girlfriend does not live here with me in Washington State. She lives, flying distance away from me. She has to fly to come see me. All right. Currently, she's in a situation where the lease on her place where she's living is expiring.
Wow, how convenient. The lease is expiring so soon. When DSP wants her to come by. I wonder if Subaru Man was the lease man. Holy shit, Subaru Man drove her out. Oh shit.
When is it expiring? In late February. Well, she was in a situation where she was going to say, okay, well, maybe I'll get a short-term lease, because as I've mentioned to you guys many times, we're definitely looking for her to move in with me sometime this year. And first I said, there's no way she can move in with me if I have to sell my house right away. Okay? I knew that. Well, we're past that hurdle. It looks like because of the amount of funds I was able to raise in December and the fact that you guys have been incredibly supportive so far this year, things are looking positive. It looks like we're past that hurdle. So that hurdle's out of the way thanks to your support. So
now here's the thing. So the money did go to saving the house, which was the point of the fundraiser. However, how do we know it went there? See, I know it's going to get into a little bit personal information, but the thing is, we never know who paid for what.
Again, I got to say, thank you guys so much. Seriously. Like, your ongoing support and positivity are allowing me not only to keep doing this as a job, but you're making my life much better. You really are, okay?
So much better, man. So better you had to do a video talking about the slander.
So, my girlfriend's lease ending at the end of February, she was looking to get maybe a short-term lease on her place, right? Maybe I could do like a 3-month or a 6-month lease only. And then, depending on what happens with Phil, can I move in with Phil or whatever? Well, she got notice in the past couple of weeks. Guess what? She can't renew her lease.
Huh, weird. So he gets all that money for taxes. And then in January, her lease expires in February, which is weird because apparently she's moving in February. She couldn't get a short-term lease. Huh. Okay.
Because the owner of the place where she lives has decided to sell the house.
Wait a second. Now the lease owner wants to sell the house. Wait a second. So she told the lease man, hey, lease man, I'll keep giving you money for, a few months. Is that okay? No, man, I would much rather sell the house. He'd much rather sell the house than have someone keep giving him money constantly. Now, you might say, well, the cost of selling the house might be more than it is to give the lease, but the thing is, he would make more money taking the extended lease and then selling it after she leaves. Naturally, like she naturally leaves. So, I don't quite get why the lease guy was so dumb to do that. It sounds more like, what if the lease man was, instead of a lease man, get this, he drove a car. The car was like a Subaru type of car. And the guy wasn't the lease man. He was actually her boyfriend. And Subaru man found out that she was texting or talking to a pig. And he's like, this bitch is fucking cheating on me. Well, I want her out of here. I had enough of your nonsense, catty. Get the fuck out and never come back. Okay. Phil, I have to leave by February, so can you fly me in? Well, of course. Funny how that all fucking ties in. Huh.
Basically, she got served the notice. You have to leave permanently.
You have to leave permanently.
By the end of February.
And he laughs about it. Now, I would think it's a little sad that the lease man would be kicking out a customer that's willing to pay. It's not like that she has no money to pay. She clearly has money to pay if she's wanting to extend the lease. But if it wasn't the lease man, it was Subaru man, it would make sense why he was so urgent to get her the fuck out, right? I wonder what story do you believe in? The lease man story or the Subaru man tale? You let me know in the comment section below. What's more believable?
That puts her in a position, she's like, oh shit. Well, now you're talking not only getting a new lease, but now I have to move all my shit out of here. Okay? And you go to a new place. And if I'm going to move in with Phil this year at some point, now you're talking 2 moves. That would not be good. Imagine if she had to pay to get
But if the first move is temporary, see how dumb this is? You see how dumb this is? And he's saying, oh, I didn't pocket the money for Kat to move in. Then how come this sounds like such nonsense? The lease man didn't want to get paid more to get more money out of the fucking customer, and then selling the house on top of that. You didn't want that? Okay, sure. She couldn't. Then when she moved out, she couldn't find another place to live temporarily. She couldn't live in a hotel or a motel or whatever. She couldn't find a place to stay at all. How does that make any sense? Okay. Another great face by our boy. By our boy Dark, the great face man.
to spend time with him. Now let's look at the timeline. Well, the first time that Kat came to visit me was the summer of 2017. The second time she came to visit me was the fall, which I believe was October of 2017, because she actually helped me pick out my Halloween costume.
Now, someone brought this up on Twitter, and it's a good theory. I'll endorse it. He could have used credit cards to do all this and pay the bills later. Now, of course, you're expected to pay the bills. And as I said, he suddenly started to beg to pay the bills.
For the Halloween special that I did that year. I announced my financial dilemma about the state taxes in Thanksgiving of 2017. So obviously what Phil did is he announced it so he could raise funds, go back in time, and pay for the 2 visits beforehand. You fucking dumbasses. You talk out of your fucking ass.
See, and this is the thing. He talks about how we spin shit. He spins our shit to make it sound so dumb. He puts more effort in making us sound dumb than what the actual situation is, and what we're actually accusing him of. That is quite remarkable. He puts more effort into that than I do in my Theo theories. My Theo theories are probably better than what he does. Whatever this is.
Asses about this stuff and make the most crazy, controversial, insane theory that make no fucking sense. It's such a weird conspiracy. How the fuck do you think?
Such a weird conspiracy. It's so weird that at the end of the year of 2017, he's like, I'm going to sell the house. Like, I'm going to sell the house. And then actually we can go to this video. Thank you, Phil.
To this, no one knew I was going to announce this today on stream, but I do have an announcement. You may be wondering, in particular, right now, I mean, let's face it. Right now, I just revealed that I'm in kind of financial difficulties, right? Because of shit that's out of my control. You know, everything that you guys have done this year, your contributions, have put me in a position where I was able to afford everything. And I was like, man, if I could just keep going how I'm going, I'm good, right? You know, I'm not going to have any issues. And then be taking time off in early December. Possible to stream as much as possible. Time away from me, right? Yeah, at least get a day. Again, it is definitely from this hardcore gaming streaming. My voice gets worn out, man. Every once in a while, full force, right? I took those days off. You know, because I had that time away, I knew that was coming. There's been another reason why I've been taking that time to spend. What? And boom, immediately a bomb has been dropped every set intervals. And the reason is because I've been taking that time to spend some time with my girlfriend. And boom, immediately a bomb has been dropped. Everyone's probably like, oh, the fuck? What? You're doing what? With who and how and what's who? What?
God. What?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, fucking voice crack.
I know. For 2.5 months and not talked about it, right? Well, I've had an even better kept secret. All right, I have. I've had an even better kept. Certainly not as frequently as I would like. It's in the middle of the night. Sorry, most girls don't. For months, times off that I've been taking these breaks, this stuff, with my girlfriend, which means putting up the Christmas tree. So that's real. We're gonna be doing all that stuff together. In fact, it was back actually. The great pick of what that costume was. God, immediately. Do you know the people who are, I mean, literally 100%, months and months ago, that it would, oh my God, Phil is a girlfriend, you know. The other thing is, you know, she is a person who very much does not want to have a public persona.
Doesn't want to have a public persona. Bought an Elgato to do streams. Had a Twitch account. Had a YouTube account. Had a Twitter. Didn't want to have a social presence at all. Okay.
Now she knows who I am. She knows I'm a.
Oh, she knows who he is. But you said she's not a fangirl.
YouTuber. She knows all about me. You know. It's not like this was just someone that I met out of nowhere and she had no idea who I was or anything like that. She's very well aware of who I am and all of that. But she does not want to be involved with all the online drama. She has no aspirations.
She doesn't want to be part of the online drama. Cue Curb Your Enthusiasm theme. Dun, dun, dun. Because she did get part of internet drama in the Halloween thing because USB didn't really give a fuck about her being there and ignored her and let her just wander into the chat, even though he knew that she was gonna get trolled. Nice guy Phil, right?
To go out and make of being a part of mine. Go out there, just think about, folks. I mean, let's be honest. Her own YouTube channel, just because people could find out. We mentioned it in a video or a vlog earlier on in the year, because that was the year that we had gotten swatted. Okay, all right. I never mentioned it at all. For people to say, "Oh, go ahead and troll it," and money. All of that was literally fabricated in the past. So learning from that past, all right, learning from that past, I very publicly, all right, the fact that you guys now know about my financial situation with this tax situation, okay, because I revealed it on Thursday, a lot of questions have arisen. One of the questions is, well, why is Phil taking this time off in December if he knows that he needs to make as much money as possible? And, the answer here, quite frankly, is I already had scheduled this time to be with my girlfriend and do this holiday-themed stuff because there's no other opportunity to do it. As you know, guys, as we get closer to Christmas and everything, everyone gets super busy. I'll be super busy. And incidentally, she's going to be super busy. So, what we decided is let's have a celebration earlier on in the month when both of us would have time to do it. And I actually scheduled it for this 1 week when there's no new releases. So it's perfect. Okay. Perfect, so that's number one. But
so he tells us that I was saving the money for taxes, man. But he didn't want it, but he used her to get people to donate, which is still bad, by the way. So we can add that to the things we could still blame him for. So used Cat to get fans to donate to keep the house. That's cool. He used her to get money, dude.
The other thing, folks, is that the question on everyone's mind, well, why does Phil still need this big house? Why does Phil need to stay in this house in Washington? That's beyond what he needs, as a person, and he's just standing on pride that he doesn't want to lose this house that he bought, and he doesn't. No, the bottom line is, folks, that, I have a girlfriend who I've been dating for months, and we're both, mature.
So he uses cats to justify asking money to keep the house. That's solely not using cats to get money, right? Wait.
Money that I talked about and raised later in the year paid for the trips that happened earlier, you fucking buffoons. It just doesn't make
Wait, what?
Like, how the fuck do you think that money that I talked about and raised later in the year paid for the trips that happened earlier, you fucking buffoons?
You fucking buffoons! What about credit cards and credit card bills? You did beg for bills to get your bills paid, by the way. That still happened.
It just doesn't make any sense. Now, the bottom line is this.
Take a sip.
If I had
how far are we in it?
Raised money for...
This is scary content.
Well, no, I said that wrong. The truth of the matter was that if I didn't...
Wait, what?
If I had raised money for... Well, no, I said that wrong. The truth of the matter was that if I didn't raise enough money to get out of this state tax situation, I didn't know how I was going to pay the state taxes. And because of that, I was afraid the state would either put a lien on my home, or I didn't know how much it was going to be that I owed the state at that point. And I was thinking tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. I had no idea. And I was thinking I might have to sell my house. All right.
So I
actually told Kat at that point, I don't even know if we can plan our next trip. I don't know when's the next time I can see you. This really sucks because obviously at that point.
Look how he's like darting around. I don't know if I could see you. It's anything could happen.
Dating for months. I spent a lot of time with her, and it was working out. We wanted to advance to the next stage of our relationship, and we couldn't because I didn't know what the fuck was going to happen with all these taxes and everything. I had no clue what was going to happen with taxes and all that stuff.
stuff. But
so,
he got the money in January, and then magically her lease man was kicking her out. Oh, okay.
our life was on hold. Now, thank God, hallelujah, and I'm so grateful that you guys and gals and fans helped me out and raised enough money so that I paid off the state taxes. I was able to handle it. And because of that, Kat was able to move in with me in early 2018.
Wait a second.
But if I didn't raise the money to pay off those state taxes, I probably would have said our relationship's kind of on hold.
But couldn't he ask his mom? If he asked his mom to get the money to... Okay, this doesn't make sense either, but... Like, he asked his mom to spend the money for the 2018 taxes that he didn't pay, but he didn't ask his mom to keep the house. What? Okay.
Until we figure this stuff out. Oh shit, you guys are right. Where's my wedding ring? I was in the shower and I didn't put it back on. Now I'll be right back. Oh, about that, Kat, and I feel real bad about that.
Wait, what?
That's my fault, man.
That's my fault.
New husband making mistakes.
New
Sorry
husband
about that,
making
Kat,
mistakes.
and I feel real bad about that. But, I took it off because the thing is, people ask me, when do you keep your wedding ring on? The only time I take this off is when I'm in the shower. Because I'm afraid it's going to slip off my finger and go down the drain or something. But it's always with me at other times. And now I'm looking like, oh, God, I didn't have it on. I actually, my heart, I was like, oh, fuck, I feel like a dick. So thank you to whoever found that and called me out on that.
Oh, my God, he felt like a dick because he didn't have his ring. Dude, I would have just said, oh, man, I was freaking out. I thought I, lost it somewhere. That would have been, I would have been, more okay with that. Saying I feel like a dick is really dumb because it kind of downplays your love. So that's cool. He doesn't love Kat that much without the ring. Whoops.
Gotta have that on, man.
Gotta have it on, otherwise she's a dumb bitch, right?
Okay. All right. Continuing on here. So yeah, it's insanity that people say that I lied about taxes to raise money to fly Kat out here to spend time with me. She flew out here to visit me before I ever even announced my tax problems. There's no fucking way.
But you did beg for bills to pay for the bills, and credit cards do give you bills. Oh, wait.
Could have ever happened. And the timeline is there. You could see that when the video came out and when I started talking about her and everything, revealing stuff about her, it's horseshit. It doesn't make any sense what people are saying.
Now, the other thing on top of all of this, by the way, is that you know what he was also doing in 2016 and early 2017? He was begging for money. He got kicked out of machinima. He said, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do. I need to pay money. He did kind of mention taxes at one point in 2017 in March. I don't know what video that was in. It might be in a weekend preview, but he did mention that. And yeah, he did ask for money regardless. Multiple times. He didn't use that money to fly her in? The phantom money? That was phantom money, I guess. That's money we don't think about because everything was great. Everything was fine. We don't think about the money that he gets during the good times. Because apparently that money doesn't exist. Doesn't matter. Okay.
Okay. Now,
which is also funny because I think he also said that he was doing good financially in 2017 other than the curse thing, but that's nonsense too, but whatever.
The latest controversy was I had this issue with my federal taxes, and I told you guys I needed help, and I did a couple marathon streams to raise money with the federal taxes, and between you guys helping me and my parents helping me, I raised enough money to qualify for this payment plan for the taxes that I didn't pay in the last year.
Oh, and I know
that's in process right now. Okay, that's all in process. It's happening right now. I'm actually supposed to get a notice from the IRS this month of actual physical letter, supposedly, saying...
Oh, that's the behind the scenes. We figured it out. That's the behind the... I know what he's doing. I know what Dark's doing. So, you know that behind the scenes stuff he's not telling us about? That's the payment plan. He's not getting the payment plan yet. He's not getting that bill yet. But he wants as much money ahead of time so he could pay it, and then he could beg again to get more money. The only way you can disprove it is if he tells us what this behind-the-scenes shit is. But I'm telling you right now, I guarantee this behind-the-scenes shit is going to evolve to become the payment plan. You know, back in April, I mentioned the behind-the-scenes stuff that's been going on with me, and I didn't want to tell you. Well, guys, that was the payment plan. You see, I knew that I was gonna get a notice. That was gonna be a big number, right? So instead of telling you guys, because I knew the assholes of the internet were gonna say, "Oh, Phil, you said it was this much, but really it was this much." So instead of doing any of that, I decided to not tell you guys. And then when I actually got the notification of how much it's gonna be, I would be able to tell you the following month how much I was gonna need. So I wanted to get as much money so I could gauge how much I'd owe. See, I'm not a bad guy after all. It's gonna be something like that. I guarantee. I guarantee it's gonna play into the payment plan. I guarantee it.
Blah blah whatever about it.
Blah blah
I'm supposed
blah.
to give that to my tax guy. He's already talking to the IRS, and he's going to get me on this tax plan. All right, so I qualified for it. Thank God.
Thank God.
But now, then incidentally, when all that was going on, already I had been in the works and talks with my parents to go visit them because my parents are very elderly at this point. I don't say very elderly. They're not very elderly. They're in their 60s, but each of them has different health problems. My dad has problems with his back and his heart, and my mom has numerous problems with going on over the years.
Oh, numerous problems. Very nice. I'm gonna take
your
money, Mom. I need to get on this payment
know
plan.
what's going to happen. At any day, they could take a turn for the worse, and it could be that's it. So they want knowing that I was living with Kat for a year and we were engaged and that we were in love with each other. They wanted us to go out there to meet them. They wanted Kat to meet them and spend time with them. And us to have almost like a couple days to ourselves away from all the stress of work or whatever. Because the thing is, I talk to my parents every single week. Every weekend I call my parents and I talk to them and I tell them all about myself and what's going on with my life and everything. So they're always in the know about everything that's going on with me, 100%. They laugh at all the shit that people say and do about me slanderously because they know it's all bullshit.
So if they laugh, then why do you care? Whatever.
But they paid for everything. They paid for the trip out there. They paid for the room and board. They paid for the car we had. They paid for all of the food and everything that we ate when we were out there. They gave us spending money for being out there. They helped pay for all the supplies. And then, of course, the big thing was we got married while we were out there, but it was a very small ceremony. It was held inside my parents' house. It was only a few close relatives and a dinner. There was no formal real ceremony. No money was really spent at all on the ceremony. And literally the only money I spent on the wedding at all was on a new belt, a pair of shoes, and a tie. The suit that I have is 10 years old, and that's the suit I wore, okay? Everything else my parents paid for because they wanted to meet Kat. They wanted us to get married. They wanted us to spend time with them. They wanted all this nice
Where are
things
the
to happen
receipts?
before, God forbid, something happened to them.
How do we know this is true, though? Should I drive by his parents' house and ask them? I mean, I'm not going to do that, but I mean...
So...
Where's the proof of this? How do we know they gave you
all
the
that
money?
being said...
Where are the receipts, buddy?
I raised funds for these federal taxes before the trip out there, all right? And all of a sudden, Phil took all that money for the taxes and he spent it on his wedding, all right? I just want you to think how stupid this sounds.
Think how stupid it sounds. I said I couldn't consider getting married until I get out of debt. He said that even a week before the trip. He said that during a Minecraft stream. He said that. And then he's blaming us for thinking they took the money. Now, as I said about this before, he gives us so much verbal diarrhea that I don't think he even keeps it straight. So he tells us for months, I can't get married, man. I can't get married. I need to get out of this debt situation first before I can even consider it, man. He didn't get out of it. We got married. What do you think your fans are gonna think, dumbass? If I tell you guys I'm poor, I'm gonna be eating out of a trash can tomorrow, and then I come back and say, guys, I went to a 5-star restaurant. What's up? Are you gonna be like, oh, okay, cool, yeah? Or are you gonna say, wait, Theo, you said that you're gonna eat out of a dumpster tomorrow. What the fuck, man? Like, what am I gonna say? Blame you guys? You guys are slandering me. Everything was paid for. What are you talking about? That's how dumb that is. He tells us he can't get married. He doesn't have the money for it. Then gets married. What do you think? How are you surprised? How is that even dumb? It's not even a dumb thing. Out of all the things that he said, the pedophile thing, I would have assumed would be the dumbest thing that was said. Out of all the things, compared to everything else, I was sure he was going to say that's dumb. No, this is dumb. Even though he gave us a precedent of I can't get married because I don't have the money until I get out of the debt. And then he gets married. Okay.
The week before, I flew to Connecticut to get married and spend time with my parents. I raised money to pay for the wedding.
You did 2 fucking marathons. You don't think that's a little coincidental? And I said this before. Why couldn't he do this earlier? Why couldn't he do this in May? Why couldn't he do this in June? Why couldn't he do this in July? They could die, man. They could have died before then. They could have died the night before you left. They could have died when they were on the airplane. So this whole thing, well, I gotta get there before they die, is fucking bullshit. It's fucking nonsense. It's not bullshit, it's nonsense. Because they could die before the date. If they talked about this last year, they could have died before then. What the fuck is this? They could kind of waited till June. But no, can't. Okay.
On what fucking planet do you think that you pay for a wedding the day that it happens? I mean...
He made it sound like that was the case when he just talked about it in his wedding vlog. He says, well, you don't have to pay the guy that gives you the certificate, but it's expected. Okay, I guess that's a joke then. I guess that was for the lulz. So I like how we're all dumb for listening to what he said and holding him accountable for the things he said. Like, and as I said with the pedophile thing, like, I wasn't, like, around the time when he started talking with Panda Lee and shit, so I can't really have any experience with that. So I would say kind of like, whatever, you know, if you believe that, you believe that, if you don't, you don't. It is what it is. But with this, I literally took what he said. But I guess I'm an idiot for listening to him. He gave us lies. Lies and lies and lies. We listened to him, we believed the lies, but we're the idiots. I agree, I guess it was dumb to listen to him, right? It's much better just to jump to conclusions, right? Not take him for his word. I agree. Stroke the beard.
It really
dude.
just gets me. Like,
yeah,
huh?
it gets me too. When I listen to you and I take you for your word, I give you the benefit of the doubt, and you say that I'm dumb for listening to you. I agree. That does get me.
Weddings are paid for months in advance. They take tons of arrangement and planning.
Tons of arrangement and planning, but I thought it was a small wedding. It didn't sound like you need a lot of planning. What?
You're gonna get a wedding hall, or you're gonna pay for anything ahead. Everything has to be done up front, early. You know, it's insane that these people just think that, like, Phil had a fake tax crisis and immediately spent the money to pay for his trip to Connecticut. So the plane tickets I bought the night before, apparently, it's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense, the things that they say, but this is what I mean. Like, so now, the things, his trip to Connecticut. So the plane tickets I bought, insane that these people just think that, like, Phil had a fake tax crisis and immediately spent the money to pay for his trip to Connecticut. So the plane tickets I bought the night before, apparently, it's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense, the things that they say.
I thought your parents paid for the plane tickets.
But this is what I mean. Like, so now, all the things that I've addressed, I'm just going to read them again. Are you guys ready? Threw his fiance under the bus and turned her private medical issue into a drama stream. Didn't happen.
It didn't happen? This was not a drama stream? Emergency! Caps. This was streamed on top of that. This wasn't a drama stream? Are you fucking stupid? It's not a drama stream. Get the fuck out of here.
Demanded she never go to a hospital again, instead that they give her a pill and leave her where they found her. Didn't happen.
Well, he should have just said, well, I wasn't being serious. I was angry. I was in the moment, dude. He should have just went with that instead of saying it didn't happen, because it did happen. It's kind of, like, I understand that it was probably in the moment, looking back at it, but at the same time, he shouldn't have even talked about the story. Again, 2017 Phil had a bigger brain than 2019 Phil, because he at least said, I shouldn't have done it.
Today was because, you know, my girlfriend had a panic attack and had to be rushed to the hospital, and then I had to go there to help her or whatever. No, probably I shouldn't have done that.
Wow, weird how in 2017 he was more remorseful about it. He's like, man, I shouldn't have done it. It was okay, fuck you, I did it, yeah. Fuck you, it wasn't a drama stream, it was a positive stream. Okay, I think 2017 Phil is the best Phil at this point. I mean, which is not saying a lot, by the way. I'm not saying that he was Greek guy in 2017 either, but I mean, at least he said that he shouldn't have done it. But okay.
Lied about money issues for a year, non-stop begging for cash while flying a girl out, to see him. Didn't happen.
It did happen. You begged for money. There's a fucking pre-stream in July where you beg for tips. It's on Mr. Hot Stuff's channel. It was a nighttime stream, so that's why you probably wasn't in the first stream. It was in the nighttime stream. I know he has it. I had it on the video. So that's a lie.
Used tax donations to move the woman in with him. Didn't happen.
It did happen, but it was just coincidental how everything played out, but whatever.
Tax donations to marry the woman. Didn't happen. Stole fan donations that went towards the Project 7 reboot. Didn't happen. Refused to pay friends for the work they did, only used to make money, and you only used them to make money and make more off of dead friends until he lost them all. Didn't happen. Wants to hit an 11-year-old girl. Didn't happen.
That did happen.
Groomed 2 fangirls and used them for sex and extra money. Oh.
Oh. I didn't say that. Kat was the second income. I didn't say I would use her for money. I said she's my second income. Totally different.
Didn't happen. But the one that I really didn't say yet. This is the one that gets me the most.
What?
Everyone's a paid shill tweet.
Oh.
Okay?
Everyone's a paid shill. Oh, okay. Those playing State of Decay 2 a full week early are paid shills. Where's the specification there, buddy? They are walking advertisements, not true gamers, and are doing so solely for a paycheck. I'll be paying for the game and playing it this Friday. Just like many of you, and my reactions will be legit as always. Huh?
Apparently, last year I put out a tweet that said everyone's a paid shill.
Apparently.
That's not what happened. What happened was, I'll tell you the full story. You guys ready for this? So, Kat and I had a week.
This is good.
Where we wanted to do some fun stuff together. But we knew that we couldn't really afford to do much. Alright? And
like how he's whispering, you can't afford to do much.
What we decided to do is called a staycation, where you take some time away from your work to kind of stay at home and do stuff around the house. Alright? And we had some plans of projects we wanted to do around the house. One of the things we wanted to do...
A staycation. I thought you didn't have money to do that. In 2018, he was begging for money. What the fuck?
I'm revealing this for the first time ever. Was go to the Space Needle. We live in a suburb of Seattle, and we wanted to drive in.
Oh yeah, the first time ever. Is that why people got banned for mentioning it?
Things in Seattle and then come home. I didn't disclose any of this to any of you because I was afraid.
You know what's weird? Remember that one time his stream magically cut off on time, and it was because the modem was not plugged in, or its internet went down for a day? I wonder if that's why.
If I did, you'd have assholes trying to fuck with us, try to show up at the Space Needle or do stupid shit. Who knows, right? So this was last year. This was 2018. There was a week when we had all these plans to do all these things together, and it was going to be a fun time.
Chew the water, lick your lips.
It was going to be a really fun time, hopefully, or at the very least, it was going to be a time when we got to spend time together.
Well, I should do it too.
What ended up happening was she got sick. All right, so we ended up doing a few things, but she ended up getting sick. The whole week was a disaster. This was supposed to be our week where we spend time together and do fun, meaningful stuff as a new couple living together, you know, because at that point, we'd only lived together for a few...
So you couldn't spend time with your girlfriend that was sick? You couldn't sit by her bedside or whatever? You couldn't watch TV together? Well, then he might get sick, dude. He can't work. Oh no.
Months, I think. And it was like, wow, this is going to be amazing. She got sick, and we couldn't do anything because she was just awful sick. And here I am feeling fucking miserable. And I'm like, this sucks. We had planned this for a while. I was like, this is it. I know I can't take any more time off of work after this to do anything. So it was just a really terrible time where it's like, we're supposed to be spending time. Instead, I'm sitting here with my girlfriend.
Very weird when the internet went down that one day, right?
It sucked. And I was really agitated. All right.
And then
when this happened,
whatever.
I was contacted by a few fans who were like, Phil, are you aware that people are playing State of Decay 2 a whole week early on Twitch? And, you know, you go to their streams and people are actually tossing them thousands of dollars on these streams for them, you know, because basically they're showing off these games early. And I'm like, it really rubbed me the wrong way. All right. And I put out a tweet that was really stupid, that was worded incorrectly, that if you...
Okay, so he's saying that he was mad about all this stuff. I want to know why he put out that tweet. He's gonna blow your mind, guys. Is this it? No. Hey, why do I have two? What? No, that's not it. That's not it. I know I have it. There it is.
Something incredibly stupid and out of character. And you say, why the hell did Phil do that? Things were going good, and, you know, why would Phil...
By the way, guys, you might not know this, but this is during the depression podcast where he was talking about depression. So
Phil do something really stupid like that. And by the way, as I'm talking about this, I'm actually crushing the fuck out of this stress ball because it's the first time I've ever actually publicly talked about this.
Oh man, special snowflake over here.
You know, I'll do something dumb and out of character for no reason. And, you know, to the logical person looking in from the outside who's a fan, why did Phil fucking do that?
Why did he do that?
Why did Phil insult this person? Why did Phil do this? Why did Phil do that? And there's a lot to do, stress and emotion. But there's this self-destructive tendency for people who actually have depression. And I'll give you a perfect example, and you can choose to believe me or not. This is not an excuse, and I own what I did. But about a month ago, I made an incredibly stupid fucking tweet publicly on Twitter. The tweet said that anyone who was playing State of Decay 2 early was a shill and getting paid to do so, and I would be playing the game later in the week, and I'm not getting paid, so my opinions will be valid. All right? I know that's a false statement in my head. I know that's a false statement. 100%. I know that tweet is factually incorrect. All right? The actual thought that I wanted to relay was that when people play games early, they're making extra money because they're the only people able to play the games. Therefore, they're basically making a paycheck for playing a game early. It's an elitist practice. I don't agree with it. I've always said early release copies are horseshit. You shouldn't have an elitist group of streamers and reviewers who get these games early, that everyone should have to buy the game on release date, and that way we can all get legitimate opinions of the game on release date. And also, consumers should have self-control. They shouldn't be running out actively to buy every game on release date just to be part of the hype of the release. They should wait a day or two for other people to buy the game, give their honest reviews about it, then decide if they want to buy the game or not. That's my actual full informed opinion about pre-release games. Now, you can agree or disagree, and that's perfectly fine. But what I just said is far less inflammatory than everyone playing a pre-release copy of State of Decay 2 is a fucking, you know, a shill. And, you know, I'm the only person who basically isn't doing it, so watch my stream on Friday. Wait a second. Okay. Everyone playing a pre-release copy of State of Decay 2 is a fucking, you know, a shill. And, you know, I'm the only person who basically isn't doing it, so watch my stream on Friday.
What a fucking mentally ill detractor. He's fucking slandering DSP. This guy is fucked up. What is your problem, buddy? DSP did not say that. Wow, this guy is fucked up. This guy, I don't like him. DSP should wipe him out.
Friday, okay? And I know that. I know
anyways
that putting that out on Twitter is going to cause trouble. I know that logically in this head. I know that's stupid, you know, but I did it anyway. And it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a mistake that I put that on fucking Twitter. No, sir, it wasn't. That was my depression.
That was my depression. He used wow. You know, before people were kind of memeing. Well, actually, no, not me. It was whatever. But so he fucking blames his depression for that tweet in this video. The other one, well, Kat was sick. I was this frustrated that we could spend time together, and people were saying that people were making money. Here, it was my depression. So that's even better. Thanks, Phil. You know, way to admit that your depression is a lie.
I just read it for what it was. It said something that was not what I was meaning to say, all right? What I wanted to say was I 100% disagree with the practice of game publishers and developers putting out video games where they put them out early for special influencers. A person gets a person gets a game a whole week early and gets to play it on Twitch exclusively. Not only are they making money to do it because it's a special sponsored stream, but now their viewers are so happy because they get to see a game early, they throw them thousands of dollars extra. All right? It's bullshit. It's a very bad practice, especially because in particular there was a certain person playing State of Decay 2 early who was told by the company, you may not give your opinion on the game because there's a review embargo until
How
the
does he know this?
So in the middle of the week, then you can begin to give your opinions. You could play the game early, but you're not allowed to actually give any criticism of the game while you play it until the middle of the week.
How does
so it's
he
a
know
paid
this?
advertisement then. That's exactly what it is. You can't criticize the game. It's a paid advertisement. All right?
Now, count that, but whatever.
I personally hate this practice. Hate
it, man.
This practice. I think it's horrible.
Why do you care what other people do? Oh man, someone got a game early. Okay.
This whole
Petty
influencer
princess over
idea
here
is ruining the gaming industry.
Influencers are ruining the gaming
spoiling
industry.
the game weeks early. Who number two are telling you a game is good, or at least showing a game, and like I'm not allowed to say anything bad, so it makes it look good. So you'll go buy the game.
So are we gonna get State of Decay 3 now?
2 was one of the worst games of last year, my opinion. That's my opinion. It was. It was inferior to the first game. It was poorly made. It was full of bugs. It was just a piece of garbage, and it was a ripoff. But people probably ran out and bought it based on a few people who got that game early, all right, and played it on Twitch, made a ton of bank on it, for a bad
ton
game,
of bank,
and people ran out and bought it based on the hype that they generated, which is unfair. It's not legitimate gameplay. It's a paid advertisement. It's being a shill. It is being a shill for a company. Okay.
Well, I get that. I guess.
Now, later on last year, I was able to play Assassin's Creed Odyssey as a sponsored stream on Twitch. Here's the difference between what I did and what I criticized. I was able to be fair with the game. I was told you can criticize the game fairly.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna do this, but check out The Outsiders. This is how you don't play with Assassin's Creed Odyssey. He literally shows you the difference between his opinion before the sponsored stream. This game's boring, and he looked miserable, ready to kill himself. Then you have the sponsored stream. Oh wow, man, this is pretty cool, man. Wow. And then after the sponsored stream, this game never ends. It needs to end. But yeah, he was being honest, buddy. Like he was with LOL. Remember LOL? I'm pretty sure he said at the end of it, well, I can't wait for the game to finally come out. When it comes out, I'll check it out. And he never checked it out ever again. And he never will because they wronged him.
Playing it. You can give your opinions on it. You can be honest about what you're experiencing in-game. And I didn't pull any punches when I was playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I told the honest truth. The game is too much of a grind. There's too much side content. It's too long and drawn out. It could be much faster paced and better. I was honest during my entire playthrough of that game. So I was able to do an honest stream of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I didn't play the game early, and I made a little bit of extra money on it. That's far different from a sponsored influencer who's playing a game a week early. The only person who has access to that game and gets to play it early, makes thousands of dollars from their viewers, plus thousands of dollars from a fucking game publisher / marketer. I completely disagree with that practice. It's dishonest and it's hurtful to the consumer who now is artificially getting hype and excited
for a game that maybe
necessarily they wouldn't have even played just because they got to see their favorite streamer play it early and they weren't allowed to criticize it. So basically all you think is that the game is good. All right.
Okay.
So,
what do you say, buddy?
I disagree with that. But the tweet I put out was completely wrong. The tweet that I put out said something like, everyone who's playing State of Decay 2 early right now is a paid shill, and you shouldn't support their content. You should wait for people who are going to play it legit when it comes out on Friday. By saying it that way, not only did I insult...
But the thing is, he still says that. He literally said, last week, during Pro Jared, these people who make millions of dollars, maybe you shouldn't give them any money, man. You didn't say... You still say that. Get the fuck out of here.
A whole group of people who I didn't mean to criticize, game journalists who had been playing it early to legitimately put out
you love game journalists now? Okay.
But I also made myself look like a tremendous ass because I didn't elaborate on the topic. And everyone legitimately destroyed me during this week when I was supposed to be off from doing anything game related because I was pissed off at a situation at home. I made everyone legitimately destroyed me during this week when I was supposed to be off from...
I don't think you took a week off. It was one day. Whatever, maybe I have to check... look into it again. I don't think it was a week. Did Mr. Hot Stuff put? What is this? See the schedule. Let's see. Include. No, that was the fall. July. Yeah, I don't think this is it. But I don't think he took a week off. That sounds a little silly to me, buddy.
From doing anything game related because I was pissed off at a situation at home. I made a stupid tweet.
So
and you know what?
He was pissed off at home, but he said it was his depression.
No, but I did it anyway. And it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a mistake that I put that on fucking Twitter. No, sir, it wasn't. That was my depression pulling me out of a positive moment of my life. And it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a mistake that I put that on fucking Twitter. No, sir, it wasn't. That was my depression.
Thanks for being honest there, buddy.
I'll 100% fess up to it. 100%. That's on me. I fucked up. That was a mistake that I made for sure. Out of all the things that we just listed.
That's very nice of him. So the whole depression video was a lie. Isn't it great when people lie about being depressed? Isn't that just great? Don't we all love when people lie about that? That is amazing. Thank you, DSP. Only you can make yourself look even worse by trying to make yourself look good. I've not seen a single person do that, but I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
That actually happened. I fucked up. I made a bad tweet. It was dumb, and I apologize for it, and I hopefully won't do stupid shit like that again because it was just so dumb. It was a completely misworded tweet that had nothing to do with the actual idea that I was trying to portray. Okay? All right, everyone. To end this special, all right, I want to end with the hot topic. The topic that the tweet itself that went viral and all the big content creators are talking about. The tweet where basically it's my incident. All right? It's my incident. Where in 2016, I accidentally showed something on stream I didn't mean to show. All right? And for the first time ever, I can disclose to you what really happened behind the scenes.
You just fucking masturbated.
Why it happened and how dumb it was. I mean, I'm a complete bonehead for doing it. I've already fessed up to doing it a million times. The bottom line was at that point in my relationship with my ex, things were not going well.
Oh, it's
things
Leanne's
were starting to fall apart at the seams. There was a lot of behind the scenes
in 2016,
stress, and we were not getting along at all. It was to the point
in
where like, we were
2016,
living together as roommates, but there was no love there anymore. It was kind of just like we're going through the motions to say that we're together, but we weren't really doing anything.
He took a fucking staycation in 2016. You're telling me that they were roommates and they didn't love each other? He did the fapping incident way before he went to that staycation in Seattle in that hipster hotel. No. That's a fucking load of nonsense. I'm not buying this one, buddy. I'm sorry. You can sell it to someone else. I'm not buying.
Anything fun or interesting together, and
we didn't do anything fun or interesting. We didn't do anything fun or interesting. Keep that in mind. Just research the hospital trip. Actually, I'll do you guys even better. Let's see. I need to do this one. This is a very long video, but that's okay, cause I'm Greek. Hipster hotel. Oh, Seattle 2016.
All right, everyone, welcome.
July 18th. The FAP incident was in like March or some shit during the Neo beta. But they weren't doing anything fun. What?
To say that we're together, but we weren't really doing anything that was anything fun or interesting together.
Fun or interesting together. This was not fun. Oh, wait, whoops. This was not fun or interesting. Going to Seattle, doing a whole trip. This wasn't fun. Wow. well. I think I'm shadow-banned on this account because I mentioned his eating.
And we really, a lot of the things that we had loved to do weren't fun anymore.
Oh, they would. Oh, that's what it is. It wasn't fun being in a hotel anymore. So that was money well spent. No issue in budget, right? He spends money very well.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
What happened? Why is everyone doing words? What words?
Skip.
What? Emotes only mode. Oh, I thought that I had said something bad, and people were saying, "Watch your words, use your words." I was like, "Oh shit, okay." I thought I had said something like horrible. Chat was an emotes only relationship. It was like around mid.
He didn't think. I like how this happens all the time, and he used to shit on his mods for doing that, and they still do shit like that. Very nice mods.
2016, things were not going well. All right. So I was depressed. I'll be honest. I've told you guys before publicly about my depression, that I suffered from depression,
which I don't believe anymore. He kind of killed that in this video, which is great. So I don't buy this. It's more depression when he said it was his depression about the State of Decay tweet, and now he says that it wasn't his depression. He didn't say it wasn't. He just said it was something else that caused it without even mentioning the depression. But now it's the depression about jerking off. This doesn't add up. And he also went on vacation. You're telling me that you went to a hotel with a girl that you were kind of in a rut with. So instead of talking it out and working through it, you thought you could solve the problem by going to a hotel. Are you fucking stupid? Probably.
When there was no intimacy to speak of whatsoever.
And why did you go to Seattle with her and sleep in one bed?
And I did something really stupid behind the scenes I shouldn't have done. Why the hell, of all the time, not to say that there's anything wrong with someone doing that in their own private space.
Look how he dramatizes jerking off. Who fucking cares?
Fuck was I doing it when a pre-stream was running, right? When I had a fucking things running here at the beginning of the stream. It's stupid as fuck. All right, it was one of the dumbest. It had to be the dumbest thing I've ever done. I mean, seriously, the dumbest thing I've ever fucking done. It had to have been.
Really? Okay.
But that being said, all right. That being said.
That being said.
The things that people say about it to this day are wrong. Now, this happened, first of all, 3 years ago. It was early May.
3 years ago, by the way.
2016.
This is how you count, by the way. This is 3 years.
3 years ago. 3 years ago. But people still bring it up like it was yesterday. They always will. I'll be 90 years old and say, oh, remember that?
No one even mentioned it. The only people that mentioned it is him. He went out of his way to find the GIF of him fapping. But other people bring it up. Okay.
I know. I'm never gonna live it down. What are you gonna do? But the things that they say about it are such complete horseshit misconceptions that I can't. First of all, Phil planned it.
There were people that believed it, but I didn't.
What?
A little dumb.
Phil planned it. Phil intentionally did that.
But he got money out of it, though.
So. World do you think that there would be any benefit?
He also took a shower video.
To me planning out and doing something like that intentionally. I mean, think about the insane risk involved. I could have.
What risk? He tells us all the time, well, it wasn't like anything was showing, it was just my face. So, what was the risk again? Okay.
Lost my livelihood. I could have lost my ability to stream on Twitch and YouTube and make YouTube videos.
Wasn't streaming on Twitch at the time. YouTube doesn't give a fuck. I mean, unless you report it, but at most are you gonna like flag your video, but
could have lost. Why would I have planned something like this? I don't understand.
He could just say it's dumb and move on, but we have to linger on this because it's so dumb, and he has to brag about it.
You know, Phil did it. He masturbated in front of thousands of children. What?
What, children? Yeah, because Derek Loves Lemurs is a fully grown adult.
First of all, when do I have thousands of children on my stream ever?
Well, it's
never.
An exaggeration.
When do I have thousands of people on my stream? Never. What the fuck are you talking about? This happened during a pre-stream, which is the intro that I run before I actually
I also like the logic with this. He tells... Oh my god, who's calling? Oh, good luck, buddy, with that one. But, he tells us that thousands of kids watched it. That makes no sense, man. So no one could have clipped the fap face and spread it around. No one could have done that. Sure.
About the actual content that I'm streaming. So this happened within the first 15 minutes before I started talking. The mic was muted. There wasn't showing the screen of gameplay. It wasn't supposed to be showing me on the screen. Duh. That's why it was an accident. Essentially, if I remember correctly, it was probably about 70 people top. 70 who were actually on the stream, and most people weren't paying attention to the stream because they were just chatting amongst themselves in the stream chat because it was just
really
PS4.
You're gonna go with that
while the pre-stream was going.
Okay, they're not gonna notice because his chat and his IRC chat, by the way, it was below the stream. His stream was on top. You're telling me that people weren't looking at the screen on top? They didn't notice his face cam was on? Are you fucking serious? Okay.
So how on earth I masturbated in front of thousands of children? Where the fuck did that come from? It was 70 people who were early to stream, and probably 2 of them accidentally looked up at their screen and said, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah, only 2 of them.
And then, their lives would change forever. But
okay. Sure.
You know what I mean?
No one clipped it, no one posted it up around
that just
the
doesn't
internet.
make any sense.
No. It was only on the
people
pre-stream,
claim
dude. Never spread around.
That, like, I'm an exhibitionist, and it's something that I always used to do behind the scenes, and it's just nuts.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
nuts.
DSP goes. His secret fetish is going on other people's pre-streams and fapping. That's his fetish, dude. I can't get it up until I turn on the stream and I jerk it with the camera on. That's my fetish, dude. Sure.
Things that people say, but in reality, I was in a bad time in my life. I was depressed, and I was not having a good
That
relationship
depression
with the
lost
person
so
who I was
much
with at the
weight
time.
just out
We
of
didn't
that
really see
state of
any
decayed
way
Suchi. I'm
out
sorry.
of the situation
I don't
we
give
were
a
in,
fuck.
and
Whatever.
it was
The
painful,
moment you mention
and
depression on something and then you say that in another video later on that, oh no, it wasn't my depression. I'll just say like other reasons and then say something else was depression caused. It's dumb. So yeah, he doesn't. He just looks at depression as a scapegoat, which is really a great build of character.
I had a really dumb moment of fucking weakness, and an accident happened. The camera was on, but the mic was muted. All right, and you saw nothing but from here up. All you saw was my head.
So then what was the threat then?
It was very embarrassing, but there was not.
You could have technically
it was
still
about 70 people
planned it
who
out.
had the stream on at
Whatever.
the time. But the thing is that people record everything that I do, hoping for that moment. They're hoping for that moment of weakness. They're hoping for that thing that he can twist or turn into something bad. So oh my God, we got our jackpot, right? I've been
got our gold dust, dude.
Recording everything.
He has jackpot, we have gold dust.
7 years, I finally got my moment where now I could turn this into an internet meme, and it did. That's exactly what happened. It turned into an internet meme. It exploded.
But isn't that what you wanted?
And for the past 3 years, I never lived it down. I doubt I ever will. But no, Phil did not masturbate.
Are we almost done?
In front of thousands of
video,
children.
Okay,
sorry. This is
I'm sorry
not,
for this, guys.
This never happened. This is a ridiculous nonsense. Yeah, I just find it ludicrous that people still say that kind of stuff. Okay. All right.
But okay.
At this point, that's about what I have, and I've been going on for about 90 minutes. Like I said, there are many other things that have been said about me over the years. And the truth is that, like I said, a lot of them back in the day when it used to be about gameplay or whatever would be based off of a snippet of truth here or there. But the things that I've just talked about are the major things that people always say, and they're all false. They're literally, every one of them is a lie. And if any
Ian,
of these
please,
is the
listen to
reasons
me.
why
I'm
you
cool.
don't like darksfadil, you have been basing your negativity towards me on lies that were spun so people could get attention and clickbait for their videos and clickbait for their streams. And none of it was ever true or based on reality, and you fell for it, You
fell for it.
And it sucks because it's one thing if it's just going to be a meme that's a joke. It's another thing if it slanders and hurts someone's reputation. But a lot of people don't realize this. I've been around since 2008. I've been making videos before most major content creators today. And I've still lasted this long with all the nasty slander and shit that's been said about me, which is why, when something happens like what just happened with you-know-who on Twitter and everything, to see me kind of get my comeuppance on someone was like, oh my god, this guy, like...
The guy didn't even do anything to him. Out of all the people that said nasty shit to him, he's like, oh, I got my comeuppance on Pro Jared, who only said, like, wow, DSP is dumb. Wow, he got him. Oh man, that's so bad. Now think about this as well. The SOK has been around for years with the KW and then the SOK. And when they went away, they just got a twit longer. And that was a long twit longer, but that was it. He didn't do a vlog for them. He didn't say like, yeah, man, I beat him, whatever. He didn't do any of that. A guy had one tweet that just said, pretty much, DSP is a doo-doo head. And he gets slammed so hard by DSP. Look how dumb just listen how dumb that was. Big detractor groups get exposed as you know, nonsense and shit. Oh, yeah, does a Twitter. We're gonna move on positively. Yippee. Pro Jared did really nothing to DSP. Look at me, I'm cool now. Okay.
He lasted that long and he comes back out of nowhere, right?
Okay. I thought it wasn't about surviving though.
Now,
that is not. Whatever.
Some people want me to field questions, and I'm not talking about Cat. I can't. Pulling up personal shit now. Okay. But I am going to. An anonymous gifter, $1 tip, $5. It's worth impressive that I could do that. Wholeheartedly will 100% tell you to your face, look into the camera as I say it as well, in case someone said, oh, Phil wasn't looking into the camera.
I will look into the camera.
I didn't get Tevin banned from Twitch. I had nothing to do.
I didn't get Tevin banned from Twitch. Wow, I thought you were going to look at the camera, DSP.
No, I wholeheartedly will 100% tell you to your face, look into the camera as I say it as well, in case someone said, oh, Phil wasn't looking into the camera. I didn't get Tevin banned from Twitch. I had nothing to do with it at all.
Whoops.
Zero.
Zero. Now, technically, yeah, you know, it tells a lot when someone can't keep an eye contact or look at the camera, but look at this. He has clown face on. I did not get him off the internet. Yeah, you know, you should definitely go to the police. If the cop pulls you over and says, hey, we think you have weed in your car. Can you, like, pull over? You're like, I don't have weed in my car. I'm sure they're gonna let you go. Look how honest this face is. Bug eyes with a, oh my god.
I didn't even know about it until after the.
I didn't even know about it.
Your face, look into the camera as I say it as well, in case someone said, oh, Phil wasn't looking into the camera. I didn't get Tevin banned from Twitch. I had nothing to do with it at all. Zero. I didn't even know about it until after the fact.
Looked away from the camera 2 times and had bug eyes. Yeah, that's a sign of a truthful guy. Yeah. That's like the face of a guy that got caught and is like trying to lie his ass off. It's like Chris Hansen, like, okay, Phil, take a seat. No.
In fact, people came into my chat and told me what happened.
Dude, he wasn't even streaming. People mentioned that in his chat. He comes in randomly to his Twitch chat at night and say, oh yeah, man, oh man, I bet he was banned, whatever. And suddenly he knows about it at night. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Is he pissed off people? Like when you do
how do you know he pissed off people? The only people I can see being pissed off at him are people that, I don't know, tried to get his attention, didn't get it, or you, and DSP fans.
That not only negatively affects me, but affects other people. You piss off the wrong people.
Like who?
And you gotta understand that, like people.
Gotta understand, Tevin. He pissed the wrong people off, man. You know. I'll be honest, man. I watch your streams on Mixer. It's pretty toxic, dude. You know, when you were playing the Yoshi game on Switch, man, I thought Mixer was gonna come down on you, man. Toxic ass game, dude. Oh my god. Okay.
People will eventually hold you accountable for shit that you've done. And he is the kind of guy that thinks that everything's fair game and he can bring up shit about, you know.
He thinks everything's fair game. Oh, okay.
My relatives and shit about other people, like my moderators. And
the only reason why I bring up his relatives is because he brings it up. Tevin doesn't go out of his way for that. DSP went on multiple times like, oh yeah, they had gotten to tell you what, oh, they get thanks on, whatever, and all Tevin said about that was thanks on. That's it. And then his parents, well, he didn't really make fun of his parents, at least from what I remember, because he mostly mentioned what DSP said about them. So that's against being what he said. And then his moderators, well, his moderators are fucking cooks to begin with. Kekken is Kekken. The King of Golf HD constantly makes post Tevin memes in chat. I mean, are you gonna ban him too, DSP? Maybe you should.
And my viewers.
Your viewers are cooks anyway. Your viewers go out of their way to get in other people's way. Remember fucking Vidar? Are you gonna blame Tevin for that? It's Tevin's fault that Vidar went to Kiwi Farms. Okay, whatever.
And he thinks that it's all funny, and it's not. It's fucked up that you would bring in personal shit like that, and I get the feeling...
How is Machid personal? How is mods and viewers personal? He, like, the only thing he said about Kekken is, like, oh man, he screams into the mic. He fucking screams into the mic. Man, you said that Kekken screams into the mic, Tevin? Wow, that's fucked up, man. Oh man, you're bring up public information that Kekken posted. Wow, that's fucked up, dude. That's personal information. Okay.
Wrong person the wrong way, and they wrote Twitch management and said, what the fuck is going on with this guy? Did you watch 5 minutes of his stream to see what...
Did they even watch 5 minutes of his stream? His Twitch streams were literally him playing video games and not even talking about DSP. That entails... Look at this. Look at him play Metal Gear Solid 5 on Twitch. Look at that. It's toxic. Get him out of here. Okay.
What the fuck he's doing, and they got him shit canned. All right, I had nothing to do with it at all. I don't know if that's really the case. That's my speculation, but I have no truth.
That's speculation. So he doesn't like being slandered, but he slanders Tevin, and slanders why he got banned. Okay, sure.
About any of that, okay?
And it's funny that the reasons that he thinks that he got banned is the same shit he said when like last year when he made those vague threats. Kind of weird. Oh, they both sound the same.
Okay.
Tokido
Bison had cheered again. He says, was it Tevin's fault? I don't know. I'm assuming it was something he did. I wasn't me, though. So, okay.
I don't know.
Someone just tried to do a endgame spoiler. Avengers Endgame. That wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Okay.
Third Eye the Third tipped me $5. Uzi did a 50-bit cheer. And Spawn Killer tipped me $1. He says, did you know that there's people on YouTube who know how much money you make on cheers and tips? That's crazy.
Oh.
Well, here's what they think they know. They think they know, but what they don't understand is that there's processing fees for everything. So even though you see a certain amount of cheers coming in or a certain amount of tips coming in, that's not actually what I make. That's just the face value of what you see. And also, there's always things that go on behind the scenes. You know, people trying to charge shit back in the live.
How can you charge cheers back and shit? But okay.
So, you know.
And you win all the disputes, so, you know, the chargebacks mean nothing. You said so yourself. You said that the chargebacks, you always win, so you keep the money. Now you don't keep the money, but you kept the money, but you don't keep the money, but you keep the money. I don't know what to believe anymore.
I'm sure there's people who literally will sit there and with a calculator because they got nothing to do all day.
Now, oh my god, who's calling? Who is this now? I'm not gonna pick you up. You can talk to the voicemail. Funny he says this because I did a very fucking dumb, maybe not dumb, but a very special video where I literally just calculated a lot of his cheers and tips that he got just to prove a point that he makes 10K a month. And I got close to that number a few times. Like, I don't remember what the total was, but it was close. It was really close. And I sat there and I was like, well, he can't really pretend that he makes nothing because look at this. So, he watched my videos, dude. Because I did use a calculator.
And you go, you know, that's how they are, right?
That's how they are. I only did it one time because after that one time I was like, this is dumb. I'm not doing it again. And then I'm doing this video. So, whoops.
Let's see. Mark tipped me $3. He says, would you like to spend an eternity among the stars? I have no idea. Tip me $1. He says, can you debunk people saying that you leaked your ex-girlfriend's nude of a nude at all? There's nothing nude whatsoever in the picture.
Nude.
It was a thumbnail and it was not a nude. I would have been banned from YouTube, stupid.
Why would he be banned? Whatever. I don't care. Whatever.
Thank you, Baseball, for a 50-bit cheer. He says, why do you think PewDiePie hates you so much? I don't know and I don't care. Frogs playing golf cheered.
I don't know. I don't care. Well, maybe it's because you sat on his book. And you said that he screams like a sissy girl and all this other stuff you said about him. Maybe that's why? Maybe that's why he hates you, Phil. Maybe you shouldn't be so toxic.
He wants me to talk more about Tevin and Tevin using view bots. No, I'm not going to do that.
Why would you do that?
For
I thought this was a debug stream. Why are you doing that? Okay.
T188 subscribed for 18 months. Thank you very much for that.
Very nice.
Okay. Oh, I don't know anything about that, Madara is God. He's saying something about Bad Bunny being a banned term. Nope. The other thing is...
I don't know what that is. Didn't he ban fucking Kozatov for that? Does Mr. Hutt still have the gold dust on that one? You watching Bad Bunny later? Oh look, he mentions Bad Bunny. King Kozatov is now perma-banned. And I'm done with him. No more chances. He only got back because of people who are no longer mods begging for his return. Yeah, fuck that idiot. Enough with his negative shit constantly. I wanted him gone ages ago. Wait, what? But he asked if you want to see Bad Bunny. Are you Wait a second. He didn't say Bad Bunny. He said, you watching Bunny later? Holy shit, guys. DSP knows of me as Bunny Guy. I have Cleo. That is fucking stereotyping, Phil. That's fucked up. Wow, I'm putting that down. What else are you gonna blame him for? Hates rabbits. And people who have rabbits. That's fucked up. This guy's messed up. Can't believe him. Toxic person.
Tevin is not a banned term. People keep saying that I make these words like words that people get banned for in the stream chat. I don't do that. I don't know what they're talking about.
So we
people
can
just make shit up. They make
in the chat
shit
and we won't get banned
out of nowhere to try to create drama.
So then how come even back in the RC days when people came in with Tevin, they did not get voiced and they were not allowed? Huh?
It's not me. I don't even know what the fuck people are talking about half the time.
What are you talking about? But yeah, King Kozatov didn't get banned for Bad Bunny. He says, "Are you watching Bunny later?"
There you go. Big Boy Abides cheered. He said, "I had a line on Twitter. It was funny because someone had tweeted in
Big
response to some of
Abides.
my tweets on Twitter this week, and they said, you know, Phil's wrong a lot, but he's probably right 2 out of 5 times. And when he's right those 2 out of 5 times, he's actually like dead on right about stuff. And this is one of the times that he's right." And I responded, "Damn, you know, being right 2 out of 5 times is probably better than most world leaders." It's true. So there you go. Let's see.
Find a break.
Hodor Tard cheered. He says, it's 5:50 a.m. here. I've been hitting Bombay Gin watching your stream. What a great combo. Relax a bit. You don't have to be so worried. Seeing as here's the thing. I'm not worried. Those misconceptions, you can still the truth and you have the evidence to me. The false king of hypocrisy. That's not true at all. That's also false king of hypocrisy. That's not true at all. And I'm not going to go into massive detail about it because it's been beaten to death with like a dead horse.
What?
Two-Bar King did a 100-bit cheer, thank you. And Blue for 2188 also did a 500-bit cheer, so thank you very much for that. My early days of YouTube, as I've admitted to you guys, I used to drink way too much. I didn't do that stuff. You know, this week, one of them was a vodka and grapefruit juice.
I don't drink gin. I drink vodka. That's much better, I guess.
Grapefruit juice. And I'll have and I never drink alone. I'm with Kat. I drank too much all the time. I was like, my voice, you know how drunk I was. Last week, can you debunk being drunk? Yeah, there you go. When I lived in Connecticut, it was more often. Oh, at this point, because I am having some positivity thrown at me on the internet because of the tweets that I made.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of positivity on the internet, guys. He's so positive. He's a positive boy now. That's why he didn't get any benefits from
the past couple of days.
Anything, but okay.
Special tonight to anything tonight. Where's the concrete evidence? What evidence do you want?
What evidence do you want? I love that. I love that. So he goes out his way to do a 7 years of debunking stream. Looks at the things that he wants to debunk. Doesn't try to find the evidence to the things that he wants to debunk. Very nice.
My ex's birthday was always public knowledge. You could have looked it up anywhere and known all about it. You could
what
have
about
known
the taxes?
all the fuck
what
about
about What
it's
about
always been
Project
public
7?
knowledge.
What about...
I've told you about the behind-the-scenes stuff years ago.
Whatever.
The thing is just people don't believe me. So they make up their own shit. It's like there's never... in what
He also
situations
doesn't
do you
apologize.
take pictures of every
Never
possible thing that
apologized for
happened? Do you
anything.
write down, like I said, Project 7, we didn't have any contracts in place. There's no way you could prove or disprove any of it. So you can literally make shit up. And how do I disprove it? Like, for example, right now someone could say something ludicrous, like Phil raped someone 3 months ago. And if it was a day that I was off from streaming, how could I prove that I...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you say someone, DSP raped someone, they're definitely gonna believe it. Definitely. Okay.
I didn't do it. I couldn't, right? All I could say is, no, I didn't do it. But how do you expect me to fucking prove the opposite? I can't.
Well, how can you prove that you did it? Think about that. There's no victim in it. Oh, whatever. I mean, I kind of don't want to get into the debate.
You have to be
with this.
logical humans and realize for yourselves that you have to have a little ounce of just fucking intelligence and maturity in your heads to realize that if all this shit has been said about Phil all these years, yet Phil's still here, he's still on YouTube, he's still on Twitch, he's never been, banned or anything from any of these places.
Oh, he never got banned, so Blip TV doesn't count. Twitch doesn't count, and he banned you 2 times last year. Oh, okay.
And he's not arrested for shit.
Why did he arrested?
He's got a loving wife. Why would any of these things have
Oh,
happened?
yeah.
These horrendous.
When you get a loving wife, you're a great person. No way do people get into marriages with bad people at all, right? Okay.
Things that people say about me were fucking true.
That's why no one gets
And
divorced,
the bottom
right?
line is they're not. It's people making shit up to get clickbait on their own shit, and you fell for it. If you believe any of that shit, you are gullible. You fell for something with no evidence.
Congrats, you fell for the
there
marketing
couldn't have been
scheme.
evidence of something that's not true. And you bought it hook, line, and sinker, and you're the one who created the problem with these people
You're the one that
who
created
literally
the
just say
problem.
whatever they
You did the meme.
want. And you will, if you're that gullible, I don't know what else to say, man.
This is great. He does a debunking stream, wants to win people over. If you're gullible, you're dumb. I don't know what to tell you. Very nice.
It's insanity. It's absolute. People talk about these things as if they are the goddamn off of Twitter. All right, you can't see it because it's debunked on stream here. So, you see what I mean? Like this night, you can find it on my YouTube channel right now. There you go. See, asking about if I'm going to play Persona 5 The Royal? Probably not.
Probably not. I thought I liked Persona 5, buddy. Oh, he doesn't want to play that game. It's a JRPG. He doesn't want to play a JRPG, but he wants a JRPG to play for his chill streams. So why couldn't he do? Okay.
Let's see here.
I like how this is a debunk stream and his fans are just asking dumb questions. Are you gonna play
Don't
this
give
game?
subs. Did 100-bit cheers and what were your views on spoilers on Twitter right after
Don't
the movie
give
comes
subs.
out? I don't know what you're talking about. Can you clear up for trolls who think you're abusing your mod? It's the guy tipped me $1, said I'm watching your Twitch.
Wait, what?
Don't give subs. Did 100-bit cheers and what were your views on spoilers on Twitter right after the movie comes out? I don't know what you're talking about.
What? What is your thoughts on spoilers coming out? He doesn't. Oh my god, he is so dumb. Did he like? Was there bleach in that sip of water?
Wow. And it's the guy tipped me $1, said I'm watching your Twitch. Real talk. It's the guy on his Twitter.
What?
All right.
You got the quote.
Madara is God, so can you clear up for trolls who think you're abusing your mods because of swag and spreading lies? Madara is God, wouldn't you be the person to clear that up? You're one of my mods. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay.
That whole situation, everyone knows the truth about the situation, is that Swaggins
Where's the
went
proof?
nuts
Where's
when
the proof?
he told me something incorrect during my Resident
Where's
Evil 2
the
playthrough.
proof?
It was blatantly worded incorrectly in the stream chat. And he tried to defend himself staunchly when in reality everyone watching the stream was watching as I read it word for word and it made no sense what he said. I did what he said, didn't work, he had worded it wrong. And he was so angry that I would call him out on the stream that he had a grudge against me ever since then. And the whole time I played Sekiro, he was on my ass ragging me, saying that I sucked at the game and how dare I criticize the game, it's me because I suck and yada yada yada, to the point where he got angry and he left. And that's all it was. He had a bug up his ass because he got called out on stream for doing something wrong.
Still burns bridges,
It was
which is
black
nice.
and white. He had done something wrong, and he didn't like that. He felt that over the years that he had been a moderator and the fact that he had supported me financially, that I guess I should have given him a pass or whatever.
All of your mods get a pass. Dude, if he didn't have a pass, then why is fucking the The king of Golf HD is still a mod. Why is Dawapper a mod? They both post heaven memes. And Swaggins broke the rules multiple times. He talked about politics. He doesn't get a pass, dude. I treat everyone equally. Get the fuck out of here.
And I guess he wanted some kind of special treatment.
He got special treatment even before he was mod. He got mod easily. But okay.
Treatment because of it, and he was very upset about it, and he decided to leave. There was literally nothing on my end. I had no problems with the guy. I never had anything wrong to say about him. He left of his own accord. He told me to demod him. It was all on his side. Every negative thing is on his side, not mine. And if he ever came back and we talked or whatever, I guess I'd probably say, let bygones be bygones. But I heard that he's gone off and just talked endless shit about me on all the wrong places.
Endless shit. Dude, he didn't even talk shit about you oh my god. He is so petty. He thinks Swaggins was oh my god. He thinks like Swaggins went to like the SOK cast. Like Swaggins made his own cellcast, dude. He made his own podcast. I'd watch it. Come on, Swaggins, do your own podcast, dude.
As you know, which is what people do when they feel that, oh no, my time with DSP is done. Let me jump to the other side to get a cheap pop from the other side, right? It's exactly what they always do.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Dude, when Swaggins was in my stream, he was in my Twitch stream. He came in, and I was like, Swaggins, you're here finally. Swaggins, tell us the dirt. What's DSP? I'm gonna derail my stream and let you talk about DSP nonstop. That's what happens all the time. Obviously, that might have happened with the SOK podcast, but it doesn't happen to a lot of whatever.
Who cares?
Who cares? Who cares about Swaggins? A mod that gave me a lot of money.
Is the redemption run arc.
Oh yeah.
And Uzi just cheers. Any statements on former mods? Jonosaurus Rex or Kigalian? I don't know. Jonosaurus Rex used to be a mod and just basically couldn't mod anymore, so we demodded him.
Okay, that's a fucking lie right there. He blocked Jonosaurus Rex on Twitter. Though you don't want to talk about that? Okay, that's cool. That's another thing to add to the list.
K Gallion was the person who I mentioned in this video who was upset that I didn't make the Project 7 trailer. That's it. He was upset I didn't make the Project 7 trailer, and he said, I'm not going to watch your stuff anymore, and that was the end of our relationship. So there you go.
I agree, this is a pretty funny stream. Take a sip.
Alright. Well, guys, I think I've talked long enough. You've got your answers. Judge for yourself. But the bottom line is, for as much as you say of evidence, because they can't from Twitter, banned from the internet, banned from the scene. If they did, they would show it, and then that would be it. If definitively I had done the horrible things, I would have been banned from YouTube, banned from...
So the thing with War Dog Leader, that's a positive thing. It's great that you called him the King of Suffering and you fucking shat on him. That was pretty cool, apparently. That's positive. That's a positive thing. Okay. And then I was like, well, I'd be banned from everywhere if this was true, if all the things he said were true. Not necessarily. Some people do get away with shit.
From Twitch, banned from Twitter, banned from the internet, banned from the earth, banned from the Milky Way, launched off into a black hole.
I like how he overplays this. The shit that we blame him for doing is stuff that's not that... Isn't this tier of shit. At most, what should happen to him is just either get suspended from Twitch or to lose monetization. That's pretty much it. It has nothing to do with him like being like he should never get a job. Like he should be able to get a job, but he shouldn't be able to monetize shit that when he does shit to people, like whatever.
Hole shot across, the old plane of existence. It had all my molecules ripped apart at the seams.
But of course, overplay it. Make it
someone so horrible as me even be allowed to exist in this plane of existence, right? See what I mean? But none of that ever happened because it's all bullshit on my behalf and my expense, so they can get clickbait.
Yeah,
that's fell for it.
You fell for it. I love that, like, estrogen-powered fell for it. I want to hear that again.
But none of that ever happened because it's all bullshit on my behalf and my expense.
I'll hear that again.
So they can get clickbait. And you fell for it, if you believe.
For some reason, this year, it's like he's starting to talk more and more like a Valley girl. It's so insane. You fell for it.
any of that stuff, and it sucks if you did. You know, I can't blame you for it, especially now that there's so much stuff that goes on negative about me in the last 7 years that people.
And yeah, that's what this has always been about, clickbait, dude. Of course.
But the bottom line is none of it is true. A lot of it's based on snippets of fact or things here or there, but none of it is true, and no one will ever show you evidence otherwise because it ain't true.
I literally showed you a lot of evidence. That's why this video is so stupidly long, by the way. So you're welcome about that. So you be the judge on who had the evidence here. Who provided the most evidence?
Okay. Thank you, Blue, for 2188, who actually did a $25 tip. Thank you very much for that. That's the biggest tip I know we had tonight.
Remember him? He's not going to show up again after this.
Excuse me. And an anonymous cheerer also did a 100-bit cheer. Thank you very much. Yusuke says, debunk the rumor of me making $20,000 a month.
It was $10,000 a month, and as I said before, when I calculated the money he made on Twitch, he got very close to it. Like, very close. Like, super close. So, kind of believe that he makes 10K a month, TBH.
Even
hold on, actually I want that face.
$20,000 a month.
That's a good face to have. Oh my god.
Even at the height of my YouTube popularity, which was the year of 2012. All right, it was actually the second half of 2011. And I say the first 3 months, or the first 3 quarters of 2012. That was the height. I mean, most views coming in and everything. I didn't make $20,000 a month. Never. Never in my YouTube career have I made $20,000 a month. It's insanity.
I didn't make $20,000.
Stupid shit. People talking out of their asses. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
But,
okay.
Whatever.
All right, guys. So that is it. That is it. Thank you, guys. Just remember, Scrupula just made a very good point. He says, no evidence at all ever needs to be shown because you don't prove your innocence. You have to prove that someone's guilty. And that's right. In the American...
But you also have to prove your innocence, though.
American court system, you may not live in the United States, but in the American court system, you are innocent until proven guilty. The things people say about me...
But you didn't prove his innocence. Sure, like, you go in the assumption of innocence, but you have to prove that you're innocent. You don't go to court and say, well, I'm innocent, man. And then they're like, okay, later, they're going to be like, no, how are you innocent? Prove it. Do you have an alibi? Do you have this? Do you have that? They're not going to just let you go because you're innocent until proven guilty. That's misunderstanding that. But
most of them are not true. Out of all the things that we talked about today, number one, absolutely, I made bad jokes about Nazis back in the day, and I wholeheartly apologize.
I think it's going to be the same shit, so I'm going to end here. This is long enough. Thank you guys for watching this video. I will see you guys next time. I'm just going to run off because this is too long, so thank you for watching. If you made it this far into the video, put in the comment section, hashtag pray for me.